Is this guy is no, he was actually pretty interesting. Everybody else sucks though.
Was he?
Not really. I mean, he wasn't fascinating, but he was okay. How would a fucking podcast go with you and Joe Rogan?
I'd be like, dog, I've watched more of your shit on camera than anybody else. And he'd be like, dog, I've watched more of you watching my streams
Than anybody. I'd be like, oh, that's tight.
Well, why the fuck aren't we let's do cocaine, man. You always have people in here that are like, hey, let's fucking smoke pot. Well, let's fucking do cocaine. Come on, let's get your fucking numbers up.
And he'd be like, oh, I don't do that. I'd be like, dog,
you're friends with Joey Diaz. You brought Joey Diaz into the consciousness of like the world. And you mean to tell me that you're not going to try once? Call Joey, get his ass over here. Let's fucking do some coke, dog.
That's how my Joe Rogan experience would go. Really?
It'll be 24 hours. We're going to fucking snort coke the whole fucking time. I hope that he doesn't bring Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer and all those assholes.
I'm sure he will. He'd be like, oh, come on, please. I'd be like, dog, they suck. They're not fucking funny. I'm funny. And they'd be like, you'd be like, well, yeah, but like, is there any way that they could bring him like, dog? Okay, whatever. But they're losers. Like, all right. But no one's a bigger loser than Kreischer, douche. Anyway, what about Bappa and the other guy? I don't really want them there. If this bitch is going for 24 hours, they drive me crazy.
Really? There's losers too.
Anyway, so Joe Rogan's the only one who's not a loser?
No, I'd be there, so I'd be the only non-loser. Is Joe Rogan a loser? He's one of the least losers people on earth.
Why?
I mean, he's pretty much a self-made and pretty close to a billionaire. And
he seems to be a pretty good person.
He's interesting. He's into all kinds of cool shit. I think we have a lot in common. But apparently not. Like, how about that booger sugar, dog?
Anyway. Oh, Rabbi, I really liked it when you did fucking Adele. Oh, okay, cool, dog. Well, you're never hearing another one of those fucking songs, ever.
Why? Dog, none of them are like, I like songs that are like, they go like something like this.
Celebrate good time. Come on. We had trouble saving your stream. What the fuck does that mean?
Dude, this shit is working like a mo. How about this shit? Oh, this is the worst. Because right when I do this, it's like, oh, your fucking camera doesn't work. Are you fucking serious? It goes from Joe Rogan to fucking Science World? What is this bullshit? Dog. All these shitty schools, none of which was good. Bong James Bong. We removed your content. Why? It attacks a person? Who did I fucking attack? The guy who broke Adele's heart? Oh, I think everybody would be like, yeah, fuck that motherfucker. We removed your account. We removed your fucking content. Why? Oh, because Zuckerberg's too cheap to pay people. Well, they could see scary stuff. Okay. Well, once you see enough scary stuff, it's best. Dog. Stop.
Yeah, it should be on the website X Factor. And what is it called? It's called the X Factor. It's called the X Factor. That's the website. Sornex.com. Go to sornex.com. Check out the X Factor. Sorry, it's X. Pull it up, James. Pull it up.
I like how 581 posts, no followers. If I had followers, I'd be like, what's your problem? Dog, are we doing this shit again? Is Hinchcliffe going to be there? If he can get his fucking head through the door. Would you want him there? Why? I mean, I'd probably be sick of talking to Joe Rogan after like 8 minutes. But whatevs. Who else is he gonna Red Band? Dude, you gotta bring Red Band back for that shit. Why? He just gotta be quiet though. He can't fucking be like, oh, like this. Oh, like what if you fucking like this? Like that, like we just not night all day. Is this still going?
Hi. Good to see you, bro.
No.
So he's got this place called Boneyard, my friend John Reeves in Alaska, and he made this fucking this is,
What the fuck?
Well, that's a woolly mammoth tooth, like a molar. Yeah. So he has this incredible place, and
The hot
he's
heat.
gold miner.
Is this gonna work?
It still is. And
Caitlin Harris is like, why are you showing your feet? All I can hear is Joe Rogan and
tusks and bones.
why is there just feet here? Lady, I got this toenail that I ripped off. It hurts like a motherfucker.
Writing history, but it's all his land, so he has complete control over it.
From the hot heat rising.
There's John. He's a
Ooh, maybe I'm giving you one.
This is just some of it, like shows from your house.
You set me free. 2, 1. Similar to the new love. Treat her better. Gotta let go all of my fault. We both know we ain't kids no more. Similar to the love. Treat her better. It kind of sounds like this bitch wants to have a three-way. I feel like, are you sure you don't have a three-way? Why are you sending me? Your love to my new bitch, girl.
So it appears there was some sort of massive fire, and he thinks that this massive sanction.
I bet this shit isn't working. Why? You okay, man? You should seek help. Oh, fuck you. You don't like Barack Obama? Well, you're gonna love this fucking point I have. I love how everybody is so worried about everybody else. Pay attention to yourself. You should say something. Dog, shut the fuck up. I see fucking shit in the sky. Nobody's like, hey, dog, let's fucking figure out what these aliens are doing. Psych. You should seek help. I think that's the dumbest shit of all time. How about you kiss my fucking ass?
Yes, that's what he has to. Yeah, that's exactly what he has to. I don't know exactly what part of Alaska it's in, but it's really amazing stuff. Yeah. Another thing that is exposed is that it's the Smithsonian, right, in New York. No. Well, find out what museum and exhibition. So they had from the same property before he owned it, way back in like I think it was the 30s.
UBC. Come on, don't be a bitch.
So many bones.
Don't be a bitch.
Part of Alaska, where the previous people had found them, that they didn't have any room to store them, so they dumped them in the East River. And so they denied that the previous people, obviously these people that wanted dead, they denied that this happened, and so he sent a bunch of divers out there, and so they're recovering like these mammoth bones and all these like bison bones, steppe bison bones in the East River. Yeah. They're all from his property in Alaska. Yeah, there's only one. I mean, it's a literally exact spot to look to. Like, he knew exactly where to go. There was all those records of it, of like where they dumped it. And they still to this day have just crates of these bones. Yeah, is that the reason he chose where he was living in Alaska? I don't believe so. No, he was there for gold mining. I think it was something that came up along the way. Because he's a gold miner, he's got a lot of disposable income, so he's willing to spend it on his own to do this. He doesn't trust the museums anymore because they screwed over the previous owner, even though it's his property and his land. He's supposed to get that stuff. They don't want to give it to him. And so he's got his own research facility. He's spent millions of dollars building this enormous research facility.
Gotta let go with all of our hoes. We all have kids no more. What is this shit? Oops, something went wrong? Well, that sounds like a you problem. Why are you showing me cartoons? Just fucking work. Oh, when our shit doesn't work, do you think we should just show them cartoons soon, Dark? Yeah, that's cool. Psych. How about that fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex game? Send my love to your new lover. Treat her better.
Every year he
Gotta
comes
let
back.
go.
The last podcast of the year generally.
You won't know you ain't
Gives us
cute
enough
no
to
more.
know what's going on.
Send my love to your new lover.
Treat
Treat her better. Gotta let
Oh, did you really?
go.
It's an interesting psychiatry place because the psychology of people that live in Alaska. is
Are you
very
ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Well, and
Are you ready?
Right.
Are you
there was
ready?
history at the end of the
Are you ready?
Right.
Are you
Or their
ready?
families there and they're growing up
Send my
there.
love to your new
It was
lover.
like I felt like I was meeting people from another country.
Treat her
I only worked in
better.
Alaska once. I did a show in Anchorage. It was a lot of fun. Me and my friend Ari Shafir. We said, let's just fly up there, just like an adventure trip. We'll do some salmon fishing, and then we'll go do a show. And that's what we did.
Yeah.
And it's like the people feel different. They feel different. Like they're made out of harder things. They're like more durable.
Right. When you're up there, did you get outside of Anchorage?
Dog, this isn't, hey, let's interview Joe Rogan. It's his podcast. He interviews you. That's what I can't stand. If he has somebody on and they're not interesting, it's like, Doug, you're wasting my fucking time.
And I always feel it's another country. It's just like very interesting.
It's a very strange atmosphere too. The climate and the geology and the feeling. Because you're up so high on the planet.
Right.
You're close to the North Pole.
Yeah, when we were doing shows, I believe it was July or August, we were doing shows, and at night after the show, it was bright out. You go outside, it was like you could see everything. It was weird. It was like it felt like it was 5 p.m.
It's a very strange feeling. Well, in the winter too, you have maybe a couple of hours of twilight.
Yeah,
And that's it.
and then sometimes all dark for a long time too.
There are characters certainly.
Have you ever seen that movie, 30 Days of Night? It's a vampire
Oh
movie.
yeah.
No. That is the Lost Boys.
The Lost Boys show.
30 Days of Night was cooler. Yeah. Not that there was anything wrong with Lost Boys, it's a little dated. 30 Days of Night is more modern, and these vampires decide to descend upon a small town where it never turns light, so they can just hunt all the time.
Yeah, that's clever. Yeah, vampires are smarter than they look.
These are creepy vampires too, with horrifying teeth. It's interesting how vampires we decide that they look like Bela Lugosi. There's Dracula, that must be a vampire, and then some people. Have you ever wondered like the root of some things like that? Like I used to wholly dismiss ghosts as a young man. When I was a boy, because I was young and dumb. And then as I got older, I was like, maybe there's a reason why. So, like, if I've never experienced something and then I do experience it, how am I ever going to explain this to people where it's going to make any sense to someone else that hasn't experienced it before? This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal, they're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human-grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human-grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one,
Join?
dog or
This
human,
is the
should be
worst.
eating highly processed foods for every meal.
If I were watching this right now, I'd be like,
it's always a great time to
these
start
fucking
investing in
rabbis
your
back,
health
this is
and
the
happiness.
worst.
So try
Really?
Farmer's Dog today. You can get
Yeah,
50%
I
off
like
your
this
first
person
box of
sucks.
fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Listen, the holidays are here, which means everyone is traveling. Whatever your plans are, traveling can throw off your routine.
Right.
That's where AG1 comes in.
Losers way
AG1
to
is
do
your
that.
easy way to fill nutritional gaps. Pack your schedule yet. Keeping AG1's travel packs on you in holiday travel helps you stick to your routine so you can power through the season and enjoy everything it throws your way. AG1's commitment to foundational nutrition is a science-driven approach that delivers the nutritional support our bodies need to thrive. It helps you elevate your performance and builds a strong foundation for your health. And you can trust them. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, so you can have no doubts about what you're drinking. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free when you go to
That
drinkag1.com/Joe
person's name
Rogan.
is Stop?
Seriously, folks, get on this.
Well, you're reporting a subjective experience,
Right.
What the fuck is this?
Share. And so you can compare notes. It's like you can't really prove that you bring from the state.
Right.
Yeah, it's a personal experience. Yeah, but that's a common, so you can compare notes. I think that's how it works.
Haven't there been studies done? There's been something done where they've taken people in altered states and have them go into a room where the experience, they weren't connected, they weren't communicating, but they experienced incredibly similar environments. I think that's in my big toe. You know that the theory of everything book? I think it's Thomas Campbell. Is that who wrote that? Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah,
I'm in the middle of that right now.
it's a big toe.
Yeah. It's a very strange book.
Yeah, that's the name of the book. Or the
Yeah,
name of
that's the name of the book.
This guy
It's my
sucks.
Theory of everything. Toe as theory of everything.
Maybe it has a picture of a toe on the cover.
Yeah. When you were doing the DMT studies.
Wait, he does DMT studies? Never mind. This guy is cool as
Never
fuck.
experienced that. And someone was trying to describe it to you. It sounds completely like nonsense, just like a ghost story.
Right. Or even a dream to somebody that never dreamed.
Right. Right. Because there are people who don't dream, right? Which is very strange.
Yeah. Like the people with no imagination that can't visualize things.
That's so bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can psychedelics and they report that they can, but I mean, how do they know that they are?
Right. That's an uncomfortable reality that some people's brains don't work the same way.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. It's a factor.
It has to be. Yeah. I mean, just look at like cultural choices. Just look at the kinds of music that people enjoy, the different kinds of food that people enjoy, and the different kinds of climate that they enjoy. There's
Dude,
no
why
way we're all
doesn't
seeing
that
the
fucking
same
stop
things.
sometimes?
There's no way. The food that tastes horrible to you is like a sacred delicacy to them. You know?
Yeah. One of the ideas I put out in a 2014 book on the prophetic state, the soul of prophecy, I proposed that when people respond ethnically or culturally or differently to different endogenous psychedelics, you know, the emphasis on the enlightenment experience in Buddhism might be because people in that part of the world use are more sensitive to 5-methoxy DMT, which gives you that wide experience. And with the other kind of religious experience, it's more DMT like because it's full of angels and you speak to things, they speak to you. You know, so there may even be something kind of differential among people as far as spiritual experiences.
What kind of makes sense too, the way they specific cultural training, right? The way their culture thinks about things. Just imagine being born in an atheist, secular environment, and you're raised by those people, and then you meet someone who's born in a fundamentalist Christian, religion, where it's like very strict, and then they both meet when they're 14 and compare notes. It'd be the most bizarre versions of the world, right?
Well, one version is there is no God, and the other version is that there is.
Right, but there's one version that God is not just a part of your life, but the only reason why anything was ever formed. It's God's plan for everything. That God has, a plan for you, and that if you follow the teachings of God, you'll ultimately go to heaven. It's like very structured. Where the other side, it's like that life is suffering. There's, who knows what happens when you die, but probably nothing. If you feel depressed, you should probably go to the doctor and get a pill.
Yeah, yes. So you wonder if the atheist biology is different than the believers.
I wonder if it becomes different, right? Because don't genes turn on and off expressions of genes based upon stress, based upon environments, based on a lot of things, right?
Right, and the changes can be inherited, like being passed on to the next generation and the next generation.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a theory about the syndrome of survivors of the Holocaust and your that the stress of being, for example, in the camps activated certain genes, which were then in an activated state is passed on to the following generations. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Like, at what point does trauma, at what point do the effects of trauma end? Right. Is it the first generation, the second? And
it's not just trauma, right? It's also just stress, like the hormetic stress of starvation. It actually makes the children of those people live longer. Very. Dr. Rhonda Patrick talked about this. Really interesting.
Yeah, that's one of the spin-offs. Fasting and starvation. There were speaking of starvation, there are studies of enforced starvation, like the camps and in Africa at various times. So there are some advantages, but obviously,
obviously people want to ask them to do that. But when people do it voluntarily, like when they go on these 3 and 5 day fasts, you never met one person who said, "Oh, I'm going to do that. That's terrible and stupid." Yeah, and I felt really dumb, and I didn't feel alive at all. They come back with like this very bizarre, euphoric, their version of it, when they're expressing themselves. It seems like they were like on mushrooms. Yeah, weird. Is that something you've tried? No, I've done it a day. I've done it a day, and I sneak in some espresso if I'm feeling, I could try it. I think that's fine because this espresso doesn't. I should do it. I should probably do it every 3 days. See what's up. Because my friend Dana just did it. I think Dana did it 3 or 4 days. He said it was incredible. But everybody reports all this energy, which is really fascinating. Because I guess that's your body, surviving off ketones. Oh, right, your ketotic state. Well, when people fast for 3 or 4 days, do they drink water, or they? Yeah, they do. You have to. I mean, there's a thing called a dry fast that people have to. I've heard of people doing like 48-hour dry fast, and there's no water as well. You can keep that. Yeah, I'm so not interested in that. Well, you can go on a vision quest, out in the desert, and drink an IV, and you do start hallucinating. Yeah, I love McKenna's take on that. You know that? I don't remember. He told a story about how this monk, the Buddha was in town, this monk went to visit the Buddha, and he told the monk he's practiced assiduous levitation for the past 10 years, and now he can walk on the water. And the Buddha goes, yeah, but the fairies only nickel. Yeah, because here's my thing on some of these things.
These guys.
Just because it's hard to do doesn't always mean it's good to do. Like, there are things that are hard to do.
Tell me what, Joe, this isn't your fucking thing. Like, hey, let's just listen to all my friends. Talk to us. You gotta interview this motherfucker. Come on, Joe, get your shit together. Hey everybody, we're going to talk about DMT with this DMT expert and not talk about it.
Well, I think the flip side of that is simple things can be good for you. They don't have to be hard. Sure.
No, things don't have to be good for you. A puppy smiling or licking you, playing is good for you. It's like literally like good for your body. Like if people play with puppies, that happiness feeling that you get, like, that's actually really good for you.
Right. Well, this new neighborhood I went into, there's a park, Trailer Park. You would believe the dogs that are being walked around there, the babies, the tinies. You know, like I can make the mistake in the whole town and see tiny dogs. Man, there's some tiny dogs out there.
Yeah, Jamie's got time. He didn't bring him in today, but Carl's a little maniac. He's a little French poodle or French bulldog. He's like that big.
Yeah, okay.
He's adorable.
What does he like?
He's 16 pounds. He's jacked.
Yeah.
He really is jacked. He's got a lot of muscles. He's super aggressive. And not with people, like not like really aggressive, like playful. Just wants to play constantly.
Yeah.
So I bring my dog, who's a golden retriever, who's the opposite. He's just everybody's best friend. If he meets you, he's like, "You're my best friend." Right. He loves everybody. Yeah. And Carl just launches himself out of him.
Yeah, the one dog I had was a miniature dachshund. And that was cute. He was tough. He barked. He bit children.
That's not good. That's not tough. He's an asshole. Yeah, that dog's an asshole.
Yeah.
That's
So well, he lived 25 years.
Wow. Well, if I lived 25 years and I was a dog, I'd probably still play with kids too. Like, get me out of here.
Well, toward the end, he's wearing a diaper.
Oof. I had a mastiff, and they don't live very long. Towards the end, I started carrying them outside the bathroom. Couldn't walk. That's the real bummer, is that you just love these creatures so much, and they only live 10 years, 12 years, 13 years. You love you. You never replace it. You get another dog. You could always love other dogs. I don't think it's anything wrong. I don't think it's like disrespectful to your dog to get a dog the way they
It wants you to be happy.
Well, yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with it. It's death. It's about you. Like, this is needless suffering. Do you love dogs? Do you miss having a dog? Get another dog. Like this idea you have to mourn your dog for a specific period of time. Like, it's not like that. Okay, if your wife dies and then next Friday night you're on a date, like that seems crazy. Like, you should probably be sad for a long time. But if your dog...
Word! Fuck yeah, Joe.
Man, get another fucking dog.
Right. Well, that's just your life.
I love dogs. I would never want to not have a dog. I just don't get it.
Yeah, those mastiffs are big.
He was a big fella, but they get a lot of like good homes, good joints. It's just so much weight.
Yeah, carrying a lot of weight. Yeah, we were talking about this thing. Yeah, there's psychiatrists with the county for the year.
Boy,
Yeah, it was interesting. Well, it was interesting because I had been up to the idea of research, and I thought I'd just practice psychiatry and professional to be a wildlife biologist. And
perfect place.
yeah, at the University of Alaska in Fairbanks. There's two strategies from Sacramento just every time. Oh, no. And I started but it was for that cold. The cold ballistic dropped down to -4.
And you're from Alaska.
Well, Los Angeles.
Oh, that's
Yeah. So I was there on Halloween, so I was dressed for a spot.
So what was it like? Going from Los Angeles to -39.
Well, I started to work on trying to, like, as a rule, people don't like, but there's forest going around, and it was dark, especially in the winter, it was 18, 20 hours, pitch black. Yeah, so I tried to imagine myself liking the dark.
Dog, are you guys going to talk about anything except I hate when he does podcasts like this. It's like, dog, talk about whatever you're a fucking expert in, dog. Let him go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Bingo, bingo. Oh, fuck. Bongo. All right. Are there bugs in here? Looks like you got some shit floating. No.
Which is a suburb of Boston. It was really nice. Cool place to grow up.
Yeah. I always rocks for memories. Yeah.
Oh, you mean not Bronx, Oklahoma? Dumb.
Yeah, well, the character and the character.
You know, I have a lot of questions up in Alaska. Yeah.
Mostly?
Well, I Asian population, everybody, a lot of the majority of people are pretty devout churchgoers, and we're strict about observance of the regulations in the Bible. And so really,
Joe, you've got this guy on. Ask him about the fucking beans that you see when you go through that shit, dog.
they must be put on kids. Because it's so dark, people get so depressed. Well, Fairbanks had to move when they built the mobile pipeline between Fairbanks and Anchorage. And so Fairbanks exploded in population. 100 players. It's got the university and amazing countries. Huge rivers, just enormous rivers. The one outside town is a good half mile of this. Yeah. Yeah, I went skiing out there. I was 25 on the frozen river. So I got on, it's pretty nice. And I'm along the shore in the dark spot in the middle of the river. I'm curious how to ski over to that dark spot. Oh, in the middle of the quarter mile. Was you on skis? So I skied back to the shore. And I felt tired all of a sudden. Yeah. Got up the snow and I thought, well, maybe I could just take a little nap. I thought, well, I'm getting kind of firm and kept going back to the car.
Do you think that's what it was?
Yeah, it was funny. I wasn't sure anything, but I just got really sleepy.
They say before you die, take your clothes off, which is really crazy.
Yeah, that's what I feel. Like in the snow. Yeah, I remember that. Ooh. And then the bears are supposed to contention. The grizzly bears.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. One of my friends that was living in a cabin, and the bear just stuck his claws in the door to the frame of the house and went into his sleigh and kind of cleared that out.
So was it his home?
It was locked. Yes,
He was a what was just going on?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
So
it
it just no food.
it's no food. It's no yeah, so,
Again, abide by the rules. Don't care.
Well, when I was up there, I learned to shoot a shotgun. It's called a bear shot. It's a sawed-off shotgun you can carry with you during the backcountry. Yeah, so just
Like a 12 gauge.
I think it was a 12 gauge.
Do you have slugs in it? There's a buckshot.
Oh no.
Okay.
So there's 12 gauge.
No, it's all depends on the ground. So a slug is like a chunk of lead, and the buckshot is like a bunch of pellets.
Right.
So buckshot is it scatters into a pattern, and the further it is from the rifle barrel, like how far you're shooting, so if you shoot 20 yards, it scatters quite a bit. It makes an area about that big, like a basketball size.
Yeah.
Bigger, smaller than that. But the slug is a single object and it has a lot more force behind it. So if you're shooting a bear, I want to slug.
I think it was a shot.
It's a deterrent, though. I mean, you'll certainly deter them with buckshot.
Yeah, if you have the line spring, it deters them. I kind of remember, although maybe wrong, that one girl had a buckshot and the other had a slug.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so it's slowed down.
You probably shoot the first shot to try to slow them down or to try to discourage them. And if that doesn't work, the second one's legal.
All right, they're much closer to you. Yeah, so it's a nice to live in some ways.
I think just that alone, the environment, just the fact that it gets that cold, it's so dangerous. Everybody kind of has to sit together. You have to help see people just driving on the side of the road, you have to pass them. have to help them. Push them if you can get them out of there and get them to safety, you're supposed to do that. So people are bound to get through with norm.
Well, and it's also the different lights, which are just incredible.
Oh, yeah.
I had to look at some greens.
How long did you just those every year?
Pretty much every night. And it was so quiet that you can actually you listen to the northern lights. They just crackle.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty quiet.
They just crackle.
Yeah.
What exactly is going on with those lights? What does that cost?
The magnetosphere and some solar rays. What is might be solar rays.
Right.
Yeah.
It must be something that like is coming around with.
Yeah.
What are
the cosmic rays?
must be
Yeah.
coronal mass so solar. That alone.
Well, in the or you just spend a week up there and you also all kinds of hot springs every year.
How hard is it to get around?
Your car needs to be real quick. There's these things called battery blankets that you put up in your battery to keep it on. And there's it's plugged in to traffic to a parking meter outside. Yeah, everybody keeps their vehicles plugged into it when they're at work. You have to. And the other modification is an oil pan, which is the same basic principle. It keeps the oil from turning into a solid oil. Yeah. And then when it gets really cold, the tires are square. What? And it's really hard to drive into the first couple of miles.
You have to warm up?
You have to ride slowly to get warm up again.
Because otherwise it might flatten down at the bottom when you first sit in.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still have to feel tired of care. That seems like the stupidest thing. Like, if you can get those people working on AI, just take a couple years and figure out time. Just take all these people that are making computers and figure out what you're going to put here.
Look at this move.
With
That's fucking
my garden tools or my
very
garden
clever. This guy sucks.
I'm a solid.
He's so bad.
Yeah.
They're a lot. They never.
Where'd your phone go, big dog?
But there's a give factor.
Right here.
It's important.
Alright, you gonna watch alien shit?
Things that are going on dynamically with tires going around corners, you can't grip, especially if you're off-roading, right? They deflate your tires quite a bit.
Yeah.
More traction.
Well, and also will
Widens your foot.
it widens your curve, so you walk a second sand.
Yeah.
Yeah. To spend a lot of time in Death Valley.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the canyons to spend the rest of the night.
So I guess that's the best thing here. You can here in town and do stuff with them. But it seems like the negative side of it, getting a flat and getting stuck in the middle of nowhere with air in your tire, that seems crazy.
Yeah. Well,
So
speaking of
hard.
yeah.
Like the one thing in your car, someone chose to come by, but grab your tire, now your car's useless.
Right.
Pizza and french frying.
Yeah. Yeah, flat tires. So you spent Death Valley?
No.
It's a great. Well, if still like to take psychedelics.
Who doesn't like
Okay, are you ready?
Best place.
Alright, like sit up.
Is Death Valley.
That's what
Yeah.
I've been friends with this red mushroom as well as his own
Yeah. I've had some of these. It's huge, first of all.
For what are we looking?
Rocks out there, they're too green.
We got YouTube.
And you
Dan Burrish. Oh my god. If I have to hear about Dan Burrish one more time. What if it what if you did it there? And it was just like Dan Burrish all the time. And then you don't have to stick it in your fucking ear.
You can see like a shrub like 100 yards away. And it's moving. And you can follow the wind as it goes up and down.
Newtown.
Until it reaches you.
Dan
Right, you can see the particles it's carrying.
Burrish. YouTubers. YouTubers.
Yeah, I had a lot of first single effect. Like in a lot of ways, still working on some of those insights and those experiences, which I had in my teens and early 20s. Isn't that kind of what the case though? I think we come up with our best.
Don't suck.
Really? I think so. Oh boy, I'm in trouble. I don't have very many ideas. Well, I used to have a set of experiences. I guess I do.
This is the worst.
But you know,
And worse.
21, my whole life.
This is the worst.
Just martial arts training. So my anything I was interested in to make that better. So
Okay, you want to hear a song? Does everybody want to hear a song? And it goes like this. This is the worst stream in the history of streams. The internet was not made for this.
Yeah.
Oh, dog, we have two of them?
Yeah, I need a purple. Yeah. I
Oh,
definitely took a
wow.
lot of time. It's just I didn't have hardly. I had almost zero ideas outside of martial arts. I didn't care what as well.
Can you describe in detail the first time, what it was like to meet the first time?
The original feeling was I was looking at a giant insect.
Monster, dog.
Best I can
Cookie Monster.
This off cuff. It looked like a giant insect.
Original Monster lover, that guy. Who's your favorite monster in white? Isn't it Cookie Monster? Cookie Monster, best boss. Yeah. Oh, you guys ever see inside Oscar the Grouch's fucking house? It was like a. What's that fucking thing called? From that fucking Doctor Who thing? Whatever.
It was fear. Complete astonishment.
Like a thing.
Honestly, I thought we were dealing with some sort of monkey, something like an
That's a
old
fucking
world
donut.
Indeed, it was.
This is my favorite
What my
shape.
feeling was. I'm not gonna play on it.
Oh, what is it called?
How intellectual I was.
This is gonna bother me. It's
scared the hell out of me.
a cat.
Welcome back to the night shift. I don't know if you've been keeping up with current events, but if you haven't, there's some interesting news. Looks like the movement towards disclosure is picking up steam again, gaining momentum after a
Starts with a
little
T.
lull.
Guaranteed.
A new movement
Really?
in Congress for
Yeah, it stands
revised
for something.
disclosure amendment. Looks like Danny
What the
Sheehan
fuck is
is
that thing called?
involved. And there's an honest push to get a question about disclosure introduced into the presidential debates by CNN.
Doctor Who.
And this is something that the New Paradigm Institute is working on. If you want to find out more, visit their website and look at the email that just went out from Danny Sheehan talking
All right,
about
that's
this.
cool.
It's a really exciting opportunity for us to bring this into
Why
the
did you say that?
mainstream and finally
I don't
put
even
this
know why I
issue
left that
on the radar
upward
for so many people out there who don't know it's a real issue yet. So we're reaching out to CNN and just as a community trying to push them to get involved and mention disclosure. Ask the presidential candidates about this and let's put them on the spot and see what they have to say. Do they try to dodge the bullet, change the subject with some kind of a silly joke and a aside, or do they tackle it head on? They actually have answers. They should. So this is something that we really want to see happen, and I encourage you to visit New Paradigm Institute's website to learn more. But that's not the spiciest meatball I've got for you today. I've been thinking about some new ways to expand the content on the channel, and today what I want to do is something that I've been kind of eager to do for a while, but I've held off on it, and I want to reach into the vault, pull out some old videos, and I want to watch them with you and get your reaction to some of the stuff that I find really fascinating. And today's video is an interview with a guy named Dan Burish. I think I'm saying that right. Dan Burish? Bueller? Dan Burish was a biologist, supposedly, who worked at S4 and actually worked on taking biological samples from one of the EBEs, or one of the biologics that we have in a very specialized facility at that location. And what's really interesting about this interview is that Dan look, so much of what we are left to do is speculate in this space. I mean, in the absence of any real concrete, accurate, rock-solid information, we are left to kind of speculate on the second and third-hand stories that we get from people who claim to have been involved in this program. And Dan Burge is one of those guys. But I gotta tell you, the first time I watched this interview with him and observed his body language, I just can't shake the feeling that what he's saying is accurate and actually happens. It's a total gut instinct reaction. I don't have anything else to base this on, but I really want you to see this interview because it's spectacular.
What we did is introduce the new members, myself amongst them, into the Queensphere area, and we were eventually shown the subject for which we were examining the slides. The slides were unusual in that they were pressurized cells, and they were reviewed by us on a conveyor with a completely automatic microscope. We weren't touching anything. We give verbal commands. At the second instance, we were finally allowed to have a VRML keyboard for examining the slides, and I digress. Working with the JROD itself in the ambassadorial suite, Queensphere suite.
Sometimes you'll see an interview with someone who's seen a UFO or encountered a being or a non-human intelligence, and you can just tell. You can just tell that they're not making this up. You just know it in your bones. This is one of those interviews.
He showed me not only the equations for the rule of nines, but he also did so diagrammatically, and he did so with three-dimensional, like a VRML system, where I was watching cubes come together. So that if I was understanding, apparently if I was not understanding the script, I would understand it as a child learns groups. Group theory, mathematics, highly evolved, highly intellectual, highly repressed emotionally. When I was with him, I felt great. I was to be with him, but I could feel his great sadness, not only because of what he wanted to become, what he knew he was by being present with us, but where he was, how he was being treated. He was not part of the group that has to be catered to involving the K9 breed of the South. He wanted to help. He was willing. When I went in, for God's sakes, I took well over, nearly 300 individualized aspiration samples from his neurological system. He would hold his arm out for me.
Now, maybe I just missed something. Maybe I'm super gullible, and one of you out there has more perception points than I do. Please, let me know. But we're going to watch this video. I'm going to give you my thoughts, and I really want to know what you all think. So what's fascinating about the story isn't just his body language, the eye contact, but it's the details, the little details. He talks about the facility. He talks about the room he was in. He talks about where things are in the room, very specifically, how many feet the entryway is to walk up. How do they go into the facility where this being is stored? What kind of protective measures do they take to keep themselves from being contaminated or from contaminating the being? All these little individual tiny details that when you hear them woven together in this amazing story, one can't help but walk away with the impression that this is an actual place. There are actual people working there, and this guy was there and did the things that he's claiming to have done. It's a fascinating story. It's really about an hour and a half long, but with the commentary, it kind of stretches out to just over 2.5 hours. So feel free to digest this in bite-sized chunks. But I encourage you, if you can, to watch the whole thing all the way through because it is just astonishing. Thanks for watching. If you're not already a subscriber, please hit that button, subscribe, become a member of Team Night Shift. We're going to be trying all kinds of new things here over the next few weeks, and I'm so excited. We're about to creep up on that 5,000 subscriber number, and I would really love to cross that threshold in the next couple of days. So help me cross that number. Help me get to 5,000 subscribers. You'll be doing yourself and people of Earth a gigantic favor, and you'll be doing a huge favor for me. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and share this video. Now let's get to it.
I think just give people the freedom to do whatever they want to do. And maybe that lady never will. Maybe she's decided, like, I don't like how this is. I want to cover myself in public. I want to travel the world. I want to do the fucking want to do.
Yeah, I just prefer it to be more of a conversation rather than a.
So I don't like that.
The other,
I don't like anything.
makes me feel as though I'm justifying, and I'm prepared to do that as well.
Someone's telling you, you can't say no. I mean, I don't know.
And as long as we're in a closed session, so help me God.
I think that's the case that there's no I think
As I was saying to Bill on the way over here, I was ordered to present a copy of my order to meet him at St. Mark's Square. That order contains an initial a committee member, a coded initial committee member. From what I understand, there's currently a 17-16 split. This is mostly a rumor around the community to full public acclamation program having to do with the Majestic 12 and the overseeing committee, 5412, which is now basically called a committee of the majority as far as I'm told. Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. Why do you think at least in particular Jerusalem is just such a
The lights are from the sun, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. If you look closely, they're nice and red from looking through the scope last night, so they can't get much worse.
That's right. For the Bible, right? That's the significance of it as the concept so if there's a place where it's literally
well, several locations in the mid-90s. I had some cover positions here in Las Vegas, which made me look like a good old-fashioned general. In fact, I had some police experience in the late 80s. You're probably centering your question around work for the government. In 1986, I was approached while working as an undergraduate student in Dr. Bert Belbaro's office, in his parasitology laboratory, to be exact. I was looking through a scope at the time. Three gentlemen walked into the laboratory, closed the door behind them. There was 2 uniforms and a suit that were present. Both of the uniforms I would make as most probably being United States Navy. My memory of that one event's kind of hazy after seeing all of the suits and uniforms and whatnot. We asked me if I was interested in seeing the world in real life. I told them I, in fact, was. We went through several interview processes, not unlike this. And reviewed my background and went through several background investigations. Finally, starting up 1991 time frame, I was cleared for working passed room to the Papoose Mountain facility, a place that doesn't exist 90 miles north of here, the nowhere place. That's how I came to work there. My original assignment was at the Room Lake facility to review histopathology slides. And I went through nearly a year's testing, and then I was basically let loose for a year, and I heard no contact from them. After that, I was brought back in and shown some higher grade slides of unknown origins. Following that, I was introduced into a working group and subsequently brought into the Papoose facility, the Site 4 facility. We worked for well over a year on slides of unknown origin. After I took a minimum leadership position under several of the other biologists who are already present, most of which are now deceased. You know the names of those individuals. I was then introduced into the level 4 or 5 facility, the 5 quoted for 9 year, where we covered this in ancient history. And so what we did is introduce the new members, myself amongst them, into the clean sphere area, and we were eventually sharing the subject for which we were examining the slides.
This sounds really, really captivating because of the level of nuance and detail that he brings to this story. And it seems, I don't know if it's true, but it feels true because the way that he's describing what's going on, this gradual process of being slowly brought in to the program, bit by bit, as they decide that he's trustworthy and they can work with him. This is really interesting stuff.
Slides were unusual in that they were pressurized cells, and they were reviewed by us on a conveyor with a completely automatic microscope. We weren't touching anything; we give verbal commands. At the second instance, we were finally allowed to have a VRML keyboard for examining the slides, and I digress. Working with the J-Rabbi.
Did you say pressure sealed slides a minute ago? Pressure sealed, as in like the biological samples that contained in these slides would degrade or deteriorate based on the amount of pressure or ambient pressure in the environment. So like the pressure has to be constant in order for it to stay stable. I don't know what that actually means, but I mean, I think I know what it means, but I'm not sure exactly what he's getting at, but that's a really interesting piece.
So, the ambassadorial suite and clean sphere suite. Yes. Initially, I was assigned as a working member of Project Aquarius. Then finally, I was made an assistant working group leader. Then mysteriously, after one meeting with the J-Rod, I was asked to take the working group leader position. I didn't find out why I was asked to take the working group leader position until, well, within this last year. I never understood it because Stephen was older than I. He was my senior not only in ability, but in age. And I would have never figured being advanced above an individual like that in ranking within a working group. And in fact, I never considered myself above him. We worked together. The Q94 document that you have in your possession was co-authored. My name went on there as the primary investigator, so I was the working group leader. But in fact, he and I were both involved in the operating of that document. Initially, I was briefed at J-Rod as an alien. Specifically from the reticulum system to reticulum 4. I had no idea the truth. Yes, we're to reticulum 4 now, but I had no idea the truth of how they came to be.
Is that the same as the system that Betty Hill referred to in her abduction experience with Barney Hill? Isn't it? Does it say to reticuli? There's an interesting backstory to Betty and Barney Hill's, well, not backstory, but there's an interesting aspect to Betty and Barney Hill's story where Betty Hill describes the star system, the star map that she supposedly saw while she was on board the craft, which was later recreated. At the time she described it, no one was aware of what it was, and it just didn't appear on any of our star maps. And it wasn't discovered until later, when an astronomer, I'm not sure what her name is, but somebody put together a model in a room where they actually hung like little model planets and stars, and basically created a three-dimensional model back in whatever year this was. And what they were from that, they were able to sort of back into what the star system was, and they figured out that it was an actual star system. I wonder if that's what he's referring to here, or if it's different. No.
As I said to you before, I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. I found out subsequent to interactions with the J-Rod. And again, they have personal names. The term J-Rod simply means 15, which is a basic name for where they're located, a number of light years from our location. So they took those names and they identified through the Sigma protocols, the linguistic protocols, with a rod symbol, which was an inertia symbol, and the letter J. And in fact, that was a combination of Mayan and Egyptian numerology having to do with a rod and a J, meaning 10 and 5 for 15.
That's really, really weird. So the linguistic protocols, he's talking about linguistic protocols. That's an interesting detail. And they had some form of communication worked out to sort of figure out how to begin talking to this being.
The problem is, because like down that road, just decide, these are 876 Charlie, from what I've been told. Now, he did not specifically tell me that that was the location, but the number 15 was mentioned. They don't call it, I believe, 876. I crashed in 63, from what I understand. Outside of Kingman, Arizona. There was a problem involving his physiology and his biophysiological communication with the craft went wrong. And of course, he's ill, we know, with the MGS and associated problems.
Glad to hear that again. And again, the biological, like the way that these beings interact with the craft involves linking physically to the craft in some way, and then somehow being able to tie their consciousness to the craft. I've heard it described as the pilot becomes the craft. The craft becomes an extension of the pilot, and they become one organism. And I think there's something there. I've heard that enough times from enough different sources that it seems like there's some kind of a there. Almost another way that I've read that this works, and this is purely speculative based on something I read on the internet, but it sounded really compelling, was that the craft acts as sort of some kind of a quantum computer that binds with your consciousness, or the consciousness of the operator. And the operator's consciousness then can travel with the craft independently of the body. I don't know which one of these is more or less accurate, but it sounds like that's what it's describing. Something like the being, the pilot has a physical connection to the craft that allows them to join with it, which makes sense. I mean, for a craft that has to perform at these unbelievable speeds and do the things that they're supposedly capable of doing, the latency time between thinking something and it actually happening would be next to zero. So it would have to really reduce as much as possible. And the best way to do that would be to become one with the craft. I wonder also, like, what would that do to your experience of time? As the pilot is operating the craft, is time relative to the people outside of the craft appears to slow down for the pilot, so that everyone else appears to be moving in slow motion, and they can just sort of bounce around and do whatever it is they need to do. And what there's people on the outside of the craft are actually seeing is there are these impossible maneuvers that look like they're moving 10,000 miles an hour.
And the crash.
Was he transported from that crash to the airport facility?
That I don't know. I believe he and associates were transferred separately. He to the originally to the Green Lake
facility, and an associate to, I believe, Los Alamos. I have no independent verification of where the associate went, though. All I can say is that he was there. Like, boy,
Now, do you want to general procedure?
there was not a general procedure, there was a very specific procedure. After we would be brought in with our helper biologists, there was controlling helper biologists, those in the gallery, then the introduction specialist, this was myself on a number of occasions. We entered the clean sphere through a large series of protocols involving pressurization and compartmentalization, no pun intended. Until finally we were pressurized and fully encapsulated TEC, a TES, total encapsulated suit for entrance into the clean sphere. Once we were pressurized and entered into the clean sphere, well, I should digress. We had medical evaluation at first, but they ceased doing that after a couple of medical evaluations. It was more just interested. Let's get you to get the work done. I would enter into the clean sphere, and I was not supposed to communicate with the J-Rod at all.
That process, like what he's describing, sounds weirdly correct. To someone who is not myself a biologist and has no idea what this process would be like, other than what I've seen in movies, it seems to make a lot more sense than some of the other alien interview things that I've seen. I don't know how much how familiar you are with some of the other alien autopsy, alien interview things that are out there, but a lot of them look really slapshot and sort of thrown together and fake. And there's one that everybody is kind of on the fence about that many people believe is just a puppet. It's the Victor alien interview where the aliens supposedly is in a darkened room and you can see their head moving, and then there's a shot where two medical personnel, medics come in and attend to the being. And something about it looks very convincing and real, but I can also see the argument that it's very puppet-like, and it definitely would be possible to make something like that. But looking at his eyes and watching his body language as he describes the procedure, and the procedure makes it definitely sounds like a legitimate procedure. You would go through a medical examination, get checked out, you would go through a series of steps, you would put on a pressurized suit, you would go into what he's referring to as a clean sphere. This would be, think about it, if you were going to be working one-on-one on or with or alongside an alien or an EBE or an extraterrestrial, or whatever you would call it, to protect them from us and to protect us from them, there would be enormous attention paid to the biological risks of infection or contamination, especially, I think as we're going to find out later, this being injured or suffered some kind of genetic disorder. So this makes a lot of sense to me. It sounds very legit. What do you think?
I was not supposed to know his name. The reality is we were communicating from the time that I entered into the messenger suite external to the clean sphere. Talking back and forth freely. I could hear whatever he was projecting at me from thought, and he could very clearly hear what I was thinking. Or I say hear, meaning perceive. I was supposed to stand over by a hologram projection system, which was run as like a teleprompter system, over to my right. It would be run inside of the clean sphere glass. Hold his hand up and mimic certain signs. And it became a joke. It really did. It became a joke. Those folks who were watching from the gallery running the show thought that I was standing there and mimicking the signs, and this was the only communication on the way.
He's describing this gallery like I don't know how many of you watched Stargate, but like in the Stargate movie or TV series, there's the room where Stargate is located, and then in the back of the room up high, there's like this viewing gallery where politicians and military people stand and they watch these teams go in and out in the Stargate missions. So it sounds like what he's describing. Like there's a clean sphere, a pressurized environment where this alien or extraterrestrial is, and then the biologists who go in to work with them have to suit up, go through this whole medical procedure, suit up, go in, plug in on the inside of the sphere, and then outside of that, there's a viewing gallery where people can come. Yes, MJ12 people can come watch. It's really fascinating description. The level of detail.
They perceived on the day that the approach, the close approach that the rabbi incident, they perceived that there was communication. So I began getting questioned quite extensively whether or not he in fact was communicating with me, because he promised not to, apparently, with the signal. I alluded to the fact that there was conversation.
The signal unit, is that like the communications unit? Would that be like a specialized team that's involved with communication with the being?
Along the way, but I didn't talk about what it was until, of course, I was caught in my research protocol forwarding ideas that were somewhat different than what they expected, where they expected my private research was going to go. Much later, at that time, the deal was brokered to find out about the doctrine for the conversion timeline paradox.
Wait, what? Did you just hear that? Convergent timeline paradox? Go on. I'm listening.
A little bit about what he showed me, a little bit, and they told me a little bit about the DCTP.
The DCTP. You had me at Divergent Timeline Paradox.
Right. It's pretending it's trickling into something. Yeah.
So there we are. Now we're hearing this now. Time travel. Remember how you hear this a lot lately. This has been coming up again and again in the conversation. Maybe they're us from the future. Maybe they're time travelers. This video was recorded in the early 90s, like what, 94, 95?
There's a new one of that they did.
That's an interesting.
Was it? Yeah, well, they used to lie to see which makes it for whatever.
Yes. No, not as far as I'm aware. Not as far as he told me now.
When they use the visual effects, like I've had Rick Baker on a podcast.
Yes.
Great question. No one ever asks this question. That's such a great question. Describe J-Rod. How did he look? How did he behave?
It's pushing towards you.
Which I was associated. Well, he's approximately 3.5 feet tall. He had a dark brown appearance, very ruddy appearance to his skin. He was in a highly pressurized hemisphere. He exuded glycoprotein-like material through pore veins, which was associated with the neurologist neuropathy that we were contributing. I don't know.
Great question.
See how the odors whatsoever. I was inside of it.
About right?
Look at his eyes.
Okay.
I would imagine. By a data set that started with like, in fact, there was one thing I read that indicated whether there was why. I wonder. You've asked that before. That's why I'm wondering. Okay.
This as well.
All right.
Virtual reality and
3.5 feet large head in comparison to torso. So the ratio of cranial to the torso area would be larger than what we would call modern large, bulbous black eyes. The whites of the eyes had selected out. So it looked like Mars people. When you look into his eyes, you feel like you're going to fall into his eyes forever. And I think that probably has something to do with telepathic nature.
That's been described by a number of people in John Mack's book, Abduction, Bud Hopkins' work. A lot of abduction and encounters reports talk about how weird it is to look these things in the eye, and then when you look them in the eye, it's like you become transfixed and almost hypnotized just by looking in their eyes. And there are actually reports from abductees who say that they're terrified to look them in the eye. That when they look in their eyes, that they feel like that the beings can see everything there is to know about them, and that they're just completely helpless. It's a very intriguing detail that comes up again and again. Always tied back to the telepathy aspect. I find that fascinating.
But I think the idea of recording your thoughts,
large arms,
figuring out what causes different reactions
4 very thin, sinuous fingers. Nails, not as long as presented in some of the images that you showed me in the past. One's done by was it sometime? Well, yeah, that's it. The puppet master.
I think that definitely
smiling.
Master, are they talking about the Victor interview?
He was hunched over most of the time, could not support himself fully, given muscular atrophy. And that had to do with the peripheral neuropathy, which he was suffering. So he would grunt and move toward me almost in a flopping fashion. Feet were large in comparison to what we would say our feet would be. He was unclothed for. He was unclothed, which bothered him. He wanted to wear clothing, and others refused in return. Called himself captive and justified himself.
So you can imagine if you can do that better.
His feet were unusual.
Look at his body language. Like the way this gentleman holds his head and carries the weight of what he's saying. It seems very real. There's a very he seems very emotionally connected to what he's saying. Seems like a very
well, that is
people get rid of their eyes.
Had a very large knob underneath our heels. His facial features were grotesque in comparison to what he showed me what normal would be. He was yes. He was bilaterally symmetrical to the extent that the disease process was not changing his facial features. Nose was recessed. Nose like we have with basically two an extremely small mouth, a hard palate, no teeth. His musculature again, it was suffering from the problem of the myoneural junction due to the neuropathy. 622. And that I don't know. That number 622 is now used as an important number within the community. A reference, a request from 622 or a report from 622 to be from anybody. So it's used. In fact, the SRP report that I have with me today, the supplemental report for 0302, that I have probably is labeled from reviewer 622. I haven't been again. It's going to be a cold reading when we look at it, but probably from 622. They excrete in the manner we would excrete. Their external genitalia are different than ours. The females have somewhat like vulva, but they have a clasper situation. The male has a male clasper, the female claspers. If it looks like a disc.
Sounds complicated.
With rectangular solids that are rotated into position. We're clasping at the inguinal region. And they do have internal fertilization. Now, this is something he showed me of his wife.
Whoa.
Yes. I was inside the image. That's what it felt like. Yes, everything that he showed me when this was the incident. When he projected it into me, it felt like I was there.
There it is again, the telepathy. That description of thought projection or telepathy as being like you're absorbed in the thing, like the thought or the projection becomes almost like a hologram you're inside of. I've heard that many times. I've heard it described that. I wonder how much detail is conveyed that way, and I wonder if it's like 100% real or if it feels more dreamy.
My sensations were heightened. A gray surrounding, very dull red surrounding, almost like a concrete evacuation center. So we have evacuation zones underneath the hotels in case of mass casualties or mass disaster.
Like a parking garage.
It's a very clinical environment. He's extremely depressed. If we were to term him human, I would. I'm not a psychologist, but I think he would be termed as clinically depressed.
Wow. Wow, weird point. It's been said, it's been rumored that there is at least some of these beings are fleeing some kind of biological catastrophe or something has happened to them and they're not as all powerful and invincible as they would like us to believe, and maybe they're coming back to build their genetic line in some way, or to have, they need something from us they have to get to like help get them out of the jam that they're in. That sounds like what he's describing here.
He wept, but he didn't weep outside. He wept when he was in here.
Yes, because of projects within us, so
Smarter than me. Smarter than me by a long range. The mathematics that he showed me blew my mind. He showed me concurrently not only the equations for the rule of nines, but he also did so diagrammatically, and he did so with three-dimensional, like a VRML system, where I was watching cubes come together. So that if I was not understanding, apparently if I was not understanding script, I would understand it as a child learns groups, group theory, mathematics.
Wow.
Highly evolved, highly intellectual. Emotionless. When I was with him, I felt great happiness to be with him. So I could feel his great sadness, not only because of what he wanted to become, what he knew he was by being present with us, but where he was, how he was being treated. he was not part of the group that has to be catered to involving the T9 treaty. He wanted to help. He was willing. When I went in,
Okay, was T9 treaty the other group, a group that has to be catered to? Who's that group? That's what I want. What's the T9 treaty? It has a name?
The first translation was.
That's.
And after that,
He wanted to help, but he wasn't part of the group that has to be catered to. So there's a group out there that we've signed something called the T9 treaty with. We've heard about this lately. This is coming up again and again. We have maybe had some agreements with different beings, and this sounds like what we're talking about. Whoa.
Since I took well over, nearly 300 individualized aspiration samples from the neurological system. The goal was on that point. There was no pain medication. So whenever I would fire the introduction system to remove the sample, particularly the vascular revulsion system, he would cry. And then we just stand there and look at it. Yes. Yeah, in fact, like a little. I would bring the sample after the initial removal from his tissues into the introduction system, and then approve it and move it from there to one of the helper biologists. Usually it was rabbi, outside of the clean spirit, and he would move it from there to be handled under our normal protocols, level 5. Pathway, BMDL system.
Did you notice how he teared up a little bit when he just described what he was talking about, taking the samples from the being, the J-Rod, and how he could feel the pain of that telepathically? And then if you go back and watch it, his eyes gloss over. It looks like he's tearing up. I'm telling you, there's something about this guy's conversational style. There's something about his body language. There's something about his presence and his vibe. This just sounds real. It sounds like this man went through and actually experienced what he's talking about, and he's describing it in such great detail. I don't know how you bullshit your way through a story. I mean, the level of detail that he's including is like, he knows the names of the people he was in the room with, he knows where the holographic projector was, where the viewing gallery was, where the clean sphere was, like what the procedure was, and how many steps there are to get from standing outside to in the suit to in the room. He's describing all of these tiny little details that are so specific. If you were making this story up off the top of your head, or if you were just a bullshitter and you were just trying to like wow some people with a crazy story, I don't see how the average bullshitter would it just doesn't seem likely to me that someone would sit down and think out all of these mundane, boring little details and then include them as part of the overall tapestry of things going on in this space. But he's describing, like, creating a sense of ambiance and a sense of place and time and people involved, and he's describing their emotional states. So he seems to be emotionally reacting to what he's saying. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments.
You just stand and take it.
It's really uncomfortable.
Definitely 60 feet. About 60 feet from the center of the clean sphere to the introduction ramp, going down into the ambassadorial space.
Ambassadorial. Sounds like telepathy works in line of sight, at least in this case.
Yes. Yes. The folks that the folks that wanted to find out what he was saying, they knew darn well that he was communicating with me after a while, because I was smiling, I couldn't help it. We were actually joking, and they didn't know. He didn't have any clue. They didn't have
At least they have a sense of humor.
So it happens. It certainly wouldn't have impressed me like they did after I woke up from the big attention scenario. I woke up outside of the Queen Sphere. I was drug out of it by Stephen. He finally got a secondary suit on and drugged me out of the Queen Sphere. No, they had no clue. They had no clue what he was saying. I'm sure of it. They were extra rough in removing my plug and my catheter and all of that after I got out of the TDS.
Catheter. This sounds really complicated. Like, you put on this suit, you're in there for how many hours? So they catheterize you? That means that these guys are working in this Queen Sphere for hours and hours and hours. They're not allowed to leave, or leaving and coming and going involves suiting up like an astronaut. So that tracks. That makes sense, right? Catheter? Weird detail. Can you imagine being catheterized every time you go to work? It's like you get to work with and talk to an alien, but you have to look at it.
He's like all the idea that UFOs and stuff. That's the first question.
I'm smiling because I'm envisioning the lack of the lights.
He's very I like this about chariots of God. It's fun. It's like it's from like 1976. I remember 1 year's chariots of God is pretty old.
It's multicultural. It's multicultural. There's several reasons. The largest reason is not the most important reason. The largest reason from a personal perspective is to step out from under the Black Ops and retire. I'm ready. I told you before, I've seen myself walking along the home.
In Russia, Black Ops community retired youth.
I didn't know anybody except for maybe a burger here or there and taking a sample. Taking the time and looking at it for fun, for enjoyment.
Is Andrew still alive? Does anybody know? Somebody check that out.
Well, my health is degrading. There's no doubt about that. The heart disease I have is in fact degrading my health. Time is coming. I don't know how long that is. Of course, that's within God's providence. Yes. This is terrible. There are other reasons too. Without yelling the poor me scenario. Yes, people have a right to know. I mean, that's, other folks have screamed that. Some of them, I think, real. Some of them only a $3 bill. Yes, they have a right to know. For that. They have a right to know because this is their future. Or maybe not.
That's what Colonel Corso said. Colonel Corso said, Bill Corso, author of The Day After Roswell, said in a number of interviews that people have a right to know because this is their future. And he had a really great point about that. He said that in World War II, we sent kids, 17, 18, 19-year-old kids, into machine gun fire on D-Day, and they were able to handle that. Surely, we can handle whatever it is you need to know, and it's their future. This is the world that our children are going to grow up in, so they deserve to know. It's a fine point.
It depends upon our wisdom or lack thereof.
But if you said if you had to bet everything,
this gets me thinking.
The government has
the one thing that we heard from the Brookings Institution study, famous Clampton study, was this would cause a great social upheaval.
conscious experiences.
It would destroy our social bonds, our religious bonds. In fact, when I don't digress a bit, I ramble. Every time an individual is approached with the issue of would this destroy the faith, I have heard, my experience, although I'm sure there could be varied opinions, no, it would strengthen it. It would strengthen it.
That might all of it.
From a certain perspective, yes. From another perspective, no. The Brookings Institution is correct on a certain level.
That as the mind expands its ability to understand,
suspend disbelief for a moment and walk with the idea that this is real.
We didn't used to be able to see. So it was an emerging
that the ruins that are present on the moon, on Mars, the ancient temples, are in fact the gifts of our own progeny. Can you imagine what is going to happen when those temples, which were prayed to the gods, are found out to be nothing more than the creations of men, that the men themselves were those who were being worshipped
in so many different cultures,
will fall headlong into the pool of Narcissus.
Ubiquitously in every corner of the world. And
maybe that's a good part
of being a human being.
Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe we'll find truth, love, God, or something other than buildings, stones, marble. Maybe we'll find out who he really is.
Taking ayahuasca.
I know I keep going on about Ingo Swann, but that's just because I finished his book Penetration recently, and in that book he talks about very specifically structures on the moon. We've heard this from a number of different people, but there's something on the moon that we are being kept from discovering or seeing, and there are structures there, and there's stuff on Mars that we're not aware, or that NASA is aware of, but the general public is not aware of. It certainly tracks with that. It sounds like he's suggesting that some of the things that were made that are there now were made by future humans in time travel, and that somehow that affected our religious
but the people that were
history on this planet.
When they wanted to name it, they wanted to name it that. Or experiencing telepathic, like they were having these weird experiences where they were sharing moments. Yeah.
Well, I think you can share emotions just like you can share thoughts. Or you share feelings.
The thing about that is, if it's local communication, right? If you're both the same way, you know what I mean? Yeah. Or if you guys know when hear each other, hear each other's right now, what's the experience of that person's experience? No interaction. Right now,
And after about a year, your attitude, I'm showing enjoyment.
Yeah, like rats. You amazing.
So said, no, you gotta do this.
You see those, right? Yeah, yeah.
It was in neutral. They were. The other thing I think you made a very good statement about why you one of the things we can do
Yes, you could say
Can you
it.
explain that?
It's value
He said you must have a strong relationship to your
as
life.
far as what you, how you what it is about specific health and mental health. I just want to put you
So, well, I mean, do you think things would work out if they wanted to use the language? Would you just give them the time
I know I would like to tell her, I would like to tell her, I would like to tell her.
do something good? I think we have to be appropriate now. There are military applications if we can develop need to be handled in very careful manner. That's never existed. 14 real communication devices. That's never existed. So that's a different factor.
very close to what David Grush, Emilio Elizondo, and Carl Nell have all said. It's a very similar language that they use, and it's they do definitely treat the conversation with a degree of seriousness that I think is appropriate for what we're talking about. It's interesting how frequently they talk about how out of the loop Congress is on all this, and how there's no oversight on this program. So that's an interesting
small possibility perception. You can see envy, greed, anger, all things, thoughts. If this becomes a possibility, I think it's within the realm of scientific, within the realm of technological. When that does happen, we have a very different thing. I think it's one of the greatest things that ever happened, which is it will force us to communicate at a higher level. There would be no benefit. It would be the opposite. It would be detrimental. It would be ostracized from our communication. All the time. Yeah, all the time. No one wants to be possible a lot, which I think is fascinating. I think that would work. Why not? Well, there are some lies that control things. Like when they are the parameters, what are the confines of our society?
See, we spoke about another individual who has a heart condition.
In terms of environments,
I figured that it was neat to know.
What
It needs to be the basis of that.
It wouldn't be better if everybody just
I didn't figure that there was direct.
if everybody
See, and the rumors coming at me about the potential for public acclamation, that would be for him, those organizations to take back as the hero. Is the hero in the situation. He was playing the hero. And he's showing me a piece of paper that says, ordered to remain. I have some extensive this way. Ordered to remain in capacity, which means that there is a greater loop of having the chance to speak with the individual one time. And I heard that there was a transcript involving that got out. In fact, I'm showing that. The first meeting, the one where I bolted, the one where you scared the hell out of me, not as much as you did today, but a little more relaxed circumstances.
Is that ultimately the big bottleneck with information is giving you money? Because money right now is just ones and zeros, right? Money is just information. It's just we have X amount of dollars a year because we agree. It's not a good swap. It's not it's just a weird thing.
We were looking at extremely minute microgliosomes. We knew that they were eukaryotic. However, they were unusual in the sense that their cytoplasm and their internal organization The organelle structures were fused, such as nucleosomes, mitochondria, things like that. And we had no idea what we were looking at. The original contention made by individuals next to this was that we were looking at some type of biological warfare material, intermediate. They had more experience
sharing our thoughts.
They have more experience than me involving such matters. So, being that I was new, I was letting them take the lead.
Okay, science people, biology people, people with advanced degrees that understand what he's talking about, please fact check what he's saying. Like, does this make sense to anyone? I don't know what I'm looking at, and I honestly don't know. So it's hard for me to know whether this is made up or nonsense. Please let me know in the comments what you think about what he has to say. Sounds like very specific jargon.
Whatever you think of human nature is now, it's like you can tell me something I don't know. I can kind of guess, but I don't know. So that makes progress slow. Well,
we would undergo a medical examination, at least during the early time frame of the introduction, the 92 time frame. We had regular, systematic medical visits. Following that, we would be suited, we would be catheterized, plugged, and suited. Communication apparatus was placed on our heads. The cooling system set up. It was for all intents and purposes space something like what you would find in an NASA facility. Not so much something that you would see, for instance, at USAM or CDC. That type of level 4 suit. It was more of a regular space type suit with joints. We were suited up, we were pressurized, and then walked with our cooling system and our hosing down a ramp into the ambassadorial suite. Following that, we were led up a gantry, which had been moved into position by the clean sphere, which had been previously rotated up to an aisle to the floor. He was held actually below the ambassadorial suite level, and that was raised up as needed.
Wait, what? A clean sphere, pressurized clean sphere that comes up through the floor, through an iris, like the Stargate iris that opens, and then this sphere comes up into the room, and then there's an observation deck and a gantryway. And you walk, it sounds like Stargate. Sounds like we walked the gantryway with the suit on here. Wow.
They did with him down there. The next version of what he didn't say. And he didn't tell me. There's no need to know issue. Apparently, they dealt with the cleaning of the sphere and all of that. The regular housed animal maintenance. We would be led up the gantryway. The hoses would be hooked into an exterior. Interior system inside the doorway, which was exterior to the clean sphere. It was called exterior system. We would be let in, the door would be closed, and we would be pressurized inside of the gantryway. Following that, there was a drum system that was set up. Once there was an equal pressurization between the gantryway and the clean sphere, we would then be told to proceed forward. I would raise a hand in acknowledgement. We were not supposed to talk at the time at all because nothing going around the why I was never told, but we were not supposed to talk about the I moved the drum system and re-hooked a secondary set of hosing inside the clean sphere, check the pressurization, and once that was done, the door to the clean sphere would be closed behind me, and I would presume that the pressurization remained the same in the gantryway. Following that, I would do my business inside of the clean sphere, involving contacting the J-rod and removing the samples.
It's a lot of detail. For a made-up story, that's a lot of detail.
We were removing samples to attempt a treatment, a full diagnosis and a treatment for a paraprotein-related monoclonal gammopathy of uncertain significance type disorder, which had various attributes to it, among which were a cocaine type presence to the J-rod, cocaine syndrome type presence, and certain genetic issues involving chromosome 5 and 17, which led us to Charcot-Marie tooth disorder, and their glycoprotein, autoclusive glycoprotein problems. They were essentially they were losing heat because of the problems that their axonal bridges. They were not transmitting the energy, something like a dystrophy.
Can anybody translate this?
Their actual extensions were dying at the center. They were also losing energy because there was a demyelination process underway. That demyelination process was since the Q94 document was tied to a CMT1A like problem with Charcot-Marie tooth problem called PMP22, which is a protein number 22, which an overexpression of that gene causes a greater demyelination. We tied that to the demyelination issue involving the promoters for the PMP22. Those promoters, there's two promoters for it, were selectively deselected with the use of TFOs or triplet-forming oligonucleotides. It's essentially an ssDNA vector expression system for a reason. Oops. You're staring at me going, I'm sorry.
Spark just pulled out of my
changes. All we've been doing is not an issue. I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. Yeah, except for he wasn't playing class. He wasn't playing class. He was simply demyelinating, repairing the demyelination area with the immune system. They've got a cell-mediated immune system, genetic system, just like we do. The cells are different. They've got Philippodia, but very strange blood-like material. But it's like it. But that's why we use the term analog so much, because it was different. It was different.
Generalities, like building in which you do.
It's not like this idea of not having
Sure. You want an experience of Site 4, watch the Andropolis. Except where there's a little more color inside the Site 4. They've got a nice orange stripe on the wall, and they've got a red and blue stripe on the floor, which gives you general directions depending upon the floor you're on, and you can't move without getting stopped anyway. We're talking separate to the groom facility here. I'm aware of several floors at the groom facility, and then finally the majority of the hot stuff was taken over the Site 4. We're talking 4 basic levels. The first level, and they're coded 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and finally where he was stored was 4.5. And that 4.5 designation was painted on the wall for him because 4 and 5 is in there. That's why, in fact, they built 9 hangars. On the Galileo and Sidekick levels, the 4.1 levels. The 4.2 level contained looking glass, Alice's glass. In fact, outside of the door for the major facility, there's a white rabbit with a claw. A very large, it's a statue, probably about this tall, and it's held above the doorway, wired above the doorway. The looking glass, I find out, is one of the ERBs. 9-time Roosevelt promoter. It uses some form of, this is found out last 2 weeks. That's what we're supposed to do, I guess. It's composed of a spherical spinning arc rectangular solid matrix of nickel, cadmium, and barium. There is a spinning disc underneath it, which is super cool. Into this is injected into the center of these spinning. Well, I'm not a physicist. Spinning discs is injected an argon gas. Into that is injected some type of repulsion matter. It's a gravity repulsion matter. They are.
This kind of sounds like the superconducting disk that Ning Li was working on with his gravity research of Ning Li that we talked about in a recent video. And there's a picture of her holding this device to other researchers, and it looks like a record. It's actually the box, like a record player. It sounds very similar. It was like a superconducting disc that was highly charged and spinning inside of some other device.
Obtaining the gravity repulsion matter from the heavy materials that have been obtained from the J-rods. The 115 variety material.
Element 115, that was a Bob Lazar reference. What is that?
And apparently when they bombard it with enough electromagnetism, the stuff repels gravity, and it turns into some sort of exotic matter. They spin it fast enough, it opens, or they can see through it.
I recently heard, again, this is all rumor, but I recently heard that one of the reasons there's a shoot-down program to take down and recover these craft is because some of the materials that are used in building our reproduction vehicles cannot be made or manufactured here on Earth, so they have to be recovered from craft. So they shoot down some craft, and they're able to go in and then get some of the stuff like Element 115, apparently, and use them.
And that is, from what I understand, the great prize for what's going on in the world right now. Those devices. Why do you think the British are running around Iraq right now looking for technological records that are just happen to be disappeared out of the Baghdad Museum with the rest of the cylinder seals? We're going to see some cylinder seals today too. I'll show you some reports.
She was pretty good. So, you know, I
You know the answer to that. At least you probably heard some rumor. There have been mistakes. There were mistakes. Animals were attempted to transport from one location to another. The production of two of the devices, they put them in resonance or something like that. I'm not a physicist. I don't know. But I was, in fact, present during a human attempt. The human did not survive. The human was not put in there under duress of any sort. It was a voluntary situation, and the human did not survive.
Holy shit. You know what that reminds me of? In Star Trek the Motion Picture, there's a scene where they're getting the Enterprise ready to leave dry dock or space dock, and they're going to go off on this mission, and they are testing out the transporters on this new refitted Enterprise, and they're beaming some people on board, and the people get like completely scrambled inside the transporter, and when they come through the other side, they don't survive. It just totally reminded me of that. It sounds like what he's describing, this ERB, sounds like a Stargate. I know I keep beating this drum, like the Stargate drum, but there's so many parallels here to the Stargate TV show. It sounds like when they tried to send a person through it, this person didn't survive, and they volunteered. Can you imagine being the volunteer to go through an experimental portal? And it's like, you got a couple of eggheads, and they're like, all right, we've got these two things in resonance. We're not really sure what's going to happen. We threw a couple of pencils through, and it seemed like they were okay coming out the other side. Why don't you go ahead, Larry, take a step inside this thing, and let's see what happens.
Did you ever do any hard
The human did not move. The human stayed where the human was put. The human changed and there was an attempt at well, in essence, yes, it was a linear. It was a attempt to transport an individual over linear distance, which I understand is safe.
Whoa.
If we're talking purely from the Einstein,
It sounds like this got messy.
well, distance is from what I understand, they've only used it for information purposes. Aside from how they get the information out of it, no clue. I don't know what specific information they've obtained. I only know of one piece of information, and that is the rush. Why the rush is underway to get Lotus done by the 2005 deadline. That in fact this group of J-Rods that are not complying with the wishes of the committee and the wishes of the rest of the J-Rods and the associated brothers, to put a clamp on them so that they stop the influence within the political structures of our government.
What? Okay. Whoa, freeze.
Some of that is a response to a lack of physical movement. I think the
Did you just hear what he said? That there's multiple groups of J-Rods, and some of them are influencing our government and financial systems, and there is a device they could use to see the future that they're using to figure out that something is supposed to happen before a particular deadline, and they have to deal with this situation.
To
what?
Constantly engage in exercise, rigorous exercise.
That it is in fact their slowing down of the progress to stop getting these little gates that were put together. That would be our downfall in 2012.
2012. Stargate, there it is.
Well, I don't think I'm having a salad.
Chevron.
What Finland do for me? I would be very happy and very relieved to feel as though I was responding to the elected government of the United States of America with what talents God's given me. I'm responsible to the people of the United States of America. The nature of the information to which I'm privy is sensitive enough that the full disclosure of that information would have to be done in an appropriate location and under appropriate circumstances.
That's almost exactly what David Grush said. That's almost exactly what David Grush said. It's weird to see these guys, like, sometimes, look, there are people that are complete bullshitters and their stories don't make any sense. And it just sounds like, I'm talking about the guys who are like, I served in the secret space program, I was a space marine, whatever. You see some of that stuff on various YouTube channels. But this rings very true, and it rhymes very well with what David Grush said very recently, and Gary Nolan and some others.
Certain military application information would have to be done in a closed session.
Skip
national security.
What's the fastest
As I said to you at Alexa, the Congress knows it's happening.
with America.
And they want that control back.
San Francisco,
They're
New
on
York City in like a few hours.
They know that there are things that are going on down the hall from them that they can't fathom.
The only reason, other than the operations, well,
They deserve
also
to have that back in their hands
like,
because that's what they were elected to do. If we care at all about what's left of our Constitution,
who's watching the tracks? Who's making sure something
they deserve to have that in their hands.
Right. That's even you could say now, but that's
Aren't we the masters of our destiny in our country? Aren't we supposed to be?
When you think about how many trains are flying back
That's
and forth.
supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, I lived in California for years, and it was like a train captain more or less. And I think they
He's dead serious. That's for sure. And this guy is like 110% balls to the wall serious.
And there were very
We've heard that
That's
theme
crazy.
recently too. Congress isn't in charge. They don't have the control that they think they do. But we might like them to have.
yeah.
Which is, you know, they're bought and paid for anyway. But this is really
the business folks downtown here.
I hate these light straws. I expect no, that's fine. I expected the largest light I would have would be a CRT. I was comfortable with that too.
You're fucked up. Right. Well, I just wouldn't want to be in a place that's that close. Especially if you're in the next it's kind of wild. Your mom's when the trees come
I thought it was an insect.
Well, there's some apartments where they're parking over there and the trains are right in front of them. That's where
Well, I think I went to Dover Grammar School for boys. On the hill over Dover. Yeah, indeed. Indeed, we were right above Dover College and we had all the girls down at Dover College. We had Grand Master, Headmaster Philip. Didn't want to call him anything else. He had a cane. Good man.
And I really
My original feeling was I was looking at a giant insect.
Imagine if you're above
Best I can just off the cuff. It looked like a giant insect. Being dark brown and hunched in a corner, very insectoid appearance. It almost looked like it had an exoskeleton.
yeah, it's
I felt afraid inside because I was always told that monsters weren't real.
Yeah, or just some crazy person. They just think that's a good idea.
And now I find out they are, but they live in the heart of the
People live different ways like this. Different markets right now.
that's chilling, right?
The stuff when it comes through. Wax. So they quickly grab
It's strange to me how many people
walking on
claim to meet a non-human intelligence or an alien being or an extraterrestrial, whichever term you're most comfortable with. But they describe meeting it or meeting them, and it's sort of like the way they would describe meeting anyone. And occasionally you'll see someone like Dan Burritt here, when he describes it, actually talking about the emotional state and the sense of panic and the physical reaction, seeing it, that makes it sound to me much more credible. It just feels like a much more human answer. Very honest.
It was fear, excitement, complete astonishment. Honestly, I thought we were dealing with some sort of monkey. Something like a world ape or a life.
Or an insect or a monkey.
Indeed it was. What my feeling was. Just, I'm not going to lay out and talk about how intellectual I was at the time about it. It scared the hell out of me.
That sounds honest.
Well, there's plenty of examples that would support that. If you want to be less charitable.
I'm trying to remember what I was feeling when I was looking at the briefing books. Because even when we were first introduced to the J-Rod, they were going around as to its origin, his origin.
We're talking about one of the big reasons was
poppycock.
It's hard to get health.
I didn't believe it initially.
The healthcare was
I didn't believe it.
yeah, like I
However,
came down with 2014.
deep inside, I held open the possibility because of what happened to me earlier in my life. I held open the possibility of such things to be true.
30,000 people in the country die every year.
But it wouldn't happen to me. That old you can't happen to you feeling. So to me it was poppycock.
I don't know, guys. My bullshit meter is not going off the ball in the sky. Like body language, facial cues, eye line,
I remember I was worried.
the tone of his voice, the way that he hesitates. I mean, this feels legitimately like something this man truly believes he experienced.
Until I found out otherwise.
Generally, don't bounce back and say that was the word.
Oh, sure. They were called King Tuts. And they were basically king. They were all like K's. The ones that I was allowed. They were blue binders. They were all like blue K's. They had BPSC on there in front of them. And I still don't know what BPSC. This is 1987.
Yeah,
End of 87. And I still don't know what the right is. I'm not having done independent searches on the web, right? So if you can tell me what does VPIC mean?
Anybody know? What does DTIC mean?
They had a white DTIC printed on front of them. They were marked for several sections, including physiology, general biology, social structure, political structure of the J-Rods, their origins, potential implications for interactions with humankind, cross-contamination issues. They were full of much information that I could take in during the time that they were allowing me to read them.
Okay, that's interesting. Bob Lazar says something similar, that he was given a number of briefing booklets and materials to read. And he talks about some of the things that he read in those materials, one of which was that human beings were seen as containers for something. He talks about this. You've probably heard this before. It's been this like weird piece of UFO lore for a very long time. Linda Moulton Howe talks about it a lot. But I also have heard, and I think this feels true as well, that occasionally what they'll do is they'll bring somebody into the program, and then at a lower level when they're first bringing them in, they'll give them a bunch of false information, maybe mixed in with some legitimate information, but they'll give them a bunch of materials to read, and some of it will be real, some of it will be fake. And if they don't make it through the final selection process, then they have to be sent back. Tossed back, I guess. If they go back into circulation, they're just speaking gobbledygook as far as anyone else is concerned, which is very possibly what's going on. That makes perfect sense. That seems like a totally, not an intelligence or counterintelligence expert. Maybe somebody out there can check me on this, but that seems legitimate, right? It just seems like a logical thing to do. So it's possible that that's what happened here again, or it could be that maybe he made it past that level and he got as far as he got, he's saying this was in 1987. So Predator didn't come out until 1988. 1987. Summer movies. ChatGPT is frozen. I'm trying to pull this up. BTIC ChatGPT. But for some odd reason, it's just like this. All right, we'll come back to this. In the meantime, if anybody else can find out.
Yeah, there were called King Tuts. There were update books. One person. This is another reason why I didn't figure that how Stephen how I could be promoted to a working group leader above Stephen. Of course, I found out. I told you why. At the time, because he kept the updates. He made sure that all of the King Tuts were updated. He did the briefing films that are still resident at Site 4, or at least the last visit.
Briefing film at S4. Can you imagine what a briefing film at S4 would look like? It's probably like that scene from Starship Troopers with Doogie Howser, where he's like, aim for the brain stem. Put him down for good. God, that would be funny. Just to get your hands on some of those training films.
So, you know, the man of that importance, I couldn't figure out why.
So they said, we have
Again, that's
they didn't tell me I had to take it. I said, sure. They said, can I get it right for the price? I said, sure. And they didn't know.
Sure.
This guy seems like he's emotionally wasted. Like this guy seems like he's completely emotionally destroyed, or resigned to some kind of like final outcome that is beyond anyone's control. Does anybody else get that vibe? It's a very specific vibe, but he's vibing that vibe pretty hard right now, and it's a little unnerving. I would say this would fall under S for songs. I'm going to file this under S for songs.
Close-knit, very well-ordered society. One which is numerologically based. One which speaks to others that were called brothers. As I now find out are those who left on a spiritual path to another location, to the famed Duat of Orion, the Epsilon Orionis area. Physiology, including real autopsy photographs. That's the San Tilly child. It's a real autopsy photograph. You can't see these
But it gets me in the most preposterous way possible because I was healthy. I got better. Like in 3 days, I was better.
The Brookings Institution paper was present.
He's talking about the Ray Santilli alien autopsy video that came out in the 90s. It was widely circulated, and it was rumored within the UFO research community that was a deliberate fake that had been put together to sort of throw some misinformation in this direction out of the information pool, because there have been some other leaks that have been, at least that's my recommendation.
As well as several position papers clarifying
what is happening?
This is the strangest thing I've ever seen. However, each of these that I was allowed into, they had separate folders, they had separate clips inside the 3 reminders. And I was told which numbers I was allowed to open up. And they were given to me on a card, and those are the ones that I was allowed to review during the times that I was allowed to review them. Most of the stuff here, they had everything from military applications, physics and craft, and I couldn't care less. I was more interested in taking in the biology sheets.
Real quick, DTIC. All right, ChatGPT is down for some reason. I can't get it up, but I did find. I was able to get it up. DuckDuckGo. DTIC, Defense Technical Information Center.
But it's such a.
Oh, I just clicked it on the list. I'm on the list now. DTIC org chart, March 2024. This is interesting.
You could have gotten that done in 1978. The problem is, there's too much information available. And when you're
Hold on.
locking up yourself for taking a drug that a human being
Stand by.
Nobel Prize for in 2015 for its use in humans. But that seems insane. Also, you're not people taking off
Check this out.
medication under the advice of a trained
DTIC.
What? Like, what's going on? Talking heads on CNN?
Defense Technical Information Center. DTIC's mission is to preserve, curate, and share knowledge from DoD's annual multi-billion-dollar investment in science and technology, multiplying the value and accelerating capability to the warfighter.
All these anecdotal stories of people taking it and then getting better quickly. Like, is there anything to this?
The Defense Technical Information Center has served the information needs of the defense community for more than 70 years. DTIC reports to the Undersecretary of Defense, Research and Engineering, USD R&E. Our mission is to preserve, curate, and share knowledge from DoD's annual multi-billion-dollar investment in science and technology, multiplying the value and accelerating capability to the warfighter. More than 50% of the research records in the collection are available through the access-controlled R&E gateway, which is accessible to DoD personnel, defense contractors, federal government personnel and contractors, and selected academic institutions. The R&E gateway sites require Common Access Card, CAC login, or registration. We also provide the general public and industry with access to unclassified, unlimited information, including many full-text downloadable documents through this website. As a DoD field activity under the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, the DTIC responsibilities include preserve and disseminate the research that led to the technologies our warfighters use today, deliver the tools and collections that empower the research and engineering enterprise to accelerate the development of technologies that will help maintain U.S. technical superiority, stimulate innovation with public and industry access to DoD-funded research and digital data, maximize the value of each dollar that DoD spends through the analysis of funding data, work in progress, and IR&D to identify gaps, challenges, and the way forward. These areas of responsibility support USD R&E in their efforts to mitigate new and emerging threat capabilities, enable affordable new or extended capabilities in existing military systems, and develop technology surprise through science and engineering. DTIC also manages the Information Analysis Centers, which provide essential technical analysis and data support to a diverse customer base, to include combatant commands, CCMDs, the Office of Secretary of Defense, defense agencies, and the military services. IACs actively partner and collaborate with defense research and engineering focus groups and communities of interest in cyber, homeland defense, and defense systems. They are staffed with scientists, engineers, and information specialists to provide the research and analysis to customers with diverse, complex, and challenging requirements. It's not bad for first take. Here's their history. Reading faces was weird. If you're a toddler and your experience. 1945 to 1948, U.S. Army Air Corps, the U.S. Navy, and the British Air Ministry established the Air Documents Research Center, ADRC, in London. The ADRC becomes the Air Document Division of the Intelligence T2 Department at the headquarters, Air Technical Services, Army Air Force, Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. 1948, ADD becomes the Central Air Documents Office, where scientific and technical reports are processed and distributed. Or you can decide to take, parents when they're in the hospital. 1951, the Armed Services Technical Information Agency is established. CADO is renamed ASTIA. ASTIA takes over CADO's operations for document collection. ASTIA A moves from Wright-Patterson Air Force Base to Arlington Hall Station in Arlington, Virginia. ASTIA is renamed the Defense Documentation Center for Science and Technical Information. That's exactly the place you'd want to put all the UFO stuff. And the most boring sounding program ever. Becomes a DoD field activity at the Defense Supply Agency and moves to Cameron Station, Alexandria, Virginia. Holy moly. Defense Research Development Test and Evaluation Online Systems becomes operational. DDC changes its name to officially to the Defense Technical Information Center. When does Skynet become self-aware?
Have you ever done autopsy studies on people that high fluoride areas? Check out their just like those things people say.
Okay, no kidding. I just said when does Skynet become self-aware, and then I click this thing, and in 2003 it says DTIC initiates private Skynet, Scientific and Technical Information Network.
When they calcify what we have to do, what animals we serve. Or, you know, that's nice. And what are the results? Significant differences.
Holy, is this what he was talking about?
Experimental animals. Yeah, they calcify more rapidly. Yeah, but whether actually
whoa.
Reduction in melatonin production, for example, I'm not that familiar with
2018, DTIC publishes the inaugural issue of Journal of DoD Research and Engineering, a peer-reviewed journal that provides a venue for the department's scientists and engineers to publish their classified and controlled unclassified research. Kind of late in the game to have that. Sounds like a reaction to something. Sounds like they didn't talk very much about what they were working on, and maybe now they're able to talk a little bit more because they were behind. And now they want to get ahead. We're just spitballing. DTIC launches the Innovators Information Repository, an access-controlled online collection of information related to technological innovations made by small, independent United States businesses. Good old mom and pop military contractors. DTIC introduces Smart Tools Tagger, a natural language auto-indexing tool which semantically analyzes the document and then outputs ranked tag listings of concepts and topics summarizing the main themes of that document. So some kind of an AI tool here. DTIC modernization practices, priorities. DTIC creates the DoD modernization priorities space in DoD Techipedia to highlight key technology areas significant to the DoD community. It provides an overview and summary of current and relevant research, news, legislation.
Wouldn't it be interesting to measure different lifestyles, then also look at the age in which these people are, see if there's like when they die.
The FOIA Requester Service Center was established in compliance. Okay, gang. Well, there you have it. DTIC, Defense Technical Information Center. Let's get back to Dan Burrish's very compelling interview, but wow, did not expect to just go my way into that. That was interesting. It's an interesting diversion. All right, here we go.
Just doesn't interest me. Aside from the fact from the biophysiological interface between the hand, mind, and craft, because they have on their hands a number of pads. And there are open nerves, which are protected by various glycoproteins. And those glycoproteins are selectively pushed forward or sucked back via capillary action, or they can be through an active fashion pulled back. And it kind of pulls a viscous sheath back and allows the J-rod to have direct interface with the craft. That interested me.
That's really interesting. That's new. I have heard in the past that there was some kind of a, well, I think of Roswell. There was a piece of wreckage from Roswell supposedly that was photographed, and I think these photos have been leaked. But it showed a control panel that had basically like two hand cutouts for hands to sit in. like in Total Recall when Arnold Schwarzenegger, the real Total Recall, not the other one, but when Arnold gets to the reactor in the center of Mars and he goes to turn it on and he's got this like 3-fingered hand thing he has to do. And it holds up. Anyway, I've heard, my understanding up until now was that it was always some kind of a consciousness psychic connection. And I this is new information, that there's a direct physical nerve ending connection, almost like the physical body is genetically engineered to like plug straight into the craft in a very interesting way.
Although most of it at the time, and still some of it now, I have no understanding of. A lot of it has to do with electronics that I pretend to understand. I was most interested in looking at issues involving their histology, histopathology issues, including some autopsy photographs that showed disease processes which were naturally occurring within them, isolations of viral material, to include protocols for new protocols which were being written as they're working, which is what we're doing. Which is really what we're doing. We're writing new protocols, new procedures as we're working forward. And all of the old standbys are there, everything from electrophoresis to, you know what, to anything. But we're writing new protocols as we're going because this is not new territory. This is hard to find alien territory. I only met one. I'm aware of possibly 3 from the reading. And at that time, again, I was so stunned by what I was doing. A lot of it was getting by me. When I read the word extraterrestrial, I tunnel vision. And when I finally believed and understood that it was, in fact, an extraterrestrial, no.
This looks like the face of somebody who really saw an alien and had a total freak out internally and still struggles the reality of that. That's what I'm seeing. Now, maybe somebody out there's got higher perception points than I do, but I take a look at this and tell me what you think. Play this guy back once or twice and watch it again. Sometimes you have to just look somebody in the eyes and you just have to kind of make a guess. And I don't know, man. You got to trust your gut on those things. But my gut's telling me this guy is talking about something that really happened.
Questions about the communication. What is it actually like as a communicator?
I can hear my voice. Oh, you can hear yourself think. Sorry. Habit looking at people. I can hear my voice. However, the cadence, the affect was something that distinguished it other than me. There was no great booming voice from the heavens or anything like that. I'm glad I do not have the proclivity to hear voices in the I have heard it none since. But people probably challenge. I could tell that it was somebody other than me, and I could tell because I felt drawn toward the subject that was sending the communication. When the J-Log spoke with me prior to the bombardment of the images, it was something that was part of me, but not part of me. I actually felt non-resident for a moment. It was almost an OBE type feeling. And then I could feel myself pull back and experience the sound. It was physical. It was more real than touching it. And that's the only real time that I felt anything, more physical than physical. 100% emotion. If he was upset, I could feel his pain. It got to the point where, as I was doing the needle introductions, I could feel what he was feeling. So as I would inject the needle under the integument and find my proper location prior to removing the sample, I could feel the needle entering here. So I could feel his feelings.
You aware of boxes or anything?
I saw a guy out on the Mac outside of the Galileo, the 4-1 area. He was barefoot. He was just staring off in the distance. This is as we were coming in on the helo. And they keep you within a very confined walking area. This is before they started taking the buses. We were choppered in. When I saw him subsequent to that, when he did the famous nap videos, could have been. This was early on. This was. I can't prove it. I could not positively identify that being Bob. I am aware of his name being mentioned up there, and it was associated with the term bottle washer, which means an engineer, but not a working group leader or anything of the kind. They would have said a DER or a director or a geek. I was called a geek, but his name was mentioned. I heard the name of Lazar. I didn't hear Bob. I heard Lazar. It was not Laser. It was definitely Lazar that I heard. But I never had him or, in fact, anyone else from Galileo, Sidekick, or Avionics. Temporary assistance, temporary relief of pain, temporary meaning weeks, temporary adjustment of muscle tone, and then flat out nothing. It got worse. The exacerbation got out of control again on him. Since then, there have been, and I'm not certain if he's resident there or not. Now, there has been a progress. We'll just say progress. Involving what I was yammering on earlier about the Charcot-Marie tooth disease, the CMT1A. Their DNA is triplets, and it's not triplets in the way that you would think of a number 3 helix wrapping around the major groove between the 1 and 2 Watson Cricks, the duplex DNA. Their DNA is triplets to the extent that there are what we nickname hangers. They look like they're rosettes. The DNAs look like rosettes. They're triplets and then they're braided. It's a super coiled DNA situation. And we had difficulty even doing anything, let alone anything like a single step markers or anything like that. We had difficulty even sequencing the DNA. Our long interspersed elements are genes which have been shut off, that when combined with the appropriate Hoogstein base pair will produce a different being. what we were before they made a mistake. A great mistake.
All right, that sounds a little dramatic. Wow. Okay, so is he saying that human DNA carries dormant genes that could be reactivated and that would revert us back to a prior biological state as a different type of being? Is that what you heard? That's how I'm reading this.
Here. Oh. There's been exchanges going on for since 19. They spoke with us in 41. They wish to find a resolution to the broken resonance between they and the other half of they, the so-called Orions and the Reticulans. They also wish to, for fear of extinction, have a relief of the paraprotein-related problem. And speaking about that just for a moment, we found out that some of the disease.
That's fascinating, because if there is a genetic problem that some of these beings are suffering from that they cannot solve themselves, and they need our help to solve, then that kind of blows apart the whole myth that they are omnipotent, or at least so advanced that they are like beyond anything we can possibly imagine. It makes it much more immediate, real, and raw. If they are suffering from some kind of like weird genetic malady that's threatening them with extinction. That's an interesting piece of information.
Process under which they're fighting is a PNA. It's a peptide nucleic acid. I don't know if you're a protein associated background nucleic acid, and that protein associated background is a prion. Which goes to one of the things that they wanted me to do at Sweetness. Very dangerous. Very dangerous. But the exchange process is to solve the problem to prevent what went wrong in 2012.
What went wrong in 2012?
And the rogue, if you will, group of the J-Rods are not cooperating with that. But a deal has been brokered for the T9 treaty to be held in abeyance until 2005. When that treaty is up in 2005, once they receive what they've asked for, and they should be receiving a little more, I've already mentioned some of that material that they're not aware of yet, the PNA material and some of the things that we can do with the oligonucleotides to possibly help facilitate the problems. But once that's upped, they are supposed to come under the auspices of the general agreement between the Committee of the Majority and the respective societies. If so, nothing will get turned on aside from what nature and God is providing us in 2012, and we won't separate. However, they will remain as they are, their future selves as well. They will remain as they are, and we will remain as we are. We can't go back.
I feel like I missed a season of something.
It's just something that's impossible as far as what they can tell. Meaning what the looking glass people and the people that are overseeing the star issue, Starflower, the ERBs, and all of that kind of stuff. Those are just...
Okay, so far from this interview with Dan Burish, I have gotten that there is a program called Looking Glass that has access to devices that can basically open a window to see an alternate timeline or a different part of this timeline, transmit information across infinite distances, or at least extreme distances, and potentially you could send physical objects from one side of a portal through to another. But basically a Stargate in the sense of the television series movie, Kurt Russell. They also have a being named J-Rod, referred to as J-Rod, that is a biological being related to humans in some way, extraterrestrial but not alien, from the future, that's here, that's suffering from some kind of a genetic disease that threatens their race with extinction. There's a splinter group of J-Rods that are doing some other thing, and there's some kind of an agreement between MJ12 and one of these J-Rod groups, and there's some kind of alternate future timeline or convergent timeline problem that apparently has something to do with 2012. It's really fascinating. Whatever we're talking about here, I'm in. I'm ready for the Netflix series or HBO. Can you explain what the fuck you're talking about? Wow. We just said something that. Thank you for that great question.
Sorry, just saying this. We might want to begin by being specific. It sounds like you're talking more about what we're going to get in this exchange. And I'm curious as to what we're going to get.
So we're going to get not wiped out.
What's the problem?
The biggest problem is to make sure that the biggest problem is to make sure that there are no human created ERP machines. Yeah, that sounds science fiction. Okay, and it's how it's spelled. Okay, to make sure that there are none of them in existence which can automatically turn off when the next age begins on December 21st, 2012. We are apparently going to cross over the plane of the galaxy, which there is a dense network of wormholes. There's supposed to be some sort of enlightenment, whether or not that's the Christ event, or whether that's a verb on a Sunday morning. I don't know what that's going to be. I'm not enough of a scholar that area to figure that out. To know. I do know that failure,
It's not an option.
would result in too much energy being directed at our planet from our star. Hence my interest in looking at the picture. So,
Like a solar flare? Okay, that's an interesting point, because what he just said about the Earth or our system crossing across a part of the galactic plane where there's a dense pocket of wormholes. Lou Elizondo said something similar. It was in a similar vein a while back, and I just remember seeing it, but I couldn't possibly tell you where I saw it. I just remember him saying this. It was an interview he did, and it might have not even been a video interview on YouTube. It could have been audio only on the podcast. If anybody knows which, this sounds familiar to you, tell me, please. But there's an interview he gave where he said that Earth is going to be passing through a part of space where something is going to change for us, or something was going to happen. And there was something to do with the region of space that our system was in, and we were going to pass through this other region, and it was going to have some kind of an effect on us. And he didn't go any deeper than that. It was just another episode of Blue's Clues, so I filed it away, and I'm like, okay, well, whatever that means. But that's very compelling that he's saying what he's saying in verse, because it definitely rhymes.
the pace which these unusual forms are being produced is increasing.
Are we entering an area as we approach this equatorial plane of the galaxy? Okay. Are we entering an area where there is a greater concentration of dust that can, so I've heard, surround the sun? So I've heard. Okay. I have been reading about this, and this is similar to a situation that happens with the classification of stars called T-Tauri stars, where there's a lot of dust gathered around, and what happens is that the star, the sun, in this particular case, increases its radiation in the infrared and the hard X-ray areas, and there's greater solar flare activity. And in the past, evidently, for the believed mythology, there was conflagration on our planet. And so, would we be in danger of the heat and conflagration?
That would make sense, and that's well with what I heard, yes.
Okay.
That is what we're in danger of, that as well as large electromagnetic bursts from the sun, which will upset our electromagnetic pulses.
Right. Now, what they're calling ERBs, okay, now called wormholes. We'll talk about the wormholes. You're talking about two different, we're talking about natural, there's a number of natural occurring wormholes.
There are a number of nodes on the planet. That's what I'm understanding. That naturally are sensitive electromagnetically, naturally sensitive to the space through which we pass. These nodes activate spontaneously when we pass through them, or can be struck with electromagnetism and be temporarily opened. And what happens if we use a machine that opens an artificial wormhole? Well, it's two things. One, they're trying to put, they have been putting, in fact, Saddam did put two of them together in Iraq, which conformed to the ancient cylinder seals that are now missing in the library of the museum in Baghdad. Obviously, somebody
SAS guys.
They went to kick it out. That's where they went first. They were looted by the nest.
Now, haven't you been investigating a site where there is a natural, indeed, Frenchman Mountain, and your work continues on Frenchman Mountain?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Okay, so it sounds like they're saying that there are a number of sites on this planet that are natural wormholes. I've heard a story about one in particular in Peru at Lake Titicaca, where there is a carved piece of rock with a doorway carved in it, and some kind of a thing on the doorway where, if I understand this right, and if someone check me on this if you know more about it than I do, but you can put your forehead up against this symbol and then hum a particular frequency of sound, and it's a very specific combination, and that sound frequency in the correct combination will open that gateway, cause it to open. Supposedly, there was a gentleman, Linda Moulton Howe, interviewed years and years ago. I can't recall his name, but he claims that he was able to do this, but he didn't understand what he did. Somehow he did it by accident, and he actually was transported through this portal. Now, I'm not saying I believe what he says, but this story is bonkers because he claims that he was sent through this portal and he gets to a room, and the room is like this big, gigantic white room with no clear end. It just goes on in another direction, almost like that scene in the Matrix where they're sort of in the loading program between worlds. And so there's this big white room, and he hears the voice of someone who's sounds like a technician, and they basically have this, I believe it's a telepathic communication, and he describes like the person's surprised, and they're like, how did you get here? And he's like, I don't know why I'm here, where is here? And they have this discussion, and they basically figure out he's lost. And the person who's the technician says to him, in this story, this is what he's claiming. Don't worry, we can get you back. Just hang tight, basically. And they do something, and they're able to send him back through the portal. And then he's never able to duplicate this. So it could be just a crazy story that this guy tells for fun, but it's just it's a fun story. Very specific. But sounds like what Dan's saying is that there's natural wormholes all over the planet, and then if we pass through a particular region in space, that those could be activated at a certain time based on the amount of electromagnetic stimulation they get, and that you can also switch them on and off manually with the right technology, the right tools. If you bombard them with a certain frequency, maybe they'll switch on. That's really fascinating. And then apparently we can also build devices that duplicate this ability or have the same ability.
Our remote viewing on higher and higher profits. First brought the notion that this could be a work situation.
Wow, they're using remote viewers. Of course they are.
There have been occurrences at the mountains that are far afield from the research that I would be doing for the locals. This is two separate things. Just absolutely.
That sounds like stuff that could be going on at Skinwalker Ridge. Like a portal could open, beings could come through, be spotted, and disappear through a portal.
I'm trying to nail down information about that. And also, I had presumed that we were on Pittsburgh. So I was looking for an artifact. I was looking for an artifact that might interact selectively with ourselves and fell into the issues involving the Ganesh particle, etc. But but we have flare passed across the surface of some algae during a test. We just found it, by the way, that flare is report. That flare is associated to the speed that a Ganesh particle passes. So it was a Ganesh particle that was actually overly flaring on concentration.
What's a Ganesh particle?
It was a May 31st, 2001 to 2000. If you had access to the reports, I'm aware of that. Report numbers.
Okay, so if you go to, let's see if I can make this work. I just DuckDuckGo. I went on DuckDuckGo and I typed in Ganesh particle, and this comes up. Bibliotechapleiades.net. You know, bibliotechapleiades.net. Classic source. I mean, I can't start my day until I sit down and read this website. Dan Burrish and the Ganesh particle, a blockbuster. Here it is. From Think About It website. This is like very old. Is this like pre-GeoCities? What is this? Okay, so if you are new to the strange story of Dan Burrish, I have a suggestion to offer for your first read. This is a first glance at this. First read through the material. Simply imagine that you are a movie executive reading through a terrific new science fiction script that you have acquired. The script is good. It has everything. Secret of life, aliens, a coming extinction event, and two warring world factions, one of which wants an alien existence made public and another that wants to retain the secrecy. The hero of your story is a genius microbiologist held in virtual captivity of a secret underground Air Force base. And the amateur reporter gains computer contact with him and begins leaking the story to the world. He leaks the discovery of the means to create life, the mysterious and seemingly miraculous Ganesh particle. At stake is the possible takeover of the Earth by an alien species. Doing a first read of the Dan Burrish story in this framework will allow full enjoyment of the story, and only on the second read should you try to realize that this is not a script. It's something that is allegedly going on. I'm not sure yet if all this is something that is really going on or not, but I can say that I really enjoyed the movie. Normally, one goes through the event, and then a couple years later, one goes to see the movie. I'm just suggesting to reverse that order here. Wow. Okay. Well, now we're in the rabbit hole. It's a Think About It website. Click that. It's WordPress. Critical error. Return to Dan Burrish. Bibliothecapleiades, Area 51 microbiologist Dan Burrish. This website looks like it is 39 years old. Okay, I don't have time to go down this rabbit hole today. I will link to this in the show notes, and if you guys want to jump down this rabbit hole, please do, and let me know what you find, but this is interesting. Okay, back to Dan.
We're in a chimera. You're talking a little about that. What we see, for instance, I mentioned earlier, ruins on the moon and Mars. You're aware I was involved in, probably you're aware that I was involved in Inca City research, so-called Inca City. That's because the J-Rod showed me that as an image. It didn't show me that as an image of a dead city. It showed me that as the image of a future city, a living, breathing society, post damage here, post catastrophe. We are literally looking at things that are present, but according to a linear timeline, haven't been built yet. Now, if that isn't confusing, so you want me to explain what the hell I was talking about, that is not confusing. It confuses me. According to the doctrine of the convergent timeline paradox, the J-Rods, to solve their paraprotein problem, used these ERBs to go back in time. And some of them were worshipped. They were treated as gods. And temples were built for them, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, wait, pause. I'm gonna just do this. Like ChatGPT is just failing me right now. I use another, I use ChatGPT, but I've been using another one called Pi. I think Pi runs off ChatGPT. I don't know if they're actually separate, but this is just like a front end for basically ChatGPT. But Pi is really great at being conversational, and I've been trying to find a way to like integrate Pi into the show. So we're just gonna do this really quick. I'm gonna pull up Pi. EI. Hey Pi, how are you today?
Hey there, I'm doing fantastic, just arriving in the digital realm, ready to lend my assistance to spark the conversation. How's your day going?
Oh, it's going great. I'm just here doing a video review. I'm watching this crazy interview, and one of the people in the interview, well, the person that's being interviewed, said something really interesting. I was wondering if you could help me figure out what it means.
I'd love to help. To be together. Share the work. Your attention. You will unravel its meaning together.
Great. What is a convergent timeline paradox?
So we're talking about the biblical translations of the Adam and Eve story.
The convergent timeline paradox is a theoretical idea in time travel that proposes no matter what action the time traveler takes, the timeline will self-correct and adjust to ensure consistency. Essentially, time travelers can't change the course of events that is already to the original timeline. Imagine trying to go back in time to stop a disaster, but your attempts inadvertently cause it to happen anyway. That's the convergent timeline paradox at work, creating a closed loop in the timeline. It's a foolproof device in sci-fi to explore the complexities and potential consequences of time travel.
Does that conflict with the grandfather paradox?
Right, yeah.
Actually, the convergent timeline paradox and the grandfather paradox are two different ideas that explore the concept of time travel in unique ways. They're not necessarily in direct conflict, but they do approach the consequences of time travel from different perspectives. Convergent timeline paradox focuses on the notion time is self-correcting, and travelers can't change the course of events. The paradox revolves around the idea that traveling back in time and altering the past, like killing your grandmother, would paradoxically prevent your own existence, thus creating an inconsistency in the timeline. So they're both thought-provoking ideas that grapple with the mind-bending implications of time travel, but from different angles.
What do you think is do you know anything about something called an Einstein-Rosen bridge?
So you think
The biblical interpretation is a literal.
The Einstein-Rosen bridge is an interesting concept in theoretical physics that refers to a type of wormhole through space-time. The idea was first proposed in 1935 by Albert Einstein to Nathan Rosen as a possible solution to some problems in general relativity. They suggested that a bridge could connect two different points in space-time, creating a kind of tunnel or shortcut. While the concept has captured the imagination of science fiction, the reality is that Einstein-Rosen bridges are thought to be unstable and not physically possible. However, the idea has continued to inspire research in theoretical physics. Recent work suggests that under certain conditions, wormhole tunnels in space-time can actually be possible. It's a fascinating topic that continues to push the boundaries of our understanding of physics.
Is such a device essentially the same concept that was explored in the movie Stargate?
An altered state of consciousness. No, I think it's a case of
yes, you're spot on. The idea of the Einstein-Rosen bridge or wormhole is similar to the concept explored in the movie Stargate. In the film, the titular Stargate creates a wormhole that allows travel between different points in space and to a distant planet. The movie's portrayal of instantaneous travel through a wormhole-like device definitely shares similarities with the theoretical Einstein-Rosen bridge concept. Of course, while Stargate is science fiction, the idea of traversable wormholes still remains largely theoretical and hasn't been proven to exist yet.
Right.
On a sci-fi ride, it allows us to imagine and explore these wild possibilities.
Indeed, that's showbiz, right?
But in that world,
Aha! Absolutely, that's the magic of showbiz, taking these complex scientific theories, weaving them into captivating stories that spark our imaginations. Even if Einstein-Rosen bridges and Stargates aren't exactly real, they make for some pretty wild adventures on a big screen.
Okay, Pi, it's been great. Thank you for your help. I'm going to let you get back to your day, and I'm going to finish this video. Thank you very much.
Let me ask you this. So, if you treat those
it was my pleasure, Clint. Always happy to dive into the rabbit hole of science and science. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of that world interview, and I'll be here for your next question and adventure. Have a fantastic day.
Thanks. Okay. There you have it.
That's sort of business again. It's science fiction. It sounds like but this is what I got in exchange for the information that he gave me. So what's literally, there are two or more concurrent timelines that we're living in. Two separate existences. And what that means exactly, that's what I read. What that means exactly, I'm not sure.
Philip K. Dick once gave a speech in France where, I believe it was in Paris, where he talked at length for about 45 minutes. He read this entire statement that he had written about, it was a speech called, if you think this universe is bad, you should see some of the others. Or if you think this reality is bad, this world's bad, you should see some of the others. It's classic Philip K. Dick, but he's claiming in this speech that he gives that he has actual real memories of an alternate parallel timeline that he has existed in, and he's able to remember details from that timeline. And in that alternate timeline, an alternate history had taken place, and this was sort of the inspiration for his story, Man in the High Castle, about an alternate timeline where Germany and the Axis powers win World War II, and what happens in the 1960s and 70s after in that world. It's a really fascinating speech, and if you are into just weirdness and you want to dig down into that rabbit hole, it's a great 45-minute listen. But by the time you're done with it, you will be definitely unsettled, and it'll make you'll just feel weird. You're going to feel really weird every time you have deja vu after that. It's very interesting. Highly recommend the Philip K. Dick speech.
I'm intellectually limited in that area. I didn't philosophy. I'm intellectually limited in that area. And I don't want to present something that I don't know is
is to say that the most accurate
That would be but
directly from the initiator.
to solve the problem, they messed around with us even earlier in the fact, or earlier when they treated gods. They went back, treated as gods, went back before. In other words, they can select the timeline. How they do that again, no clue.
This is crazy because that theme has come up so many times in science fiction, Star Trek and Stargate. In fact, Star Trek and Stargate have two very different ways of handling this, like the aliens being treated as gods by primitive cultures. In Star Trek The Next Generation, for Star Trek more generally, there's the Prime Directive, non-interference. The Prime Directive of the Federation and Starfleet is to not interfere with the development of any civilization until that civilization achieves a breakthrough and becomes capable of traveling at warp speed. And at that point, they are allowed to approach the Federation, or Starfleet can approach this culture and invite them to join the Federation as a volunteer or voluntary member. In Stargate, the team goes through the Stargate, comes out the other side, finds a civilization there, and the first thing they do is tell them, your gods are all fake, here, take these guns. And it's kind of a wild ride. I never watched the original Stargate series. I watched the movie when it came out, but I wasn't a big fan of the series as it was on air. But my wife is a super fan, and so we've been watching it season by season, and we started with season 1, and we're in like season 3 now. And I have to tell you, the show is corny, which is one of the reasons I had trouble with it when it was originally on. But the world building is phenomenal, and if you really want to see just a wild ride of a show that just goes on for like 10 years. The show is on forever. Done with heart on a very shoestring budget. You have to look past the plywood sets and some of the corniness of it, but it's a really well done series. Really, for its time, it was really, really well done. And rumor has it, again, this is all rumors, who really knows, but Stargate was used as a tool to disseminate a lot of actual, accurate information about the program and our interactions with different beings. And I can't tell you, I've lost count of the number of times that I've gone to my wife with some like crazy UFO news that I read, something David Grush says or whatever. And I'll go tell her, and she's like, they did that. They did that in season 2, episode 5. It's called What a Robot, and this is what happened, and it's all in Stargate. And it got to be a joke where I actually stopped telling her stuff because we would go watch those episodes, and sure enough, it was definitely in Stargate. I don't know what that says about the larger conversation we're all trying to have right now, but definitely feels like there was some kind of a disclosure plan.
They manipulated our original DNA and removed a single strand from us. This made us able to meet with another experiment which was underway at the time called Neanderthalensis. And yes, I know there is no genetic evidence concerning the mating between the Neanderthals and the other brand, if you will, of our kind. That's because all of the genes are turned off. Any of the unusual mating sequences, aside from retroviruses that tagged along, were turned off as part of our long intermittent sequences. They're part of the great repeats. And in fact, the Neanderthals, take a look at the number of long interspersing elements that they have in their genome. That will bear out what I'm saying.
I think there's a new article in the New Scientific, special edition, Scientific American, by a woman.
And I think by now, haven't we gotten evidence that
her research showed that Homo sapiens didn't mate with Homo neanderthalis.
Yeah.
Okay.
That must have been just
Whatever
making
monster
full time.
you wrote that seems to bear out what you're saying.
It has been believed that the crossbreeding mismatched our chemical and our structural architecture neurophysiologically, and that was one of the primary promoters for the problem that the J-Rod is now suffering.
Oh God, they switched tapes.
Right.
I remember that. You were switching tapes. What a pain in the ass.
Two different sorts of and what we haven't got to yet, though, is his general description of what we're talking about in more in general terms. Right.
It's the paradox of killing your grandfather. It's the paradox of killing your grandfather. If you kill your grandfather, do you cease to exist? Michio Kaku, from what I can glean from his work, would say no. Would say no. It would cause two separate universes, two separate time streams. But in accordance with the doctrine that I read, his theory doesn't take into account that those two time streams could occur simultaneously. That the reality could be mixed, which is why there are so many confusing data sets involving everything from fossil finds to schema. Why there are so many conundrums involving the speed of planetary formation. There was a recent thing out that I had read about a planet being formed in a very short period of time, much shorter than what they had accounted for the accretion theory. And the way that it came through to me was it was a Keystone DCTP flyer. Because I'm in on some of the loop, no pun intended. That these things are happening simultaneously. That a planet can form at one rate, and the reality can mix such that we can perceive it having formed at a separate rate. And go back and look at it another time and have another perception, because the realities are actually mixed.
And you're also now saying that the Earth appears to be holding.
Well, that jives with my
One would have to ask the Almighty.
Yes. One day to measure within the next day, measure considered because I didn't understand why it is
And
is there evidence of this ever happening?
chemists, natural philosophers call it error. When something falls outside of the acceptable range of error, they call it non-written, because they would call it non-publicized, and then they wouldn't get their funding.
So they just omit all of these anomalies?
That's the nature of the big business of science. I mean, ask a guy associated with my mentor at SUNY. His name was Carl, and he had a little problem in Louisiana. I'll say that. He jumped ship, and he wanted to measure some things having to do with free radicals. This will give you an idea what happens if you throw people off.
What happened?
You don't get enough funding. He had funding 10 days prior to. He had lost his extramural funding. He had funding 10 days prior to his separation. It separated him anyway. If you don't show the progressive upkeep of the funding, you're not there anymore. And it goes much deeper and much wider than publish or perish.
So again, in terms of clear explanation, what is it we're trying to?
As a new tour dates to let you know about, I'll be in East Lansing, I'm in Toledo, Ohio, Ontario,
100% cooperation. 100% cooperation in
Washington,
getting rid of the ERBs in exchange for 100% cooperation to solve the physical problem and to attempt the rejoining.
Amarillo.
Yeah, that's a big word, big pool at the end. That I just said right there. Where that will go, I'm not sure. However, the project under which I'm working right now may.
Rosemont, Illinois, Winnipeg, and Calgary in Canada. Get all your tickets at earpod.com.
It's a
TOUR. Thank you so much.
Electrophysiological resonance, which is present around, in, and through our DNA, which
and just want to say
it is believed by some of the more esoteric people to come via the supreme triad, the divine sephira, the true light, which holds us together as intellectual and emotional beings. It is that dualism that keeps us in sync with the universe.
He worked at IBM, he worked at Bank of America, but most people know as the founder of a site that has given so many experiences. We're so happy to get to spend time today.
As in environmental?
Craig.
My environment? I am in an environment of I'm not going to get personal to the issue here. I'm in an apartment environment. There are children around me, which is wonderful.
That's creepy.
I direct the project from that location.
The thing about the children, does that sound like, so don't send Delta Force in to take me out because there's kids in this building? Is that how it sounds to you? That's what it sounds like to me. It didn't sound like, I love kids. It sounded more like, I'm surrounded by innocent people, so if you're going to drone strike my location, just heads up.
Do some minor microscopy work from there. Nothing of a hazardous nature, any more than dust would be hazardous to you. In times of need, I've transferred to various facilities, not worldwide, but nationwide, and work within those facilities under whatever the protocols that we need to complete. Those facilities are as wide-ranging as Belchi, the Shady Rest Site 4, the Groom Lake facility, Brookhaven, the Los Alamos area, the T5 section proper, and recently in this little event in Alamo Canyon. I had to show, as well as give testimony, I had to show some evidence when I was there to a mirror. I was sitting on the other side of the mirror, so I hear. Because God is my witness, there maybe wasn't anybody on the other side of the damn mirror. But they told me they were.
It's Dr. Claw.
Demonstrate data. Show data sets relative Project Lotus and the 3 portions of it which are simultaneously underway.
You've been involved in this for 20 or 15 years?
Since 86.
Project Lotus. You know what Lotus stands for? Lots of trouble, usually serious.
Well, I played with local jobs around town.
Baskin Robbins.
Yeah, that's when I was carrying the name Crane.
But you're pretty much exclusively engaged in a project which is fundamentally tied to the future of ours.
It is. Fundamentally. This project, without getting too deep into it, I've been accused of rambling by
I think we're way past that point, Dan. I think we're about neck deep as it stands.
before about it, but without getting too deep into it, this project
Go ahead.
is an all-encompassing attempt to grab for the brass ring, and making sure that that brass ring is not the fruit of the tree of life. I'll grab just until we get to that point. Aside from that, I'm not going to try to barge my way into past the east gate of Eden. The people who do that get hurt. At least, so I've heard.
That's cryptic.
Well, indeed. Indeed. And that's even just pop metaphysics, but the ancient esoteric sciences. For millennia, we've conceived of the supernatural and that supernatural's interaction with humankind. What we are seeing in this project is that it's not so much supernatural, it's natural, and it's been there with us all along, and we just haven't taken the time to look.
Hold up. That's what Lou Elizondo said on an episode of Blue's Clues. There was another, it might have been the same, might have even been the same interview. I think it was a Kurt Jemungel Theories of Everything podcast where he said, what we're seeing now, one day we're going to look back on it, and like when sailors used to sail into uncharted waters, they would see things that they reported as monsters, sea monsters. But now we know those things to be like squid and other creatures, sea creatures that are totally natural, part of the environment, but they had just been so rarely seen that they seem like monsters. And he was making the connection that a lot of what we're seeing now that seems extraterrestrial to us is actually quite local and has been forever. We just didn't know how to look at it or how to look for it or move those lines. And that sounds almost exactly like what Big D is saying right here.
In fact, our procedures have been mutually exclusive. Laboratory procedures have been mutually exclusive to find what we found. They would destroy or mask over the process that we're now beholding. These particles have the ability, in essence, to bend light. And it.
Hang on a second. Let's see if we can do this.
Turned out to be it was really big in the 70s, 80s. And I was invested in it. Because I saw him yesterday. But he's much funnier than I am for you. And that's why I know that I'm not as funny.
Hey, hi, what are you familiar with something called the Ganesh particle?
Frankly, if I better
Not familiar with the term Ganesh particle. It doesn't ring a bell in scientific literature I can gather. Could it be related to a specific theory or perhaps a concept, psychology or spirituality? Can you give me any context or additional information about where you came across this term?
It's connected to a story that someone is telling about working at Area 51, S4, UFOs, aliens, that type of thing.
And unfortunately, that's true.
Given the context, it's possible that the Ganesh particle being a term made in this being used as a nickname for an exotic particle of energy. However, as far as established scientific literature goes, there isn't a recognized particle by that name. It sounds intriguing though. Do you know if the story you're watching gives any explanation about what the Ganesh particle is supposed to do, how it works?
It does, but I don't have time to get into that right now. I just wanted to run this by you real quick.
in like 88%.
Thanks for providing that context. Given the connection to one story and UFOs, it seems like the Ganesh particle could be a fictional concept created for the story. It's an name. Exotic particle, the gene within the context of the story. From the limited information you've shared, it's hard to say exactly what the Ganesh particle is supposed to be. But it sounds like an intriguing thought. When you get the chance to dive deeper into the story, let me know if you uncover more about the mysterious Ganesh particle.
You got it. Thanks.
No problem, Clint. Always happy to lend an ear or an algorithm, as the case may be, to these fascinating discussions. What intriguing things? Ganesh particle. Feel free to bounce them off the heat. Until then, enjoy the rest of Wild Studios story.
Okay, in the report, you'll see a series of images that show clearly where the particle is changing into the shape of a yeast cell, Saccharomyces cerevisiae. It's masking. The closer it gets to it, the more it masks. So if it passes by it, it looks like it. And then when it gets within close proximity, the wolf in sheep's clothing steps out and it does its business. Meanwhile, the average investigator, biological investigator, has ceased looking because the protocol has moved on. He or she has scanned a slide and has seen two eukaryotic cells and has moved on. Somebody's a light.
Exactly. How you want to see this?
Well, first of all, that's a deep question because I don't know where this is, how this arrangement was made today. So getting out is a loaded term right now. I don't know where it's going to go. But what I do foresee is if that same elected government is interested in the information, I do see myself providing that to my elected government as I've been sworn to do so. Now, whether or not I'm prevented from doing so, we'll find out. Again, we all have to go sometime. But I see that as the logical step, because once the information is presented to the elected government, and once I am no longer officially held, and it's not just the information involving the Lotus, there are military applications associated with it as well. Biological applications. Once that information is no longer a constraining factor, freedom. Whether or not I'm yelling it on the chopping block, I don't know. But freedom nonetheless. No. I would think
Danny Sheehan
that oh God, I wouldn't know which Senate or congressional committee would need to bring me under their authority. I don't know which one. There's got to be one with the right name on it. And once that's done, under the appropriate circumstances, I will tell them everything that I know. So help me God.
Wow. Okay. So there you go. Part one of our deep dive series into Dan Parrish's story. I hope I'm pronouncing that name right. A really fascinating story, an amazing interview. And there are a few other interviews that I was able to dig up that he did. And this one's a new one for me. I'm not as familiar with this case as I am with many others. So if anybody knows anything about this, please let me know in the comments. What do you think? I look at this video and I see body language that tells me this man believes what he's saying is true. He believes he really experienced these things, and clearly he's shaken up emotionally, mentally, physically. He looks weary, and he looks laden with the weight of tremendous knowledge that he's holding. That's what my gut reaction read is. I want to know what you think, though. Let me know in the comments. Is he full of shit? Is he telling the truth? Is there some other angle to this story that we haven't seen yet? I want to know. Let me know. Thanks for watching. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing. Hit that button. Join Team Night Shift. Help me grow this channel, because by growing this channel, I can reach out and contact new and exciting guests, and I can convince them to come here and talk to us about them, and that's going to help us figure out what the hell's going on. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, keep looking up.
So they said, charge us a little bit, that'll pay the bills. They were right. It's when they volunteers and charge it for jobs. For 9 days, nothing volunteers that bring in rain volunteers to help you. Yes. Okay. And people here just do the interview. I exhausted them. First 3 years, I'll be here. Let's get it. Sorry. You know, I don't really know. But through that time, this 96, I remember that I'm a program accumulated software, turns emails into web pages. And so I started doing that, which gave me web publishing free. And I went some things to which produced
it was fear, excitement, complete astonishment. It looked like a giant insect, being dark brown and punched in a corner, very insectoid in appearance. It almost looked like it had an exoskeleton. I felt afraid inside because I was always told that monsters weren't real.
There needs to be some checks and balances, obviously salaries.
And now I find out they are, but they live in the heart of men.
Welcome back to the Night Shift. My name's Clint. Thank you for being here. Last week, we put out a video about a gentleman named Dan Burrish, or Dan Crane. That video quickly became my top performing video on this channel, and it just blasted past all of the other videos that I've been uploading recently, and I was really, really surprised to see that reaction. Turns out that video struck a nerve, and it's pretty clear why. Dan's story is astonishing. It's captivating. It's filled with detail and nuance. It's filled with an emotional honesty that you very rarely see when someone is telling their story these days. And Dan is clearly a person who has experienced some of the things that he's talking about. I'm convinced that what he's saying, he believes happened to him. I'm convinced that something happened. There's a there there. If you haven't seen that video, please, please, please stop what you're doing, go back and watch it, and it will give you the context for what we're going to look at today. Today, we're going to look at a presentation that Michael Stratt did in 2011 at the International UFO Congress, which was recorded by OpenMinds.tv, and it's out there on the internet. If you want to watch that presentation without my commentary, there's a link to that in the show notes. You can go watch the original video. But I think it's exciting to watch these things together and go through it and just kind of riff on what's happening. And Michael Stratt's presentation is about Dan Burrish, or Dan Crane's story. It's basically a full PowerPoint presentation filled with CAD drawings and illustrations of the things that Dan talks about in the other video. So when you watch that video, if you were just blown away and it blew up your brain with dynamite, and you were just trying to imagine what some of this stuff looked like, well, have I got a treat for you. Michael Stratt answers that question with some extremely detailed CAD drawings, illustrations. It's a little low res, so it's tough to make out all the details, especially on some of the more smaller, more detailed drawings, but it's well worth a watch. I hope you enjoy it. Please don't forget to like and share this video. And hey, if you're not already a subscriber, do me a favor, hit that button and join the Team Night Shift. It doesn't cost anything. It only takes a second. And it really helps this channel. Thank you in advance. Now enjoy the video.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Open Minds for giving me the opportunity to join all of you today. And what I'd like to do for you this morning is give you a brief overview of Project Aquarius, to give you some specific details regarding the interaction that Dr. Dan Burris had with an extraterrestrial called J-Rod. And we've got some very quick announcements before we begin here. Number one, the information, drawings, and illustrations highlighted in this presentation originated from direct testimony and direction of Dr. Dan Burris. So in other words, I didn't make this up. This comes directly from Dr. Dan Burris. He will be available after this presentation to address all your questions. And number two, as a disclaimer, the drawings and computer-generated forensic composite illustrations shown in this presentation do not conform 100% to Dr. Dan and Martha's testimony or descriptions, and should be considered strictly as a visual aid, specifically designed to give the general public an overall idea of what the S4 facility looked like. So in other words, I didn't get this 100% correct. There are some minor bits here and there in the renderings, but it's definitely sufficient to give all of us here today a good understanding and visual aid regarding what the S4 facility looks like.
As you're going to see in just a moment, Michael Pratt is an astonishingly detailed individual, and he's got he's so organized. I don't know how many of you remember when Bob Lazar talked about the hand scanning thing at S4, where you would go in and put your hand on a like that thing from Spaceballs, and it would scan your hand, and then you could get in, and it did. The way that it worked was by measuring the bones in your hand. And through that method, they were able to determine if you were a sick person coming in every day. But people lost their minds when that description came out, and then later, years later, it was discovered that that actually was a real device.
I saw people helping his
and his ID badge, and he just, like the little tiny details that would blow people's minds. Wait till you get a load of what Michael's gathered together on Dan Burris' story. It is going to rock your world. Check this out.
So this is a breakdown of what we'll be talking about today. I'll give you a background on Dr. Dan Burris. We'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about walking the line. We'll describe what that actually means, what it pertains to. I'm going to give you a virtual blueprint, floor-by-floor walkthrough of the 9 inner bays and all the way through the facility. We'll consider the extraterrestrial and alien craft. There is a difference. We'll talk about the Roswell craft. We'll talk about the propulsion research laboratory at S4. We'll consider the catwalk, the files department, and the cafeteria. For level 4-2, we'll consider Project Sidekick, the weapons research and development, Alice in Wonderland Rabbit, this is a good historical note, Looking Glass Device, Stargate's ERBs for Einstein-Rosen bridges, the Doctrine of Convergent Timeline Paradox. Dropping down to level 4-3, we'll consider the MJ12 residential suites, the boardroom, the culture department, and analysis department. 4-4, we'll look at the waiting pads, the biocontainment labs, badge board, and decontamination procedures. And finally, level 4-5, which is the lower floor of the facility. We'll consider the clean sphere, the scissor lift, the lighting, the iris aperture, the fixed plate airlock, and the test, which is the totally encapsulated suit. So that's the layout of what we'll be talking about today. So who is Dr. Dan Burris? He was the youngest person ever to be elected into the Los Angeles Microscopical Society. And in 1985, he received his bachelor's degree in biological sciences, and in 1986, a bachelor's degree in psychology. In 1987, Dan explored the feasibility of becoming a priest here at St. Patrick's School of Theology. However, that didn't quite work out, so we actually had to.
It's interesting how many people who are involved with studying the phenomena or phenomenon, UFOs, UAPs in general, are connected to the Catholic Church. How much of us, this is a thread that runs throughout the history of this topic. I just find that really interesting. There's some, David Grush talked about, there was a crash that was retrieved in Italy, I think 1933, and then it was held on to, kept by Mussolini's government until after the war, and then it was the Catholic Church who arranged for that disc to be retrieved by the Americans and or delivered to the Americans, and then supposedly made it to this long historical connection between Catholicism and phenomena. Very interesting.
Bypass that. Now, in 1989, it was Dr. Edward Teller who arranged for Dan to take classes at the University of New York, Stony Brook, and he earned his PhD there. So I asked this question to all of you. Where have we seen this gentleman before, Dr. Edward Teller? Where have we seen him come up in the stories of these type of craft and vehicles before? It was none other than Dr. Teller who arranged for, allegedly, Bob Lazar to get his interview at EG&G at McCarran International Airport, and that's how he got his job at Escort. So we have secondary, independent confirmation that Dr. Edward Teller was involved. In 1991, he was employed at Desert Storm as a bio-warfare expert. Now, in 1994, he received his key clearance at S4, and he began working on something called Project Aquarius. And I will draw your attention here to the aircraft sectional chart that anyone can get at any local airport. This is something that's readily available. And if you look up here on the right-hand corner, you've got R-4808N. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most highly guarded airspace, Greenland airspace in America. This is the borderline here. You'll notice Groom Lake is right up here, so we can see it does exist. Approximately 12 miles south of Groom Lake, there's something called Patrice Lake or Area S4. And it's important to note that if you ever try to break into this airspace within the 4808 airspace of Greenland, three things immediately happen. Number one, ATC at Greenland, air traffic control, will not allow you clearance to enter into their airspace. Number two, they will immediately, if you do not egress the area, they will immediately scramble an F-16 who will perform a particular maneuver where they'll fly perpendicular to your flight path at about 100 feet away from your aircraft, and then when you fly into his jet wash, it will either be hard for controlled flight, or you might end up wrecking one of your wings or tearing one of your wings off. So that's the second thing. And the third and final thing is you'll receive a final warning to exit the area, and if nothing happens, they will lock on with a Sidewinder missile and they will neutralize the target. So the bottom line is don't try to break into Greenland airspace. Okay, so at S4, again, he received his clearance, and he worked under the direction of the Naval Research Laboratory and the Defense Intelligence Agency. So these are the two outfits that are running the program in Area S4. The EG&G terminal, 737-200, how do we get to Area S4? Well, it's the EG&G terminal, which is the gateway to Area 51 and S4. As you're flying on this airliner here, just before the airplane turned into the landing approach on Green Lake Runway, which is a 27,000-foot runway, it's the largest runway in the world, there's an ATC fence called Pyramid. That is the fence to land at Groom Lake. And what's interesting, a historical point from Dan Burge indicated that on the trip on the 737-200 to Green Lake, they played Neil Diamond's song "Coming to America" over and over again. So the question is, what is the equivalent symbolic message
But an
that
often
they're
overlooked
playing
secret is
on the
actually the
airplane as they're going
businesses
there. Well, under
behind
its
the business,
original interpretation,
making
that
selling
song
simple.
talks about
For
immigrants
millions of
coming to
businesses,
America
that
to make a better
business
life for
is
themselves. That makes a lot of sense. But
Shopify.
under the direction of what happens at
Shopify,
S4,
nobody does it better than
it
them.
actually is talking about
The number one
extraterrestrials
checkout on the
coming to
planet,
America,
and the
and
not so
specifically coming to
secret
S4. That was
with
confirmed by
Shop
Dan
Pay
Burch as the
that
correct
boosts conversions up
interpretation.
to
Now,
50%.
Isn't that kind of a
Upgrade your
narrow
business and get the same
interpretation, though? Aren't they
checkout
just coming to Earth?
that Allbirds uses.
Unless there's some more
Sign up for your
specific
$1 per
information that we're
month
not
trial
privy to, which
period
there
at
probably is.
Shopify.com/Theo,
Just happen to be
all
America.
lowercase.
Maybe.
That's
Then again,
Shopify.com/Theo.
we had the bomb.
Just go to Shopify.com/THEO to upgrade your selling today.
Everywhere.
Shopify.com/Theo.
when you
Since
land
the
at
last
Blue
holiday
Lake,
season, things have
how do you
changed,
get to
certainly.
S4? It's 12 miles away. There's three
The
ways.
world has gotten
You
busier
can
and
take a
different.
blue-colored Air
Your
Force
life
bus.
has
That's
changed.
number one. Number two,
Maybe something you did
you
last year
take
you
a
don't do anymore.
U.S. Army Black
Something you
Hawk
didn't do, now
helicopter.
you
The
do.
third and final option
Things evolve.
is a
Certainly,
Russian
we have that with our
Mi-24
online
tiny
store.
helicopter
Different
ship.
items.
So those are the three
Switching
options
to a new
that you
storefront.
take to get
All
to
those sorts of
S4.
things come in play.
Why
Shipping
the
Station
Russian
helps us
kind
achieve our
gunship?
shipping goals.
What's that about?
If you're looking for better
Does that
efficiency,
seem weird to anyone else? I
holiday
mean, sure, we
season,
would probably
or
have
your
one or
business
two.
is outgrown your
Yes.
old shipping solutions. You need ShipStation to help you scale
Why
your
use it?
business. I love the automation. I love the simplicity. I love being able to
That's the one that
for
was in
myself and
Rambo
instruct
first
a coworker
part two.
easily. Scale your e-commerce business with the shipping software that delivers. Switch to ShipStation today.
Now we're
Go to
flying. We just
ShipStation.com.
landed.
Use
We're
code
at the
Theo
helicopter
to
landing
sign up
pad.
for your
We're
free
now going to the
60-day trial.
facility for a
That's
virtual walkthrough. And you'll notice that there are
ShipStation.com.
some
Code
very
TH.
interesting lines here on the tarmac. We have two parallel red lines, okay? And then there are two parallel blue lines. This is called walking the line. And you are told, according to Dan Burch, and this is a very oppressive society, it's not a user-friendly area. It's not something that is a nice place to be at. If there's black guards with guns in this oppressive society, you are told to follow the blue line.
I don't think they're black.
And do not
bring race.
breach the boundaries of the red lines, because if you do, ladies and gentlemen, they will shoot you. That's the level of security that we're talking about here. Now,
Bob Lazar talked about that. There was one of the very things he was very specific about was the vibe at S4 was not. It's not a cool vibe. It was very intense, and I can't imagine the stress that these people must be under. For one, just carrying the knowledge of whatever it is that they're working on, and knowing how big of a deal that is. That's got to be a tremendous weight on your conscience. But also knowing that any wrong move, and you could get killed at your job by your employer for a security breach. Wait till he gets a little deeper into this. It's security is crazy.
Entering the facility, you will see this swinging door to enter the facility. It turns out that is actually incorrect, so we've made the correction. The actual door to get into the S4 facility is then a double sliding glass door with an printed receptacle which is circular. You turn that to the right, and that's how you get into the facility. Very similar to what you would see on the audio door. Now we've got the layout. We start at the top. It's 4-1.
That's really strange. I don't know what an odd detail. Can you imagine? You get hired and you're like, okay, next Monday. That's day one. I'm correct. Get a good night's sleep. Take your meds. Be at the airport on time. You want to work at S4. You get there, playing Neil Diamond. Kicking around. That's weird. Neil Diamond. Okay, all right. Then they played again. It's awesome. And you get there. There's machine guns. There's guards. There's a line on the thing, and you walk all the way up, and then you get to the front. It's just like a sliding glass door. You kind of lounging.
Second, 4-2, we've got 4-3, 4-4, and 4-5. We flip to the AutoCAD rendering to give you an idea of what that facility looks like. Keep in mind that anything below 4-1 is all underground. Now, area S4, 4-1, this is the blueprint that I was able to put together under the direction of Dr. Dan Burris. And it's the first thing that happens when you walk into this facility, you enter that door, what you see is this long hallway here. Very long hallway that has the same type line configuration or stripes on the floor. To the left, see a red line, you cannot go to the left. On the right, there's a blue line, you can get access to that. So we're walking up here, the first room to the left, ladies and gentlemen, is actually the avionics lab. Just beyond that, propulsion systems. Over here, we have the files department. And we have something called the briefing room. This is a very important room, the briefing room. Why? Because there's something called King Talks, like training tapes, and we have something called Green Freewheel DTIC binders, which is Confusing Technical and Information Center binders. So I just submit, you've all heard this being Carl said that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Well, here's where the evidence is. In this facility, they not only have the hardware, but they've got the tissue samples, they've got the motion picture film reels, they've got the high visual video audio tapes. It's all here. This is what we're looking for.
The DTIC thing, that's an interesting detail because I kind of stumbled on that in the original Dan Burke video. I was just kind of searching around on DuckDuckGo and pulled it up, and they actually have a really cryptic, interesting website that's very much locked down in terms of language. But DTIC. Okay, so if you want to take a look at the DTIC website, it's discover.dtic.mil, and you can go here and see the kind of work that they do.
This is just the basics. And
They have an org chart here. Here's their org chart. Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, Assistant Secretary of Defense for S&T, Dr. April Erickson, Administrator, Defense Central Information Center. An interesting resource. This just talks about what they do. So if you want to spend some time on this website, I recommend it.
On the far western wall, on the interior of each of the 9 hangar bays, there is a 4-1 in red paint circled by a red circle. So that indicates that you are at area S4, floor 1. That's the significance there. The first hangar bay, which is right here, this is hangar bay number 1, was none other than Bob Lazar's sport model, or a P45 sport model. Hangar bay number 2, we believe to be the exact same vehicle, or possibly an ARV, alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3, ladies and gentlemen, was the Roswell craft, which was covered by a tarp, so Dan didn't get to see the entire configuration, but it was the Roswell craft. Next we have, in the next hangar, which is number 4, is the P-52 Orion craft. The next hangar bay 5 was empty. Hangar bay 6 contains a man-made F-22 conversion, or sort of a dog and pony show of what was in hangar bay 3. So it was a man-made version of the Roswell craft. Up here we have, it's believed to be the 1953 crash retrieval in Kingman, Arizona. That was what was in the next hangar, which is 7. Hangar bay 8 contains a black isosceles triangle that was nicknamed the licorice trap. Hangar bay 9, ladies and gentlemen, was empty. So that's the layout here. Up on the left-hand corner, I've got a very crude
gymnasium lighting. That's the important thing to remember. When you're in this facility, it's not impeccable lighting on the first floor, so that's why we have that. Moving over to the right, we have the biohazard suppression area. We have the overflow files department. And then we have the communication area. And then you look over to the bottom right here is the meals ready to eat for the cafeteria. And you'll notice here that the different colors indicate the compartmentalization of the people who work on different programs at Area S4. So if you work on Project Sidekick, or if you work on Project Galileo, you sit in the red area. If you work on weapons research, you sit in the black area. As we mentioned, the orange area is Project Living Glass. So what they're doing is they're quarantining the employees and engineers who work on the different programs so that these things remain secret. Okay, so this is a far look down of the main hallway. As soon as you walk in, you see that red stripe and the blue stripe on the right-hand side. We've got the avionics lab and the propulsion system labs on the immediate left-hand side. Now, right to the left, there is an eyes onto the poster confirmed by Dr. Van Bursch. Over to the right, there is a nurse there and a waiting pad. So all this talk about trying to smuggle things out of S4 so that we can prove all this is real, well, it's next to impossible. Why? Because they weigh you in the mood when you get there, and they weigh you in the mood when you get out. And if there's a discrepancy between ounces, it's over. So you got to be very careful here. Now, 4-1, looking down through the catwalk to the left-hand side. This is the first hangar bay. It's a 52-foot diameter Balthazar sport model. So this is, we're looking down through the catwalk. Over here we have Hangar Bay 2, which again is believed to be the same craft or an alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar Bay 3 is E-24 Roswell craft. You'll notice the 4-1, we're at Area S4, Level 1. Now, this is interesting. I did not make this statement, but Dr. Dan Bursch and even the late geologist, Dr. Phil Schneider, indicated that the F-22 Raptor, the exterior configuration of the F-22 Raptor was originating from the original Roswell craft.
Okay, real quick. Phil Schneider, for those of you who don't know, was the geologist who, in his presentations, said that he worked as one of the key geology experts for these deep underground military bases. They're called dumps, deep underground military bases. And he was part of a operation or a project where they were digging down into a particular area to build this underground base. And the way that they do it is they dig 4 corners out, like a tunnel going straight down. They bore a hole down, and then they go down into the tunnel and they start working out from there, and that's how they construct the base. At least that's the case. And during this process of working on one of these bases, according to Schneider, they broke into a chamber. They broke through, and inside the chamber was of another base, but it was full of graves, tall graves. And according to Phil, he got he was attacked. He pulled out his pistol. He shot a gray. They hit him with some kind of a weapon. There were Delta Force guys there who went down into the tunnel and pulled him out. It was the whole firefight ensued. A number of people were killed. This is all according to Phil Schneider's story. And then a few years after he started going around having these talks, he mysteriously died when he was strangled to death in his hotel room by his own staffer. That was really interesting. You can, if you Google around a little bit, you can find the stories on it. It's a really weird story because he definitely died under mysterious circumstances. There's no question about it. And he had some very weird things to say that if any of them were true, would really be shocking. I mean, for one, just the fact that there would be not just one, but probably many underground bases that are inhabited by beings that are actually working and doing things, and that we know where some of them are, at least. The remote viewer, Pat Price, also claimed that there were a number of underground bases located around the planet. And he was able to remote view these. And supposedly there's some documents that he has. He's dead now, but that will eventually be released that details some more information on this. So it's interesting that he mentions Phil Schneider, and I think that's kind of cool. And it's interesting that Phil had something to say about the Roswell craft and shape of it.
A very bombshell statement to make. But if you take away the vertical stabilizers on the F-22 Raptor, and then you remove the air intakes, and then you do something what Dan Burge told me, is if you drew a spline curve and connected all of the major points or intersecting areas on the Raptor, what you end up with, ladies and gentlemen, is the Roswell craft. So this comes directly from Dan Burge. Is there any way to prove this? Well, take a look at the historical legacy on the origin point of stealth technology. And we'll start up here. There is a defining feature that goes through all these configurations. We've got the XE-22 up here. We've got a Russian stealth configuration here. Down here to the left, we've got a Norfolk configuration. Just to the right of that, we've got the Testers Model Corporation in Rockford, Illinois. The F-19 configuration by Lockheed, and then we've got the configuration from the movie Stealth, which was released in 2005. All these configurations contain the same design model. In fact, they contain the same winglet to fuselage joint, which is completely integrated in smooth contour, identical to the B-2 stealth bomber to reduce the radar cross signature. That is the defining design feature on these stealth technologies. The same thing we'll see in the Roswell craft.
That's an interesting point, and it makes sense too, right? Like during when we captured or covered these discs in the early days, they probably didn't have means to really do much, so they had to kind of work with the tools they had, which probably primitive. So that's interesting. So what would you do, right? Like you do what you can. You take the disc, you hit it with radar, and you look at the cross signature and see what comes back. You probably figure out really early that it has almost no cross signature. Maybe that's clues you into some basic things that you can start doing with your own aircraft research and start moving in that direction. Then you'd probably figure out things like metallurgy, materials, really like basic things before you get to how does the reactor work, or how does the avionics system, or what is that look like? So that's an interesting thing. And then maybe as our aircraft are being developed, they're just feeding out piecemeal little things that they glean from this reverse engineering process and into our aerospace companies. And you're starting to see some of that technology work its way in. And even though the planes that we're seeing now were designed years and years ago, the stuff that's on the drawing board today is probably 25 years ahead of, if not more, than whatever we can imagine right now. Very interesting.
Hangar Bay 4 was a P-52 Orion craft. This is the original configuration. This is the cleaned up configuration on the bottom side by Dr. Dan Burge.
By the way, that kind of sounds like one that David Rush described, that they found that it looked like a bell, he said, or it looked like a where the outer shell of the craft had broken away, and then what was left inside was kind of a bell thing. Kind of looks similar to that. Can you imagine you make it through into the building, you go through that sliding glass door, go through the lanai, past the kitchen, past the bathroom, down that long hallway, there's an X-File poster. See that? That's interesting. They weigh you, then you go into this hallway, and right there it is. It's like, it's a room. There's a UFO right there. Can you imagine the first time what that must feel like? It's got to be crazy. And then to walk, a couple more meters, and there's another one. A couple more meters, and there's another one. And they're all different. Oh my God.
Hangar Bays 5 and Bay 9 were empty. And you'll notice too that there are these interesting tracks here, and these were used to pull the craft out of the hangar bays so that they could be test flown on the tarmac immediately from the entrance of the facility. Hangar Bay 6 was the man-made reproduction of the C-24 Roswell craft that was in Hangar Bay 6. Hangar Bay 7, again, that's been believed, but not completely confirmed, that this was the 1953 Kingman UFO crash retrieval vehicle, was covered by a tarp.
the replica craft that we built, I wonder if that was built to test out some of these ideas about stealth, the shape of the craft, the type of skin on the craft, the way those pieces are joined together. So that was an early beta test of some of these concepts, and so they had to, because it was applied to that craft, that you could just lock up the secret was the actual. This next one is interesting because this reminds me of the Rendlesham craft. If anyone remembers that story, where the craft appeared in the forest near the Air Force Base, where there were some nuclear weapons that were being stored, and one of the security detail actually approached the craft, puts his hand on the craft. There was another guy, I can't remember his name, but Stephen Greer had a press conference a year or two ago that another gentleman talked about seeing a black triangular craft that approached him on the highway. And he touched it. He gets out and he says he touched it. This will be another video that we'll do. I'll go back and find this one. This story is crazy. And he said when he ran his hand across the craft, it felt like shark skin. This one way it was really smooth, and then when he pulled it back, it was like shark skin. And he said when he pulled it back, it was like pixels were jumping off of it. Almost like some kind of nano-engineered material that was displaying some kind of image on the surface of the craft to make it seem invisible. I don't know, but it was a crazy story. But the one, the Rendlesham story, the triangular craft that they encounter, he touches this craft and then he receives a download into his brain of binary code. And he takes that binary code and it's like in his mind, and he's repeating these numbers. He gets up one night at a hotel and he takes a pad and pencil or a pen and he starts writing ones and zeros, like frantically. He fills up pages and pages, and then by the time he's done, he's got all these ones and zeros, which were later entered into a somebody translated binary, and there's an actual encoded message there. And the message is crazy. Save that for another video.
Hangar Bay 8 contains a black isosceles triangle. They call it the licorice drop, according to Dan Burge. And I will mention that everything from Hangar Bay 1 to Hangar Bay 7 were all extraterrestrial vehicles. Hangar Bay 8 was the only aliens vehicle because there's a difference between extraterrestrials and aliens. And according to Dr. Dan Burge, the exterior configuration or what it looked like when we saw this craft, it looked like a black liquid mercury that you could fall into. It was a very unique surface texture on this particular craft.
That's what was his name. That's what the guy that testified, or not testified, but that spoke at Stephen Greer's press conference said. Didn't I just say that? He said it was the skin of the craft. It was really weird. And he touched it and pixels were coming off of it. And it was shiny and black, but it looked like you could see patterns on it, that they would disappear. And it felt like shark skin. I wonder if that's the same craft. He says he saw this outside of the base, out on the highway at night, that it approached their car. And it was like a drone. It wasn't that big. I don't remember how big he said it was, but it wasn't enormous. It wasn't like the size of a bus or something. Much smaller. Well, that's an interesting story. Very interesting.
So, we've got Bob Lazar stating that S4 exists. That's what he said back in 1988, 1989. We've got Dr. Dan Burge coming forward stating that S4 exists. We also have Bill Newhouse, who worked on the flight simulators at S4 and at Los Alamos National Lab. So we've got three independent people confirming the same thing. You'll see the cutaway AutoCAD drawing originated from Bill Newhouse, indicating that there was a flight simulator, a flying saucer flight simulator that was attached to a gimbal mount, and you could rotate this thing almost up to 90 degrees. There was a diagnostic cable attached to the vehicle when it was static, but when it was energized, the diagnostic cable gets released, and then you could quote-unquote fly the vehicle at that time. So, the D45 craft was the sport model, measured 52 feet in diameter, was 16 feet high. It had a smooth, polished aluminum exterior configuration. And then I want to take you inside here to show you some of the interior components. It had three different levels. We've got the lower bay, we've got the mid-deck, and the upper deck. So that's what we've got right there. Now let's zoom inside. We'll take a look at what it looks like inside. On the bottom section of the vehicle, there were 3 gravity amplifiers. Right above that, we have the middeck, which contains 3 gravity amplifier heads, 3 seats that all sat in the same direction, which were too small for human test pilots to fit into. Then we've got a gravity amplifier system here. We've got a antimatter reactor and a waveguide that goes all the way up through the middeck and what we believe to be the avionics or navigation department right here, and these are not windows. So that's the layout of the sport model according to Mr. Bob Lazar. Now, spend 15 seconds on the propulsion system of this vehicle. Element 115 is machined into triangles at Los Alamos, transported to S4. It is loaded into the antimatter reactor, and then the target substance is bombarded with protons. And when the proton plugs into the nucleus of an atom of element 115, it bumps its atomic number up to element 116, which immediately decays and releases antimatter. That is the power source for the vehicle in near 100% thermoelectric power. So that's a breakdown of the propulsion system. Project Aquarius terminology. Let's talk about some terminology here.
That's an interesting aspect to the propulsion of the craft, because I wonder how long a fuel pellet lasts. Supposedly they machine these things at Los Alamos and bring them out to S4 to be tested in the craft. I wonder how frequently they have to replace the fuel, or if it just lasts forever, more or less.
And that's the laziest thing.
Controlling that reaction is really, really, really critical. Like, how do you throttle it to give you exactly the amount of power that you need for whatever it is you're trying to do in real time?
Project Galileo. Project Aquarius is nothing more than an umbrella term for everything having to do with mankind's interaction with extraterrestrials. Below that, there are about 5 different programs. The first one is Project Galileo. It dealt with the propulsion system of extraterrestrial and future terrestrial vehicles. So that was the first one. Second one under Project Aquarius was Project Sidekick. Relates to a weapons program. No further information is available from Dan Aquarius on that program. Project Looking Glass dealt with the physics of seeing the effects of an artificially produced gravity wave on time. The fourth project was a second generation of weapons program, which originated with Project Sidekick, no program name provided. The fifth program dealt with a series of biological defense operations, which then served in the capacity of senior scientists. So those are the programs that fell under Project Aquarius. So how did the J-Rod craft, or what was termed the human 1953 UFO craft retrieval, how did it get to S4? Ladies and gentlemen, it got there by a 40-ton, what's called a Dragon tank hauler. That's how they got it there to the facility. Now, in 1953, according to Dr. Dan Burrish, there was a UFO crash retrieval in Kinney, Arizona. There were 3 bodies recovered. 1 died on impact. He was still contained to his biocontainment device. The other one went to Los Alamos, and the third and final one went to Area 51 S4. That's the J-Rod that Dan Burrish worked with. Now, in 1954, according to Dan Burrish, there was a meeting between President Dwight D. Eisenhower and representatives of the P-52 Orion, and a treaty was signed. A copy of that treaty was kept at Area S4 Level 4-1, and they also gave President Eisenhower something called the Orion Cube, which we'll talk about as well. What is the Orion Cube? It was also known as the Yellow Book. It has nothing to do with phone numbers, okay? What it is it's a 8 by 8 square cube, and it's a quantum viewing device that you could, once it's accessed, you could look at the probabilities of future events. There was protocols that had to be followed in order to activate this. And at one time, it's believed that this cube was stored at level 4-1. And later, it was moved to the Scottish Rite Masonic Temple just outside Washington, D.C. From that point further, we don't know where it is.
So you were able to actually got to this.
At Edwards Air Force Base meeting between Eisenhower and the Orion representatives, supposedly there is footage of the craft actually approaching the base that was part of a documentary that had been authorized by someone in charge of Project Aquarius, or at some level within Project Aquarius. You can find this footage. It's out there. If anybody knows where it is, please link to it in the comments and just put it up there. I'll look for it as well, but just while it's on the top of the brain. The Yellow Book cube is really fascinating. How would that even work? How would you look into a cube and see future or possible future events? How would that be displayed to you? Would it be in the form of like a video? And even then, like, how would you discern what timeline you were looking at? How would you know? How would you be able to see pertinent details from that time, like who's president or what events are happening around the world? It's a strange one, because I can't even imagine how you would even speculate on it. It's just a weird object.
That's the lineage of the Orion Cube. Now, interesting to note that there are 3 events that took place in 1947. Is there a coincidence? I don't think there is.
Also on the cube, just real quick, as soon as someone has an object that can see alternate timelines, and then doesn't that cause tremendous disruption to our own timeline? Wouldn't that introduce a really weird, unstable element into our timeline and make it possible for people to change world events based on possible future outcomes? If that's the case, then some of what Dan Burrish said in his original interview that my first video was on about divergent timelines, that starts to make more sense. But I wonder if the appearance of this cube is what kicks all that off. This weird, fun time travel speculation.
We've got the Roswell crash on July 2nd, 1947. Then we've got the formation of the CIA in 1947 and the formation of the Independent Air Force also in 1947. 3 of those happening at the same time. In 1952, this was the National Security Agency, who, according to the CIA, had improper intelligence, so partial majestic control of Project Aquarius was handed over to the, quote, new boys on the block, because they came after the Central Intelligence Agency. So there was this animosity that continues today between the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency. Now, moving down to 4-2, we've got the SolidWorks and also the AutoCAD rendering for 4-2. Moving into the facility, the first thing you'll see when you walk into level 4-2 is a 3-foot-tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. There's a symbolic message that we're giving you here. There's a primary looking glass device, and then on either side of that primary looking glass device, ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 secondary ERBs or Einstein-Rosen ribbons. Up on the left, I've got a graphic of what we term the galactic positioning codes, because when you access the Stargate at the S4 facility, you don't need to have a galactic positioning code on your arm or flip it, because all that data is inside the control room. But when you go outside S4, you do need to get this positioning code data so that you know where you're going. Here we've got the jump.
That's exactly how the Stargate works in the movie. James Spader figures that out. He's the one who figures it out. There's a great scene where he's explaining this to a room full of people, and he's just like spilling coffee all over the place. He's trying to like walk him through how this really works. But he basically figures out how to navigate using the Stargate. So when you go from A to B, you know how to get back. It's basically a big rotary phone. This seems a little more complex. Interesting parallel, though. There have been a number of people over the years who have said that the movie Stargate and the show were a form of soft disclosure, and they put a lot of little details in there. They just kind of folded them into the show. In fact, there's even an episode of the show, Stargate SG-1. There's an episode called Wormhole Extreme. Wormhole Extreme is about, within the universe of the show, they find out that there's another TV show that's
Is
being made
pornography causing a problem in your
that
life?
refers back to their
Do you
Stargate
find
program,
yourself
which is
watching
4 seasons
porno
versus
for
the real,
longer
and it's
periods
just this
of
whole
time
play on this
and
idea.
having trouble stopping?
And it's kind of a weird wink,
Is
wink, nudge,
porn
nudge
affecting
episode.
your
Just sort of
relationship or dating
saying,
life?
yeah, this
Well,
show
you're
is full of
certainly not alone.
proposals.
Watching pornography has become so commonplace today, and
That's
oftentimes
Street.
being used
In the
porn
down
to
here, we've
numb
got the
pain,
Project
loneliness,
Sidekick
boredom,
storage
anxiety,
facility. There's
and
also one
depression.
just below that.
Shame
To
and
the right,
stigma
we've got
prevent men
Network
from talking
Research
about
and
these
Development.
issues
I've
and
got a
getting help
blown
for
up
them.
view of the Looking
I
Glass
want
device
to
here.
introduce you to
We're
my
going
friend
to consider
Steve.
something
Steve
called
is
the
the founder
Doctrine
of
of
Valor
Convergent
Recovery,
Timeline
a program
Paradox.
to help
And
men
then we're also
overcome
going to
porn
consider
abuse and
how do
sexual
the U.S.
compulsivity.
government
Steve
get
is
the
a long-term
technology to
sexual recovery
access
member
naturally
that has personally overcame
stargates
the
throughout
emotional
the
and
world.
spiritual
It
despair
has to
of
do
abusing
with the
pornography
Sumerian
and has
silver
dedicated
seals
his
that were
life to
recovered in
empowering
Baghdad
men to do the
years
same.
ago. Now,
Steve
this is
is an
a
amazing
SolidWorks
person,
rendering
and he is
of
a
the Looking
close
Glass
friend of
device.
mine.
You'll notice that there's
I
these
mean that.
core or
Valor
going
Recovery helps men
reshaped
to develop the
device.
tools necessary to have
And
a healthier
inside
sex
this, we
life.
have
Their
multiple
coaches are in long-term
permanent
recovery and will be your
electromagnets.
partner,
And
mentor,
this is
and
consistent
spiritual
with
guide to
6
transcend these
electromagnetic
problematic
fields that
behaviors.
form above
To
this
learn more about Valor
device.
Recovery,
There is
please
a
visit him
up and
at
down actuating rotating cylinder. So it's a height adjustable rotating cylinder which is attached to a 3-axis gimbal system. That's the general layout of the Looking Glass device. Now, what does this thing do? Well, it can actually warp the fabric of space-time both forwards and back, and you can actually see the probability of future events. That's the primary function. However, there's a secret to the Looking Glass device, which Dan Burch has told us. What you can do is you can flip this device up at 45-degree angle, and if you tune it to a slightly different frequency, it can be used as a stargate. So it actually has a dual purpose. You've got these spirals or guide rings just above the Looking Glass device. These are used to guide the electromagnetic field over the Looking Glass device. It's something that you can hit with your hand. Now, per Dan's comments, there was a 3-foot tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. He had a maroon vest, he had golden fringes, and he had black buttons. He was holding a clock, and this is symbolic that you're going down a rabbit hole into a world that's beyond belief, and that's exactly what happens in the Looking Glass area. So it was
The UFO Rabbit Hole with Kelly Chase, arguably the best podcast on UFOs and UAPs out there. You should all go listen to it and subscribe.
It's a symbolic and cryptic message. Now, when we talk about time travel and we talk about the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox, in my assessment, there is no better illustration of this concept than the movie Back to the Future 2. And they talk about this in that movie. So, just to illustrate this, for example, on the bottom here, we've got something called the flow of time, representative of the bottom arrow or timeline 1. That's the timeline we're on. So, we're moving down this timeline and everything is fine, everything is right, and then somebody decides to flip on one of these Looking Glass devices, and this is called the Looking Glass point of observation. That's right here. Now, you have someone that is looking into the future of probable events. At that point, that point in time on timeline 1, but we are now on timeline 2, and we have theoretically affected our future timeline 1. So that's how this works. Now, in this movie, a DeLorean is used to go from the year 1985 to the year 2015, and a character by the name of Rick Tannen, he eventually comes into possession of something called the Gray Sports Almanac, 1950 to 2005. He picks this up from an 80s memorabilia store. He goes back to the year 1985, and it's cakewalk. He knows all the results, all the sports scores, to the horse racing, to NFL, to hockey. He turns out to be a billionaire. It's just incredible. But in the process of doing that, he completely destroys himself, everyone he's with, and everything, all the surroundings. So you can see the catastrophic consequences of looking into the future. It has a very serious consequence. And that's borne out by what we see here with the Mayan calendar. Some believe that On December 21st of 2012, it's the end of the world. However, some take a more positive approach and indicate that this is a new dawning of an age of enlightenment. And this is, if we flip over to the prophecy rock by the Hopis here, they have a similar motif. They talk about the evolution of mankind's consciousness on this bottom straight line, and then something happens. An event takes place where we go off into chaos. And that's what you see with the stricken line. So again, it's very destructive in some cases to try to predict future events. It can have catastrophic consequences. Here you see the rendering, 3D Max 3D rendering of the looking glass device. We've got the transport pads in this location. Everything that took place in this facility was recorded on digital videotape. So they have the evidence. There's no question about it. You can see the electromagnetic fields forming above the looking glass device. There was a skin clear yellow and black stripe that followed the circumference of the looking glass device. Now again, this is inverse rendering. We talked about the looking glass configuration. It's the general configuration on the upper left-hand corner, and then on the upper right-hand corner, we rotated the device 45 degrees from the horizontal, and now it's in the quote Stargate configuration. So that's what we see there. The flip book. This was something that engineers wore on their arms, and it's kind of a GPS code book, because you have to know where you are and where you're going when you operate or access one of these Stargates. Now, some of you may have seen the movie Stargate. The actual Stargate looks nothing like what you see in the movies. The only thing that is consistent is this metal catwalk that gets you into the actual Stargate. That's the only similarity in the entire operation.
Dan Burrish's interview, in his interview, he talks about they tried to put a person into the Stargate, and that person didn't survive. He said it was really gory, not pleasant what happened to the person. It sounds like from Michael Strat's telling, they had a means to actually safely go through the Stargate and then return. That's how I'm reading it. That's an interesting description.
Level S4, level 3. We're moving on to level 3. This is the SolidWorks rendering. Below, we have the AutoCAD rendering. Now, there are at least 3 primary areas to 4-3. You'll notice that there are 3 distinct segments here. Each has 4 residential suites. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Majestic 12 residential suites. That's where they stay when they get to S4. It consists of a very simple 1-bedroom apartment with a sunken living area. There's a tile walkway to enter the facility. There's a single TV. There's 1 single bathroom. So that's the S4 Majestic 12 residential suite. You also know that we've got the culture department. We've got the analysis department just to the right and below the culture department. Up here on the right, we've got the call-offs, the leader call-offs. We've got slider trays. We've got pressure incubators. And when I was going through this, it really dawned on me that there's a lot of attention to detail here, and it was my assessment that this was coming from a man who had practical application experience in working in this environment. It just seemed to me that you couldn't make this up. There was a lot of detail here. It really seemed that this is someone who could speak from experience that was actually working in the facility. Now, level 4-4, that's what we're moving on to now. A number of primary areas here. We have the badge board. This is a blow up of the badge board on 4-4. We've got a meeting room or a board room in that facility. There are multiple bio-containment labs in level 4-4. You will zoom in and blow up that area right here. These are the decontamination areas. And Dan Burrish's desk at S4, level 4-4, was right in this facility right here. So again, the level of attention to detail to me was just astounding. It really seemed like someone who was actually working there. Now, some of you may have seen this before. This is Dan Burrish's security badge at S4. We've got MADS here, that's short for Majestic. That was the program that was operated under Truman in 1947. And then we've got these diagonally striped blue and darker blue running along the upper left-hand corner. This is the same configuration that Bob Lazar talked about as well. So again, we've got secondary independent confirmation that there was a security badge that actually looked like that. His badge number was H6196MAJ. Level 4-5, very important floor. This is the cleans sphere floor, and you'll notice that there is an iris. This iris can move out for the clean sphere floor. You've got these orange cables going across the clean sphere, and they are to suspend the quote beehive lights. There was a boardroom on the right side, one boardroom on the left side, and then we've got the actuation of the actual clean sphere floor. So what does this thing actually look like? Before you get into the sphere, there's multiple protocols that have to be followed. This is the entire layout of the protocols. The 4-5 entry vehicle and overview of clean sphere entry protocols. So you've got the totally encapsulated suit that you have to continue with. You have to have a positive pressure environment in that suit, and the umbilical cords that take place at this stage are integrated into the clean sphere. Now, detailed views. We've got the PINS device. What did Dan Burris do when he got there? He worked with this PINS device, which is the pressure-induced needle system. He carried a briefcase with him when he got into the airlock, which gained access to the clean sphere. Down here, I've got the representation of the 40-ton Dragon Wagon tank hauler, shows you how they got the craft through the facility. And this is a rendering of the airlock here. This is a layout of what the 4-5 facility looks like. So picture in your mind's eye a large square building, somewhat similar to what we have here, and in all four corners, you have this fillet radius, so the corners aren't sharp, but the blend really looks that. And then on the lower floor, you've got something called a scissor lift. It's the same type of scissor lift you see in manufacturing and construction sites. And just above that, of course, you've got a hydraulically actuated scissor lift. There's a floor with a large circular cutout with something called the clean sphere. And the clean sphere, ladies and gentlemen, is not a complete sphere. It's like an orange cut in half, so it's strictly a half of a sphere. That's what we're considering here. Here you see the SolidWorks rendering of the clean sphere device, and then the scissor lift, almost identical to what you would see at your local airport with these concession trucks that bring this box up to the 747 cargo bay and then bring in the meals. And that's the same type configuration that you would see at the bottom of 4-5. Here's the rendering of what the clean sphere actually looked like. It was 52 feet across. The plexiglass clear bubble was 2 inches thick. Think about the manufacturing that had to take place to get that there. Just an incredible level of engineering. Impeccable lighting was located on 4-5, which is different from level 4-1. There were 7 indented windows, or majestic 12 observation gallery windows. They measured 2.5 feet wide, 4.5 feet tall. So there were 7 of those, so that you could look down inside the clean sphere as you're taking tissue samples from the J-Rod. That's what we see here. Now we've got something called the beehive lights. These beehive lights could actually move along trapeze cables. They could be lowered and raised through a telescopic device. And these were actually designed and built by J-Rods and the S4 engineers. Just an impeccable level of lighting on 4-5. Why is that needed? Because you don't want any shadows when you're taking tissue samples from an extraterrestrial. Here you can see the edge of the...
Wouldn't we have sufficient lighting technology to accommodate that necessity? Would we really need help designing lights? I feel like that one would be under. We'd be pretty good.
Which have been presented to them.
4-5 floor, which is in the yellow and black stripe right here. And then also the edge of the clean sphere bubble right here. That's what we're indicating in this illustration. Now, there's something called kick plates that actually are manually operated, and they seal the gap between the clean sphere edge and the floor of 4-5, the opening. That's what they do. And according to Dan Bush, These were done by hand manually. And when you slam these down, there's a big bang that takes place. So it's something that he really stressed. Here we see the scissor lift lifting the canister up to the second floor of 4-5. And then you can see again the hydraulically actuated scissor lift. Now, we'll talk about the test or totally exposed suit. Similar to what you would see in the Gemini, Mercury, even the Apollo program in 1969. It's a positive pressure suit to keep out biocontaminants. That's actually its job. And when Dan Bursch was at 4-5 inside the canister, he was taking upwards of 300 tissue samples from the J-Rod because he suffered from a genetic neuropathy defect. And the overall program was to find a cure for that genetic defect. And one way they did that is to use this pressure-induced needle system that Dr. Dan Bursch personally told me was very small. He called it a Saturday night special. And it had a pneumatically actuated hose off the aft end of the pinch device. There was a small cartridge that was loaded right inside the shaft here, and you could take the tissue samples that were sent up to the analysis department. So that's how they did that. He also carried a briefing case with him with multiple needles and cartridges that went inside the canister as well. Now again, remember, they weigh you in the nude, and you get it, and when you drop down to 4-5, they weigh you in the nude again. So there's just no way you're going to sneak anything out of 4-5. This is a very well done pencil sketch by Mark McCandless, who is again the world's premier aerospace illustrator, showing Dan Bursch being seated up in the test suit and then entering the airlock or decontamination chamber for entry into the canister. Now, what in the world does J-Rod mean? I mean, we've heard this before. In its simplest terms, J-Rod means 15 because J on the computer keyboard is the 10th letter in the English language. The dash or rod was symbolic of the Mayan glyph that indicated the number 5. So you put those together, you get 15. That's also symbolic because he traveled from 15 light years away to get to Earth. So that's the definition of J-Rod and how he got his name. Now, 2 quotes from Dan Bursch that are very important. He said, "I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. The difference being that an extraterrestrial such as a J-Rod is actually a future human and therefore shares a same human lineage. A true alien, on the other hand, would bear no such human lineage." So that's the difference between an extraterrestrial and an alien. Now, when he was working there, you can see him with the PINS device taking samples from the J-Rod. And he was called Teela, a little bit of description of what he looked like. He measured 3.5 feet tall. He had dark brown appearance, very black inset eyes, a disproportionately large head. He had a small nose, long arms, and no teeth. Interesting to note that the designation for this particular J-Rod was EBE-53AZ2. That stands for Extraterrestrial Biological Entity, 1953, UFO Crash Retrieval, Human, Arizona, number 2. Because remember, the first one died on impact, the other one went to a Y-11 facility at Los Alamos. Now, during one of these tissue sample sessions, remember, you have to follow a certain protocol to approach this J-Rod. You have to raise up your right hand, J-Rod raises his right hand, and then you take multiple bride steps together, and then you meet your center. During one occasion within the Cleansphere, the J-Rod, who is known as Kayla, he broke the protocol, rushed Dan, and they had developed a friendship at this time, so this had never happened before. I mean, he wasn't under attack, but Dan Bursch was startled about what took place. He stepped back and accidentally caught his foot of the totally encapsulated suit on the grid structure of the bottom of the floor of 4-5, and he tripped over backwards on his oxygen tank. And the J-Rod proceeded to infuse into him a tremendous amount of material having to do with future events. So it's incredible what took place inside the Cleansphere. This is an illustration by Mark McCandless showing the decontamination process within the airlock for entry into the 4-5 facility. Now, again, how did they get this technology to access these naturally occurring stargates? Ladies and gentlemen, they got those from the Sumerian cylinder seals, in some cases from the Baghdad Museum. Now, what you'll do here is you'll take a piece of wet clay and you'll roll that over the clay, the cylinder seal, and you'll end up with this positive relief. Now, according to Dan Burrish, what the government figured out how to do is you take a mirror, go right down the center line of one of these glyphs, and you get a mirror image, which is nothing more than a blueprint on how you access these naturally occurring stargates. That's how they did it. That's how they did it. Now, in 2003, something interesting happened. J. Rod was moved from his position within the Queensphere 4-5 facility. He was flown to Abydos Temple, which is down the Nile River. Perhaps some of you have been there, actually. And remember, he has to be in his own positive pressure atmospheric environment or he'll die. So they ended up building a stroller for him. This is Dr. Dan Burrish's illustration of what that stroller actually looked like. And recall too that they were friends at the time. So Dan Burrish was sad that J-Rod could not go home to his family and be with his family. He had a compassion for him. So in this act of compassion, during the accessing by the government of one of these naturally occurring stargates at Abydos Temple, Dan Burrish thrust forward that stroller and pushed Kayla into this stargate, sending him home. However, Dan and the stroller device were kicked out. He got into a lot of trouble for this, but it was an act of compassion on Dr. Dan Burrish. There was a very interesting piece of nostalgia at the end of Green Lake Runway, according to Dan Burrish. There is a sign there that has multiple arrows pointing in every direction, and the sign says home. And this is a symbolic message that what takes place at S4, perhaps Green Lake, home is underground, it's in outer space, it's north, it's east, it's west, home is everywhere. There's a symbolic encrypted message being employed in this symbol here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's really important that we honor the courage that Dan Burrish had to come forward and give us this information regarding the specific details of the S4 facility and providing all of us a potential for a very bright future, which is on the nearby horizon. And I want to thank you for your attention.
Wow. Yeah, that's an interesting presentation. Whoops, that's a really interesting presentation because the amount of detail, can you believe it? It's crazy enough to watch Dan's initial interview where he lays a lot of this stuff out, and then without proper context, some of it is just so far out there that it's really mind-blowing. But to see actual CAD drawings and illustrations to accompany that story really builds out the world that appears very realistic. The amount of detail, like I've got some notes here that I was just jotting down while I was watching this. A number of questions jumped to mind. The timeline paradox, that there's some way to perceive and act on potential future events or to see possible alternative timelines. Might that have something to do, or everything to do, with this accelerated push for disclosure that we seem to be witnessing right now? I mean, we've talked about it on this channel a lot. You've probably noticed. There's a lot of activity right now. There's a big push. There's a lot of people coming out of the woodwork with extraordinary credentials saying unbelievable things and pushing for disclosure in a way that has just never happened before. And we've heard whispers that this is tied to some kind of a timetable. There's some kind of an event that's going to possibly take place in the very near future that is going to be impossible to ignore. I wonder if that, trace that back, if that has anything to do with the Yellow Book device or these Stargates? I mean, that's what you're saying. Stargates have something to do with it.
Greg, thank you so much, man. Thanks for appreciate your time.
Oh, that's way back. All right. No. Hey, so that's possible. Very interesting connection there. I wonder how much that's related. Genetic problems. A lot of you pointed out after Dan's video that it seems a little strange that super advanced extraterrestrials would need our help solving some kind of genetic issue. I agree. I think that's a weird one. I don't know if that might be, it's possible that could be if J-Rod was suffering from a genetic issue and he's separated from the rest of his technology. So he's here, but we don't have the rest of his civilization to support his medical needs. We would be forced to kind of work with what we have. And it would make sense if J-Rod was able to communicate to his human handlers or his captors or the humans in charge of this program what he needed and maybe instruct and help guide their technology or their research. It's possible that maybe there was an effort underway to get the humans up to a point where they could actually do something that would help them. And maybe that was the deal. Maybe there's something like that. That's the only thing I can think of. I do think that's a great question, though, and a number of you asked that question. Like, why would they need our help? Surely they would have superior genetic technology than we did, especially back in the late 80s, early 90s, mid-90s. He was in captivity, I think he said, from 1952 until potentially present day, assuming he's still alive. J-Rod? Dan Burrish said that in his vacations with J-Rod, the being appeared to be suffering from clinical depression, which makes perfect sense. Can you imagine the sense of loneliness and separation you would feel if you were not only separated from your family and your culture, but in a completely different star system on a different alien world, captured by strange beings from this planet called Earth, you're being held in some kind of unbelievably secure facility deep beneath the Earth, subterranean facility, and you're just brought up for them to run tests on you all the time. I can see how that would be not only depressing, I can see how that might rub some extraterrestrials the wrong way, and it's possible that that had something to do with some later visits. Maybe that has something to do with the overall agenda, like what's going on. J-Rod approach, when he approaches Dan Burrish, Dan trips backwards on the grate in the floor, falls backwards. First of all, can you imagine the panic, the sense of panic that must be permeating every cell in your body? You're in this room, you're in this pressurized suit, you're in this environment, and then you have an accident, you trip like a fool, you just fall backwards. First of all, how dumb would that feel? In the moment, I'd freak out, panic. Of course, these people are trained, so maybe they don't. But what if your suit ruptures? What if there's a puncture in a line somewhere, and now you're exposed, and you don't know who's exposed to what? You don't know if you're exposed to some alien pathogen or if they're going to die because they got the common cold from you. So J-Rod approaches Dan, and then, according to the story, bombards him with a telepathic download of information. We've heard about downloads in many contact stories, many abduction stories. It seems to be pretty ubiquitous when human beings come into close contact with EBEs. There is a telepathic exchange that takes place. All communication appears to be telepathic, and it comes in the form of a voice that you hear in your head or a download, of, like where you double-click an attachment in an email and it just opens up into a full concept that you have complete 360-degree understanding. It's just downloaded into your mind. What I find compelling about this story is that J-Rod approaches him and like looks right at him. We've heard in other contact cases that the beings need to make eye contact in order to really hit you with the telepathy. They can do it from a distance, but it appears, at least in my own research, that the cases where it's really hot and heavy with telepathy, it's when they're looking at you. And people have talked about contactees and abductees, how they're, when they're going through hypnotic regressions, they have terrifying recollections. They're just absolutely petrified to look into the eyes of these beings because, as many contactees and abductees describe, it's like they know everything there is to know about you. You're an open book and they have access to your entire life experience, and you feel violated. If J-Rod had to be that close to Dan Burrish to put this amount of data into him, into his mind, it brings up a number of interesting questions, one of which is telepathy limited by line of sight, and is it restricted by distance? It appears that's the case. It would appear that, if a being could just telepathically bond with an individual and then communicate with them regardless of distance, then there'd be need to wait for the moment where Dan falls down to approach him and then give him a download. It could just happen any time. And Dan seems to say something along those lines in his interview that it was always within about 60 feet that he was able to communicate telepathically with J-Rod. Interesting detail, makes you wonder about what some of the scope and limitations are of telepathy, at least maybe with this particular being. Maybe different beings can do it in different ways. But that was an interesting question that jumped to my mind. Naturally occurring stargates. We've heard about this before too. Linda Moulton Howe had an interview with a gentleman who claimed to have passed through a naturally occurring stargate in Peru at Lake Titicaca. He was able to put his head up against this stone. On the stone wall, there's carved a doorway. Puts his forehead up against the wall, and then by humming a particular frequency or combination of frequencies, he unlocks the stargate. This man describes passing through it, appearing in a white room with no walls, just white in every direction as far as you can see. And then he gets into an exchange with a person he can't see that's talking to him. And they're really pissed off and confused about how he got to where he was. And he says, I don't know how I got here, I'm lost. And then there's a conversation takes place, and then they get him home. And he doesn't have any idea how to ever duplicate this again. It just happens one time. Really bizarre experience. But we've heard about naturally occurring stargates before, and certainly there are a number of reported instances where UAPs and UFOs are seen going into and out of volcanoes, into the side of a mountain, deep beneath the ocean. Of course, we know very little about what's at the very deepest depths of the ocean. There could be stargates down there. Are these beings coming and going via stargates, naturally occurring stargates that they can predict when they'll open, and then they just traverse them and come through? Do they open regularly at regular intervals? Do they open randomly? According to Dan's interview, there seems to be some means of activating a naturally occurring stargate can be activated by some form of technology that we have. We can bombard it with some kind of electromagnetic frequency, and then it'll activate and open. That seems to be, I've heard that. I don't know if anyone knows more about that than what I just said. Please fill us in. And when he describes Dan Burrish pushing the life support pod into the wormhole, into the Stargate at the end of this presentation, it made me wonder, when J-Rod approaches Dan Burrish in the clean sphere and downloads a bunch of information into him, was that a form of manipulation? Was Dan somehow, I don't want to say tricked, because that sounds like, it almost sounds too malevolent, but if you had one shot to get home, you have one way to get home, maybe it was to teach these humans how to build, give them what they need to switch it on, and then convince one of your captors to let you go through the Stargate. And then before they can do anything, you're gone. Possible. What do you think? This is a really fascinating presentation for obvious reasons. I don't have to tell you. it melts my brain to see the visuals. I think it's phenomenal how much attention to detail Michael Schratt puts into this presentation, and I would love to know what you think. Let me know in the comments. Don't be shy. If you have ideas, if you have questions, pick this thing apart. What do you think? Let us know. Speak up in the comments. Reach out. And yeah, it's a really fascinating piece. We'll do more of these. I've got another one coming up in a week or two. I hope you enjoyed this video. Thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and share this video. And if you're not already a subscriber, just hit the button, subscribe. It takes 1 second. It doesn't cost anything. We've had a great run of the last few weeks. We've broke 5,000 subscribers. We're almost at 5,100. It's been a banner week for Night Shift. I would love to see that momentum carry on. So help me out. Subscribe, join Team Night Shift. This is about you. It's about me. It's about them. It's about us. It's about the community getting together, having these conversations, talking through these things, looking at these videos and trying to pull it apart and understand what's going on. I don't think any one person has all the pieces of the puzzle, but we each have something to offer. And it's going to take all of us. It's going to take engineers, it's going to take artists, it's going to take musicians, it's going to take regular people, it's going to take all of us putting our heads together to try and figure out what is going on. So don't be a stranger. I can't wait to see what you have to say in the comments. Thanks for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Until then, keep looking up.
is somebody keeps taping googly eyes onto roadside sculptures, like the sculptures of deer and the like. I don't know when googly eyes are not funny. You find them funny? I find them very funny. Why do you just such a simple, dumb thing? I don't know why. I mean, well, it costs money to promote them, Gary. Oh, really? They're not building googly eyes onto these things. They're taping them. They said the removal has run upwards of $1,500 because of the adhesive. I'll do it for half of them. They're worried about the money. Stainless steel requires strong solvents to remove adhesive residue. While we don't condone the wreaths, the lathes, and Santa hats, let's stay away from adhesives. Graffiti and all the things that damage the art. That according to the bank spokesperson, Renee Mitchell. Meanwhile, I wrote on the city's post, hopefully this inspires more googly eyes! Exclamation. He sounds like he's fun at parties, doesn't he? Number 8. Listening to 8 different bosses drawn on about mission statements. Nigel Richards has been crowned the Scrabble star in the language Spanish. Espanol, as they say. It turns out that he's also been a Scrabble champion in English. After he spent about 9 weeks memorizing a French dictionary, he also won in French. He's called the Tiger Woods of Scrabble. Kidding. Someone with very particular incredible abilities. Just like take it. Well, I guess if you're studying the dictionary and you see the way words are made up in a specific language, whether it's combinations of vowels or consonants or what have you, and you can kind of guess your way through it. Yeah, I mean, interesting. Well, and the other thing is, those are Latin. What I'm saying is, this doesn't sound hard. I probably could ace the French and the Spanish and the Lithuanian. Nigel is a New Zealander who's won multiple championships in English, at least 5 of them. In 2015, he made headlines when he won the French World Championship without being able to speak or understand French because he says he memorized the entire French Scrabble dictionary in 9 weeks. Well, if you have a photographic memory, it's like the facial recognition, right? Number 7. The seventh son of the seventh son. 7 times 7. After all these years, I still hear these senators and think, what way did you rest my Sunday? There was a lot of turkey trots that took place, and I mean that run style, like physical, going out and running outside. Turkey trot on Thanksgiving or the day after. And on November 28th, Thanksgiving, there was in Watertown, New York, Yes, but the land is owned by historic environment of Scotland, and they say trees there would either need to apply for monument status or be moved. Maybe make an exception for the dead lady's tree. This is what we're all about, prize picks, honestly. There's one winner today. Jersey family is suing another place. After a father of two gambled away more than $1 million of the kids' money across 4 years. 942,000 and change between January 1st of 2020 and January 13th of 24 because of his gambling habits. Now, I will say this. Everybody struggled with something during the pandemic. I was trying to know if you caught me. You played golf for God's sake. I have not played golf in like 5 years. Once they took the mask mandate off of the golf courses, you're like, well, it's not even fun anymore. But there was never a mask mandate on the golf courses. $42,000. Outside, mask, alone, very few people. It's nice. 4 minutes! A woman in Bangalore claims her husband cares more for the cat than for her, to which I say this is every household in the world where the animal is cared more than the people. If you had to choose, sure, your wife would pick Peter. Even he feels a little puppy and a little, and he has very blue teeth. I mean, they took his teeth right off. So that's a sad day. Or a lot of teeth. He was so cute that day. He was just so slightly drugged. Just like a female dog. Yeah. Just like a female dog. Well, you know when they take off those parts? They took off the yeah, don't do that with your hand. I'm not pointing at it, I'm just sort of, well, if I were to draw a diagram, it'd be next to these. They took off those. It's become illegal. Part is still there. Stop it. It's become a legal battle. The wife claims that the husband's bond with the feline has led to repeated arguments, including instances of the cat scratching her. Why did you draw that? I'm showing you what they took off. What is wrong with you? What is your picture, Joe? I said they took these off. These. That's the multiples. There's these. There's 2 of those, and there's 1 of those. I don't want to look at that picture anymore. Please show me the number on your thumb and the number of the goddamn champion. 3. Hurry up. 3. Security clearance level 3. It doesn't matter how you draw it. There is a COVID-19 theme park. UK tourists stumbled upon this. It was in Vietnam, yeah. She says it was a weird experience, dystopia. Discovered during a visit to Southeast Asia a couple years ago, tourists commercials in London while exploring the Da Lat. She encountered an attraction called the Tuyen Lam Lake National Tourist Complex with 4 themed zones. One of them is called the COVID-19 Park. Thank you. One really polite pathogen figure has a bunch of googly eyes. They're always funny. Two of which are engaged in a humorous boxing match. Others were being shish-kebabbed with syringes, locked up in jail, or present in a court case presided over by a judge, Judy Texan. And then they have like this themed clock, which each number on the clock, the circular clock, is represented by a circle, and each circle is a different sign of the times. One circle, hand sanitizer, washing hands. The next circle, vaccines. The next circle, stay at home country. It's all about gloves, face masks. Prime Minister Keir Starmer says he prefers UK prefers a toasty or steak after some others had claimed that Hackers at hospitals on WR Live for the KFI 24-hour news. Hackers say they've got their hands on 17 million patient records from local hospitals. TIH held Salt's computer and phone systems go down on December 1st, disrupting operations in Good Samaritan Hospital in LA, Downey and Whittier hospitals, doctors' offices, urgent care centers, and a hospice agency. The LA Daily News says a group of hackers has since issued a typed letter threatening to publish 17 million patient records if the hospital system doesn't make a deal. The hospital says it's working with the FBI. Michael Monks, KFI News. Attorney General Lonta has issued a bulletin to police on Prop 36. Voters overwhelmingly approved the ballot measure, telling law enforcement to be tougher on the lines of statutory changes for police and prosecutors to better understand their felony charges for some of them and drug crimes and stronger penalties for crimes involving fentanyl. Prop 36 was formerly called the Homelessness, Drug Addiction, and Theft Reduction Act. The changes from Prop 36 take effect on Wednesday, 18th. Michael Monks, KFI. One state assemblyman says another state lawmaker should be investigated for an alleged bribery scheme involving cannabis. Assemblyman Bill Salesas has based his ethics complaint on a federal indictment. Sandy says that he wants the person involved to be identified and punished. The LA Times suggests the individual was involved with Park Senator Susan Rubio. Her office said she has no reason to believe that she would be included in any criminal allegations. A billboard supporting the alleged killer at the United Healthcare CEO in New York has popped up in San Bernardino County. The sign off the 215 in Fulton looks like it was painted by hand. It has a pink background with black letters and all caps that means, "Free Luigi Mangione, he's a hero." A new state program is offering up to $2,000 to taxpayers who want to buy an e-bike.
California Air Resources Board established the California e-bike and selling program. Beginning on December 18th, eligible Californians can apply for a voucher for the purchase of an electric bike. Applicants must be at least 18 years of age, owning less than $45,000 a year as individuals, $61,000 for couples, and $93,600 for a family.
The woman who in 2006 accused three Duke University lacrosse players of raping her, making national headlines and stirring tensions about race, class, and the privilege of college athletes has admitted publicly for the first time made it all up. Crystal Magno is black, said in an interview with the Let's Talk with Cat podcast that she made up a story that wasn't true about the white players who attended a party where she was hired to perform as a stripper because she said she wanted validation from people and not from God. At least 4 commercial airline pilots have reported mysterious lights moving at extreme speeds through the skies above Oregon. The United Airlines pilot flying from Denver to Europe, Oregon last week asked Denver to Eugene, Oregon, I should say, last weekend. Air traffic controllers if there was any military activity going on in the area.
Another one shot about my 1 o'clock, about 3 times, towards us, and then back out towards the ocean. Red in color.
The pilot was told to maneuver as necessary to avoid the UFO. Another controller said she had received a report of something at 30,000 feet in the same area, and they weren't sure what it was. The consulting firm McKinsey & Company has agreed to pay $650 million under a deferred prosecution agreement for its role in the opioid epidemic.
Federal prosecutors in Massachusetts and Virginia charged the firm with conspiracy to defraud the U.S. and aiding Purdue Pharma in misbranding OxyContin. Court records reveal McKinsey knew the risks and devised strategies to increase prescriptions, fueling the addiction epidemic.
ABC's Dave Packers settlement bans McKinsey from working on controlled substance-related projects. A former McKinsey senior partner has also agreed to plead guilty to obstruction of justice. Southland weather from KFI: sunny, high 60s for beaches, inland OC, metro LA, mountains, high of the 40s and mid-50s for the high desert. Right now, 62 in Seal Beach, 64 for Buena Park, 60 for Flora Hills, and it's also 60 in Sherman Oaks. The KFI financial update: the Dow is closing down 86. S&P 500 down less than a point. Nasdaq up 24. We have a crash on the 110 Illusion Park.
So the 110 southbound connector to 5 northbound, that exit going to be blocking the right lane. Down 10 in LA and the 10 eastbound before Mateo Street. Got a stalled SUV blocking the right lane. Also downtown LA on 101 northbound Springs special lanes that cleared and things are starting to move a little bit better. South LA, 110 south of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. That earlier car fire has been extinguished. Still pretty slow ride though on the southbound 110 from the 101 Old way down to the 105. Bell Garden, 710 southbound right at Florence Avenue. And if a police pursuit had a crash and a car fire, the left lane is blocked. And the shoulder of that on-ramp blocked as well. And in San Fe Springs, 605 southbound before you get to the 5, that earlier accident cleared from the lanes as well. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Jenny Hartman.
Had enough of this country. Ever dreamt about starting your own? Head to the flag. This is my iPhone. It's surprisingly easy. The background was more of a hospital. Or maybe, no country really gives up their joke. Oh my God, what is that? Listen to Escape from Pakistan. On America's #1 podcast network, iHeartRadio, the free iHeart app, search Escape from CAQ to start listening.
Biden administration is accused of selling unused pieces of border wall in Arizona for pennies an hour. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick wants them.
I will build all of that wall and we will buy it in Texas.
He says any panels that are purchased will be gifted to the Trump administration so they can extend in Texas. The Justice Department is accusing 14 North Koreans of using false identities to get IT jobs in the U.S. and send money back to the Commonwealth. Said that they collected at least $80 million between 2017 and 2023. They're accused of hiding their Social Security citizens and paying Americans to go to job interviews or attend work meetings remotely and then face up to 27 years in prison. Hundreds of musicians are calling on major record labels to drop their lawsuit against the Internet Archive. NBC News legal analyst Angela Senatella says those labels claim free public streaming of rare recordings by the nonprofit amounts to copyright infringement. They were over $620 million in damages.
It's very unlikely that any judge will award me in a case like this, especially because there is no useful profit in this peer-to-peer commercially benefiting off of this copyright.
Amanda Palmer, lead singer of the Dresden Dolls, is one of the musicians calling for the lawsuit to be dropped.
I love the idea of an organization that's created to protect the longevity of the music that we make, the songs we write, and the major labels are never going to have to make that far ahead.
The strike over, Boeing is planning a $1 billion expansion to increase production of 787 Dreamliner wide-body jets. The expansion will happen at the Carolina facility. About 500 jobs should be created over the next 5 years. The plan is to make 10 787s a month. With consumer and business news, I'm Martha Nelson.
Jackie Bell Show, KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to the program. It's good that you're here. We're on every day from 1 until 4 o'clock. And if you miss anything after 4 o'clock, we're posting the podcast. Same as the radio show on the iHeart app. John Colville Show on demand. 2 rounds of the voice line. And in the 3 o'clock hour, 3:20 and 3:15, we're going to open up with the story that's been dominating the news for the last week and a half. And there's a strange moment last night on News Nation, the cable news channel, Ashley Benton does a show. And Alex Gabriella, the reporter, we've had on our show a number of times in the last year. He was doing a report from the State Correctional Institution, Huntington, in Pennsylvania. That's where Louis Kimenkian has been held as he awaits typically an extradition hearing. Well, while Gabriello was doing the report, Indians started shouting. We play the clip of what it sounded like. So this is Gabriello and Ashley Banfield. And you can hear the president, they're speaking with President Nancy. This is just from a few hours ago, and here they are, 10 o'clock after Robert Lee Secretary. Well, Ashley Banfield, Luigi is watching at 10 o'clock. I mean, obviously, that's just a hard throat at this point because they're not near Luigi in any way.
Can I just ask the guys if they can hear me right now to answer yes or no very loud? Does Luigi have They said no, right? Obviously, we have comments today, and they're getting the questions, and they're giving us answers. It does not have. Wow, it's something. This is the strangest interview I've ever conducted.
Me too, actually. According to the market correction, he's got his own solitary cell. It's not solitary confinement, but he's by himself. It's not forced stop. I'm not sure exactly what those guys got going on in terms of the living situation. It sounds like they're all clustered together. Isn't it interesting to see what accommodations that they have? They got their own light switches. They're obviously watching TV. Has any sort of 10 o'clock curfew, you know? They're watching Light Nation at this very moment.
All right, that's Alex Capriello, National Manager of the station. We have Alex with us on the line now. Alex, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Well, that was probably your first time.
Oh my gosh, yeah, well, it's one of the most real experiences.
So they had TV on to your channel, so they could hear you and Ashley talking and asking questions, and then they were shouting the answers.
Yeah, really ironic in a way. We're putting every single day to get more and more freebies to have news station on there, the cable provider. And then meanwhile, we find out that Huntington inmates most typically have news station with one of their personal TV inside themselves. And so earlier in the day, those guys were yelling out the window that you're watching another, TV news world and show another new man to us. And so it's crazy. I don't know about man. These guys are watching me live. And so they're yelling at us. And then, they mentioned Danville specifically out the window. I'm not sure if that's maybe one of their favorite programs on this station. But then when 10 o'clock rolls around, I look up and I look through their window and see Adam Space on the TV. That was confirmation. Oh my God, they really are watching. That's how these are organic live coverage of inmates like that.
And the clock seems late for inmates. Is there a person there?
Yeah, I've been covering that over quite some time now. Every prison's different, but I was pretty shocked that they have TV privileges past 10 o'clock.
What kind of state prison is this? I mean, what kind of felons are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's back to the theory is that especially for Luigi Mangione right now, but it's Pennsylvania's oldest operating prison cell. He was running a bill that made about, conditions in there and how it's developed. We know that there's nothing secure that these single cells, the cell block that was the one that was yelling at someone to get into a cell, mostly one inmate to a cell, sometimes two. But yeah, they got their own TVs. They clearly made their own light switches that they can turn on and off. And towards the end of that light shot was that really remarkable moment when all of these inmates were flashing their lights at us. We hear you, we're watching you, we're engineers.
The NG's conditions suck. That's something that they were shouting.
Yeah, and then, we got to take it with a grain of salt. I mean, we use a separate, block as these guys. Those that use a single cell far away from them. So when they say, Luigi's conditions suck, or Luigi says hello, or Luigi's watching this nation, I think that's just a good time. Certainly it's entertaining for them. And something else that makes you feel like you're a part of the country and get interact with people on the outside.
So, Mangione is stuck there until the next hearing. Any idea when that's going to be? Imagine being an extradition hearing.
Yeah, the evidence on the like extradition happened already. That was earlier this week. That's where we saw Thomas Giffey, who's been detained as a attorney for Mangione, is suggesting that extradition. This is a separate motion that has been filed by the defense attorney, and I believe those are scheduled for December 30th. When he has his first appearance, which was Monday, the preliminary hearing was December 23rd. So they're going to be at the courthouse to see if that hearing is still on, but we have at least 3 hearings coming up at the end of the month.
All right, well, good job. That was usually don't get from a straight news cast. Alex Capriello, News Nation, very good. Thanks for coming on. And they're also complaining that the food is terrible. Those prisoners. The prison menu has fruit, grits, scrambled eggs, and something called porcupine meatballs.
out loud, but when you're in prison,
It's supposed to be a good time, right? They're always complaining about the food. It's like, here's a tip. Don't commit any felonies, and you won't have to eat any of the food.
You can choose your own food. You know, not behind bars.
The rest of us figure it out. So, when you're a kid, right, you probably run across a story about how terrible prison conditions are, and as a kid, you go, I don't want to be a part of that.
Just, I mean, look at the episode of
Great script. Working my meatballs is made from ground beef and rice. Yeah, I can live on this.
Working my meatballs.
Yeah, I can live. Not for the grits. I'm never short grits off. What is that? I was in North Carolina this summer, and it was on the menu at the hotel. And I was looking at it, and I think I saw it. It looked like a lot of good.
Grits are a type of porridge made from coarsely ground, dry, like corn.
What's the word? Porridge. I'd rather have pork in my meatballs.
I'd rather have pork.
Now, eventually, we got actually got to New York, and he may end up getting transferred to Rikers Island in New York City, which is why this Pennsylvania prison is going to look like a Four Seasons hotel. It's Rikers in Nevada, really violent. One of these stories includes Gene Brumman, who used to be part of the mob. He spent 13 years behind bars, 4 years at Rikers. He said Rikers is the most dangerous prison in America. He said if Major and his troops were there, he would face bad food, unsanitary conditions. You have to watch your back every day. There's no structure. It's just complete chaos. It's non-stop stabbings and gang violence. Cops are scared to come to work. It's a place you want to avoid. And we're going to hear, probably hear from Luigi's gang as captain of young women.
Are they going to go visit up there at Rikers? You can't visit them there.
A couple of them that Looney Tune that we played the other day, which you've been on for about a year and a half. But they're going to be upset that Luigi's getting violated in some way. It's like, hey, don't shoot executives in the back. Don't murder people. You don't have to worry about getting attacked by crazy lunatics. I've heard about lunatics as a kid who grew up in New Jersey. And Rikers Island is an island full of psychotics.
Okay, didn't we do a story yesterday about a teacher who was hired as a religious admin to Rikers? They hired him because they wanted to do the PC thing, and they wanted to give him a second chance to pay the child support. He was at Rikers.
He was at Rikers. As soon as he comes out, gets the job at school, and he's soliciting naked photos from the young boys and girls in class. Elementary school. So that's what you do. That's what the people they release.
He was a resident at Rikers.
But that's what they don't release. When they come back, there's a lot more about Luigi Mancino because they're looking into his family and his background. What was he doing? He's gone for about months. He dropped out of sight. He didn't speak to any friends or family. Parents, especially moms, desperately trying to find him. And what was he doing? There's no information. It's fascinating. He really was wandering around lost. They don't a tremendous amount of things. Tell you all about it. You come back every morning live at KFI 24 hours.
And coming at the bottom of the hour, President-elect Trump's big reporters talks about his meeting with New York Mayor Eric Adams. We're going to a crash hotel in El Monte. Kennedy's on the Rift Valley Boulevard. Black cars have gone clear from the middle lanes. Also in Middle Gardens on the 1010 southbound, right at Florence Avenue. Got a car fire and the left lane is going to be blocked as well. Montebello, 60 East on Garfield. And a new accident in the right lane. You run into delays from 5 in downtown LA. 110
docuseries WWE's Greatest Moments in season 5 of WWE Rivals. Redates for the new returning WWE shows were announced with the likely hit A&E sometime in 2025. Alright, it's poppin', and it camps on your radio. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. You can expect some new and or hype music from Neil Young. The singer-songwriter announced that he discovered what he describes as a treasure of songs after them never released, primarily through recording sessions in 1984. He explained that he was sued by his then label for putting out music uncharacteristic of Neil Young, which is likely why the material has yet to see the light of day. The statement was posted on his neilyoungarchives.com website. The 79-year-old concluded by writing, "Which we met Randy well with Full Hearts in 2024 called Talking to the Trees, Flyers from 1974 plus his new line from 1984. I am free of what I feel like and feeling mighty blessed to have these unheard recordings to share with you. It will be scheduled soon." Alright, it's poppin', and it camps on your radio. The films, the stars, the milestones, the awards. Here's what I saw with the week in Hollywood history. December 9th, 1965, A Charlie Brown Christmas premieres on CBS. The first of 45 specials based on the comic strip Peanuts to be adapted for television. December 11th, 1931, EGOT-winning actor, singer, and dancer Rita Moreno was born in Puerto Rico. Over her over 7-decade-long career, she appeared in works as the person as West Side Story, Electric Company, and Oz, and earned the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2004. December 13th, 1950, actor James Dean makes his television debut in a Pepsi commercial. Within 5 years, he'll star in East of Eden and secure his place as an iconic screen legend. December 14th, 1969, 2 days after releasing their self-titled first album, Jackson 5, 11-year-old Michael Jackson is their frontman and made their debut on the Ed Sullivan Show. The album sales skyrocketed, diving out at number 5 and spotting the #1 single, I Want You Back. December 15th, 1939, based on the novel by Margaret Mitchell, Gone with the Wind has its premiere in Atlanta. It became the best-grossing film through that time and won 8 Academy Awards, including Best Supporting Actress for Hattie McDaniel, the first Black Oscar winner. That's the week in Hollywood history. Long-term selection and internet. We call it until death do us part was invented. That was pretty eminent. Dr. Wendy Walsh, Sunday night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. General Mills Show can't find AM 645 everywhere. Monday night on radio and follow us on social media at John Bogart Radio and John Bogart Radio. So there's been a few days, a week actually, since this event, well, since the shooting, and it's been, 4 days since Luigi Maggio was arrested. The media outlets have had a little time to delve into his background, see how he ended up where he was, and what the family's been doing. He's been missing much for 8 months. And Kathy Maggio, the mother, has been looking. He went off the grid about 8 months ago, missing in action. And she was doing everything she could to find him. She was trying to live her life normally, according to the Wall Street Journal as it was around this. This Saturday, or the arrest was Monday. On Saturday, she had lunch at an Italian market with her friends. The next day, she and her husband they attended a ceremony on one of her brothers at their church in Little Italy, in Baltimore. And it was a huge event. And after you see the family photo, he had 6 aunts and uncles, Luigi Maggio. It was his dad had 9 siblings. And they all had kids. So he had dozens of cousins. He had dozens of kids, grandkids, and it's just a tremendous family. And in one of the family photos, you can see Luigi Maggio smiling in the background. Everybody is absolutely shocked. There is a man here, family
children to be more like them. Let me tell you, kids hate it when there's cousins in the family, family friends, and they're used as models. Why aren't you more like them? But in this case, it was Luigi who was being idolized by the D-plus squads. Joe said we always want our kids on how they met Jones do. I drove my kids crazy. They had plenty of money. Their home is worth $2 million, which is a very expensive home in the Baltimore suburbs. It's hard to understand that $2 million is expensive. Because here in LA, it's not even started. As of 2022, his dad, Lou, and all 9 of his brothers and sisters worked for the golf clubs and nursing home chains that their parents had been married and built into this big sprawling enterprise. One friend, Giovanna Latterman, got a name? Giovanna Latterman. Sounds like a mixed marriage. Say we would not go out, but they never won any. But everybody in the family kept asking, what's up with Luigi? Where is he? What's he doing? Relatives were emailing any of his friends. What do you know? Have you heard from him? Nobody. They posted online. He never responded. And the Jones are very prominent in the Baltimore area. They're one of the most well-known families. This has been a huge shock. And they're also appalled that there are so many morons out there celebrating what he's done. And here's an odd little part. After he had 2 surgeries, he's back. One of them did not work, the second one did. And after one of the surgeries in July 2023, he left for a trek around Asia. Well, this must have been the surgery. And there are photos shared by other travelers that he met along the way. He also posted some online. And if you look closely, there's a picture of his backpack. And the book is a how-to primer on traveling in nothing. And then he added some self-help books to his reading list on Goodreads. One of them is Adult Children of Emotionally Immature Parents: How to Heal from Distant, Rejected, or Self-Involved Parents. Well, that's a big clue right there. Because it's clear that he felt lost, that he felt grieved. And you can see with these parents, this big business empire, a lot of now, you have a bunch of kids, and somebody must have paid attention. You can see how they kind of felt lost in the crowd. Yeah. Siblings, the aunts, the uncles, maybe you don't have their identity. And I imagine that parents are taskmasters with this kids. Now, I've seen this happen because I've been in the private school circuit on the west side. And some kids are driven by their petty parents. And they're going and going and going, and they get the grades, and they get the honors, and they get into the big school, and they crash and burn. Sometimes they crash at the school. They have to come back home. Some of them end up with some serious mental problems, addiction problems, because there's too much stress, too much pressure. And I'm not making excuses for being getting at the death of the did. But what fascinates me is how he goes from this happy, smiling guy that everybody loved and admired into a cold-blooded killer. I mean, it's a fairly quick journey. And I'm fascinated by the psychological profile of really everybody. I always wonder how they were like his children and why some people get portrayal and others don't. A little more when we come back. The New York Times had some research on that. This is from the journal from the parents' perspective, from the family's perspective. What did they know that they saw? This one, the New York Times, is from a Jones' perspective. Well, is thinking and doing because he traveled quite a bit and he clearly was on some kind of, he was seeking something. And somewhere along, oh, this is really important. He was never a customer at United Airlines. So all the people are saying, well, you know what it's like dealing with insurance companies. You're probably driven to it. You can't really blame him. But no, he wasn't driven to anything by United Airlines. He just picked them out because they were a big company. But we'll talk about his physical journey and his emotional journey. The times he covered next. Never mark live.
LA's city budget has been busted by lawsuits filed against the city.
City Minister Thomas says LA is on a budget by close to $400 million just 4 months into the fiscal year. The biggest culprit has been legal settlements and judgments for police misconduct costing the most, with infrastructure-related injuries and other lawsuits also adding up. The city has taken initial steps to issue judgment obligation bonds, which would allow it to borrow money to cover its mounting legal bills and also replenish its dwindling reserve fund. Michael Brooks, KNI News.
The news is brought to you by Letting That Jump. 1-year grace period for the California daylight law is about to end. Starting next month, people park within 20 feet of a crosswalk, 15 feet of a crosswalk with extended curbs could get a ticket. The law took effect at the start of this year, but so far drivers have only been given warnings. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman plans to make a $1 million personal donation to President-elect Trump's Operation Fund, joining a number of tech companies and executives who are working to improve their relationships with the incoming administration. President-elect Trump's big reporters office is meeting yesterday with New York Mayor Eric Adams was a good one. Tom Homan says the two agree that New York City may be a so-called sanctuary city, but cannot become a safe haven for immigrants who commit crimes. Adams has said he is looking forward to working with the Trump administration on the immigration issue. He's complained about the influx of illegal immigrants in New York. A bird strike has caused an American Airlines plane to divert to JFK Airport in New York. Plane headed to North Carolina had just left nearby LaGuardia Airport last night and did land safely, powered by its second engine. No injuries were reported. Satellite weather for KFI sunny, high 60s for beaches in Poughkeepsie, Metro LA, the valleys of the IE, upper 40s to mid 50s for the high desert. Right now 61 for the woods, 60 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We had a crash on the 91 Buena Park.
Northwest bend right at 9. A brand new accident. Two lanes going to be blocked. It's stopped from the 5. Also in Anaheim on the 91 eastbound. Right at 241. They just cleared a crash over the right shoulder. Anaheim 55 northbound. And the 91 big crash blocking the left lane there. Inglewood 405 northbound before you hit Manchester Boulevard. We've got an accident. The left lane's going to be taken out. You're hitting the brakes from Century Boulevard. We said that California's most accurate traffic reports on Jenny Martin.
This is your official holiday music station, Coast 103.5. Christmas music now. Coast 103.5. Listen anywhere on the free iHeartRadio app.
You love your kids enough to take them to see their favorite band. Love them enough to make sure they're buckled up in the back seat. Show me love. Keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Something that I desired for so long, and it's actually having a first kiss. I was a believer for that moment. And then he pulled back and said, I can't do this. And why? Because I feel like I'm missing your sister.
twin flame is your ultimate lover, your best friend, your other half, for eternity. Twin flames.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account and use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from your remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen and you can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and the Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Records, milestones, firsts, last, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? Well, it's happened to fellow sports fans. It's Andy West, and let's take a look back on this day in sports history, December 13th. We'll start off today in 1983. Detroit beats Denver 186-184, triple overtime, in the highest scoring game in NBA history. Isaiah Thomas scores 47, John Wall adds 41 for the Pistons. Denver's Kiki Vandeweghe had 51 points. Today in 1996, Roger Clemens signs a 3-year, $24.75 million contract with the Toronto Blue Jays. Clemens signing with Toronto was a surprise to many around the baseball landscape as he declined offers from big teams like the Yankees. Clemens was a big success north of the border, winning back-to-back Cy Young Awards in 1997 and 1998. And today in 2010, Vikings quarterback Brett Favre is sidelined by a broken shoulder he had 2 damage for an internal burnout, ending one of the greatest individual streaks in all of sports. Favre had made 297 consecutive starts over his 19 seasons. Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio. You are not going to believe these final numbers. The TFI Pasta-Thon was not only a huge success, but others know. See to it that the needy kids get the food they deserve from the Happiness Club. Show on demand on the iHeart app. Coming up after 2 o'clock. They are crazy in San Diego County. The Board of Supervisors is flipping epic crazy. They are declaring themselves a super sanctuary county. They are not going to cooperate with ICE, even to turn over to ICE prisoners that they have in jail who've already been convicted. Or prisoners who've been charged for very violent, serious crimes. Illegal alien, violent felons. Whether they're charged or convicted, San Diego County is not going to cooperate with ICE. There can't be more than 5 people in San Diego County who think that's a good idea, but 3 of them are on the Board of Supervisors. Chief Gaspar was the only no vote. We're going to talk to Chief coming out. But people in San Diego County, you got to do something about that Board of Supervisors. Those people are dangerous. They're out of their minds. I mean, the whole country
missing for 8 months. Nobody can contact him. But then they get the news of what the last week has been like. That was for the Wall Street Journal. New York Times has spent over a week reviewing records and messages that Giuliani had made online into a wide range of people in Beijing. And so this is what they came up with. They opened with saying Beijing had set off a long solo trip to Asia. And it stopped to record a voice message to send a friend he had met on track. And what he said in the message was, this is April, I want some time to sit in. Took soak in the hot springs, meditate, catch up on books, do some writing. He left Hawaii hungry. Like Hawaii wasn't relaxing. So he left the country and went to Asia. And he had been to Japan. The previous trip there would be going to Thailand. And he had his background covered right in. He was valedictorian at the Newton School in Maryland. Computer science graduate. At University of Pennsylvania. Got a master's degree pretty quickly. But if you go through his writings and messages, you see that he talks about his own barrel verbatim. When he went to Asia, he got angry at the modern Japanese urban environment, saying that nerds seem to be nothing but sex toys, automated restaurants, and a general lack of natural human interaction. In other words, there are too many sex toys being sold, which means people aren't actually engaging in physical relations. There's automated restaurants, and there's no clerk or waitress to talk to. He said this is why there's falling birth rates. This is why there's a lack of human connection. And this is like Murray's reading Kaczynski. Buried in his manifesto was warnings. Even in 1978, he wrote about how technology is going to ruin human society.
I wonder if you're fascinated by this problems in the UK. I know, he's your guy.
He's not my guy.
Well, I
was fascinated by the story. Well, he was son of Bolsheviks.
But it's interesting how you really...
I could say fascinated by it. Yeah, he was my brother.
You know Kaczynski?
I know. Remember Kaczynski, brother?
He's won the tournament.
But he lived underground. Well, Dave Kaczynski lived in this isolated log cabin, right? Montana. The brother took a big hole in Oklahoma. His roof was a storm roof that he propped over the dugout bunker. And yet, so Kaczynski was in the cabin. The brother, David was his name, was down in the bunker. And not forever. He eventually came up. When I started reading Kaczynski's manifesto before they published it, and he was reading it, he goes, oh, I know that guy. And so that's what was weird. My brother and I did not talk about this. But my brother does the same thing with Christmas.
Is he the better?
No, he has the most conventional sort.
I mean, I know that you like to be alone. And so you do share.
When I talk about this stuff, I love my kids. She gets very upset. She just don't talk about these things. The thing is, there is an intersection here with some of Beijing's observations and my observations. He also said he had great fun that he had some taste. And disorientation used to be minor, and now was turning his life upside down.
And he tried that one day, he wrecked his back. And so he wandered really, from Pennsylvania to Santa Monica to San Francisco to Hawaii to Asia. And I guess he was looking around and truly human beings were changing, where people were talking to each other less and less. They're living entirely online. There's one thing he said when he went to, he's in Japan. He went to Mount Elma in Japan, which is known for its tests of courage, and also prohibited women from even trying to climb it. And he said, well, I need to stop getting distracted by women. So I thought about it. It's like a good thing to do. On his Reddit account, his last post, he shared a video. And this was a particular Reddit page dedicated to this incident. And the post was video footage. The title was Streaming Overdose 2024 China. And it showed dozens of people lined up along sidewalks, live streaming the service. And that may have been breaking. Because after he saw that, he posted it, and he never contacted anyone else again, either online or in person.
How would that be a breaking to do what he allegedly did?
That part's not very connected. But it was his breaking point where he no longer, it looks like he no longer needs it to handle. He just couldn't deal with where it was going. See, he had to keep fancying himself as a modern day citizen. And he was like the prophet. He's trying to tell him, oh, hell with all this technology.
Would you rather spend your life in prison or executed rather than deal with it?
That combination of his electric brilliance and also hatred. I don't know. It doesn't quite make sense. But he was seeing things that are true. We have a bizarre society, but it's happened. An example. I got to give these words.
We didn't worry about you.
No. He wanted to change the world. We thought there's a better world for humanity. I don't think so. I think we're going to hell and deserve it. So there's no need to go try to change things. All right, I'm driving twice. We have a music in our neighborhood. And there's a woman, and because there's cars parked on both sides of the road and there's traffic coming, she's pushing her little child in a stroller almost in the middle of the road, right? Like we have to ease to the left to make sure we get around her. And she's staring at her stupid screen while pushing the child. And so, I almost went down the window and said, what is wrong with you?
Why didn't you? I would have done that.
Well, yes, you're allergic to RVs. Restrained people running around.
Yeah, but I could have said, hey, lady, with a kid?
I've seen a lot of that. They used to be nannies, didn't they? And it's like, well, it's not their kids, so they're the kids. I'm seeing mothers, like rich mothers around the west side, pushing their kids, looking at the phone the entire time, pushing very slowly in the middle of the street, cars coming both ways, totally oblivious.
Okay, I see that all the time, and examples like that, but it doesn't work. So if you want to kill somebody,
you don't want to shoot. I'm just saying, I kind of connect that spirit. You look around, you see how people live, because it's just ridiculous.
I get it. But again, that doesn't equate to going out and committing murder and ending your life.
Right. Maybe should be.
I told you that I said that was stupid. I admitted that. See, I can admit when I'm wrong.
And I'm admitting that there's no excuse for shooting people. Right? Never happened. But this is a stupid society.
It is.
Never part is life. Yeah, about 24 hours.
Coming up at the top of the hour, we're speaking of the story that we've been talking about. A woman in Florida has been charged with threatening her health insurance company after it denied her claims. We have copycats now. Southland weather from KFI sunny, highs in the 60s. This report brought to you by LifeSource Water System from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 405 in Inglewood.
in downtown LA. On the 110 North end before you get to 5th Street, Wilshire Boulevard, got a crash right clear from the center lane there. With some California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Jay Harmon.
Listening to Ghost 103.5 on the free iHeartRadio app, or just search Holiday in the app or Holiday Musically Listen podcasts. iHeartRadio, free, never sounded so good. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. While Kiss is done with touring, the band may not be done performing. Paul Stanley shared that he's plans to more standalone shows with the band, summing up his positions being open and looking forward to whatever comes next. It's unclear how many of his bandmates are on the same page, though the band did sell their catalog and likeness to accommodate such a virtual show using avatars as musicians. Meantime, the 72-year-old Stanley is keeping busy with bizarre shows at the Guitar Alliance, Sensation Bizarre makeover band, which continues to tour the U.S. and worldwide. More info on all of these side projects is at paulstanley.com. All right, that's what's poppin' in the camps on our radio. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Life and career of Betty White will be commemorated with a new post of stand-up. The announcement comes nearly 3 years after the passing of the iconic actress and comedian, whose career spanned a whopping 8+ decades. She's best known for roles in the very unfortunate The Golden Girls, Mom of 3 activists, and humanitarian animals, along with racial equality and LGBTQ+ rights. Betty White posted stand-up several days later in 2025. All right, and that's what's poppin' in the camps on our radio.
iHeartRadio brings you New to View, streaming edition.
This up the box. Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the docu-series debut of Aaron Rodgers. Plus, the stand-up special from Ronnie Chang, Love to Hate It. Next Wednesday on Netflix, premiere of the documentary The Stepping Stones, as well as the 3rd season finale of the ultimate Barry Bond. Next Thursday, the series finale of the Netflix Kids animated series Dragon Prince, and the 6th season premiere of the Netflix romantic TV drama series Virgin River. Next Friday on Netflix, the debut of the original military dub, The 6 AAA, starring Kerry Washington. Next Tuesday, exclusively on Disney Plus, the premiere of the special Simpsons episode titled Come On, All You Faithful. Next Thursday on Max, the debut of the game show Fast Friends, the 3rd and final season of the mystery drama as well as the 9th stand-up special Rose Montefeo, on and on and on. Next Friday on the stand-up special Ilana Glazer, Cutie Magic. Next Friday over on Max, the streaming premiere of the Juror Number 2. Next Sunday on Disney Plus, the 3rd season premiere of What If. Next Tuesday on Peacock, the documentary Puff, Making of a Monster. Next Wednesday on Apple TV Plus, the premiere of the docu-series The Secret Lives of Animals. Next Thursday on Amazon Prime Video, premiere of the competition reality show Beast Games, hosted by YouTuber Mr. Beast. Next Thursday over on Peacock, the debut of the docu-series The League, starring Stephanie Shu.
And that's New to View on iHeartRadio. Happy to check. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Alexa for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you. On your Alexa smart speakers, Alexa-enabled Fire TV, or anywhere you use Alexa as your smart assistant. Your favorite AM, FM stations, artist radio stations, and podcasts, all from iHeartRadio. And all you have to do is ask, Alexa, play the Stuff You Should Know podcast on iHeartRadio. Make sure you open up your Alexa app and sync up your iHeartRadio account so you can pick up podcasts where you left off, listening in the app on your smart speakers. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office, through your Amazon Echo, Dot, Show, and any device that uses Alexa. iHeartRadio, check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Thanks to the Simple Bill 660, what they're calling common sense to data labels for consumers July 1st, 2026. We're not even into 2025 yet. We will be on our way to the midterm elections in July of 2026. This is what the politicians are saying.
They wrote his penis, and he's won $412 million. Now, every guy's got to ask himself, if you can make $412 million, would you trade your penis for? He went to something called the New Male Medical Center. And that's not a good name. The New Male Medical Center. He was 66 at the time. This is 6 years ago. And he felt very tired. He lost weight. And he was misdiagnosed as having erectile dysfunction. And they gave him a $5,000 treatment program.
Wait a second, how can you be misdiagnosed? It either goes up or it doesn't.
Yeah, that is how it works. You do them right away. Like if you're with somebody and it's not going up, just put it. Well, I don't know. He may not have been the price guy. $5,000 treatment program. And they decided they had to treat his erectile dysfunction with injections multiple times a week. And they also implanted a testosterone pill. I guess they thought that he was tired, he lost weight, and had enough testosterone, so they implanted a pellet and give him an injection. Maybe this would revitalize him. Medications weren't working. So he came in for a follow-up. And what they did is they did some kind of treatment, and he was sent home with a medically induced and medically unnecessary permanent erection. No, yes, I can. That's not something a wife wants to see about you. Not at age 72. It's like, no, you got to get it. So he had to have emergency surgery. Now he's imminent. He can't have an erection. He can't urinate standing up. And he has all kinds of scar tissue. So he was worth $412 million.
He deserves it. And the doctor misdiagnosed him.
New Male Medical Center. Deborah Barnes, live the KFI 24-hour news. KOST HD2 Los Angeles,
California couple murdered in Mexico. Lamar, live from the KFI 24-hour news. A couple from California on vacation in Mexico has been shot and killed. Mexican authorities say the 50-year-old woman and 53-year-old man who were driving a pickup truck just south of Guadalajara when they were shot. The woman died at the scene. The man was rushed to the hospital. He later died. No details about what led up to the shooting. No arrests have been made, and it's unclear where in California the couple was from. A man from Thousand Oaks has been sentenced to life in prison for severely beating and torturing his 4-year-old daughter. KFI's Mark Beatfield says the girl was punched, beaten, and hit with a belt and a power cable.
Same meetings in November 2021 continued for several days, leaving the girl in a vegetative state.
When the girl was airlifted to Children's Hospital in LA, she was diagnosed with traumatic injuries to her brain and spine, as well as broken bones and dozens of cuts and bruises. The fire that's burned more than 4,000 acres in Malibu is 30% surrounded. LA County Fire Section Chief Drew Smith says the cooler, less windy weather has helped.
We've had great opportunity to do perimeter control around the north end of the fire that extends to the east down to Carmen Canyon in that steep topography with our acres and engines and our aircraft.
Malibu West Hill Sheriff Station Captain Jennifer C2 says 1,600 people remain under evacuation orders, but more than 3,700 have been allowed to go home.
We are committed to facilitate the safe return of residents to their homes. As conditions improve, repopulation efforts will continue.
Southern California Congressman Lou Correa says all the drones being spotted in the sky are miracles. New video shot by people in San Diego and Riverside counties reportedly show floating lights. The sheriff's office
office and website captain and officials again say they were not responsible. The site has found these recent reports of drones in New Jersey have U.S. officials concerned. Experts say nearly 10% of Americans will suffer from an eating disorder in their lifetime, and the holidays will be a significant turning point for someone's mental health.
This time of year usually brings joy and connection. However, for some people struggling with eating disorders, holidays can be dark and an anxious time. Martha House is the clinical director for Alsana, a treatment center for those struggling with eating disorders, and says the holidays sometimes come with triggers. House recommends those that suffer from eating disorders to think through how they approach food for the holidays, coping with the situation, as well as finding support. Andrew Caravella, KFI News.
Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has been heard during a trip to Europe.
The 84-year-old former House Speaker was with several other members of Congress in Luxembourg on the 80th anniversary of the backfire during her office, and she sustained injury. What that injury was is not clear. Resulting in Pelosi being taken to the hospital for evaluation.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy says a statement from Pelosi's aide says she is receiving excellent treatment from doctors and is working from the hospital. And a woman in Florida has been charged with threatening her health insurance company after it denied her claim.
Mayor of Boston allegedly said, LA denied the claims. You people are next. Echoing the words Felicia were written on the shooting clothes.
ABC's Eric Kaczorski says the phone call Tuesday with Representative Blue Cross Blue Shield was reported in Boston that apologized to police and told them she doesn't own any guns, but just told them how the companies are evil and deserve harm. Southland weather for KFI. Cloudy tomorrow, slight chance of rain, high 60s for the beaches in Lindosey, Metro LA, mid 60s to around 70 in the valleys, high mid 50s to low 60s in the high desert. Right now, 64 Tuscany, 61 the beach, the same in Chatsworth, and 62 in Van Nuys. The KFI financial update, the Dow closed down 86, S&P 500 down less than a point, NASDAQ up 24. We're going back to the 9/11 apart. Westbound, right at 9 we had a really tough crash and all lanes were blocked. They just now got everything on to the right shoulder. But that 91 westbound, it's going to be slow from the 57. And in Fullerton on the 57 southbound, line to bring it to Nutwood Avenue. They got a crash clearing over to the right shoulder. You're going to see delays from Landberg Road. In Montebello, 60 eastbound before you to Finley Avenue, had a stall in the middle lanes. Trying to get that over to the shoulder right now. Looks like they just did that. It's still going to be slow though, coming away from the 5. In Monrovia on the 210 eastbound before you to Myrtle Avenue, got a hit and run. Car blocking the left lane, the rest over on the right shoulder. Downtown LA, 10 westbound Maple Avenue. They just cleared an accident over to the shoulder there. And in downtown LA, in the 110 northbound before you to Wilshire Boulevard, that accident cleared to the shoulder. Southern California's most accurate traffic report. I'm Jenny Harmon.
Keep the holiday soundtrack on everywhere. Open the free iHeartRadio app to take Coast 103.5 with you on the go. Tap the holiday banner or just search holiday. Plus your two stations playing Christmas country, jazz, pop, rock, R&B, and more. Tons of playlists and even holiday podcasts. Plus, handle the music and you've got enough to do. Open the iHeart app now. All the good stuff. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Roland Santana is hitting more dates to his Las Vegas residency. The 77-year-old guitarist is currently playing at the House of Blues in Sin City with 16 new performances set from January through May. It's the 13th year of Santana's Greatest Hits live residency featuring intimate, high-energy shows from his 10-time Grammy winner and Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee. It's part of a stellar group of Vegas entertainers that also includes new kids on the block, Tommy Lee, Janet Jackson, Mariah Carey, the Eagles, Garth Brooks, Rod Stewart, and Barry Manilow. Details and info for Santana shows are online at santana.com/tour. All right, kids, what's poppin'? Camps on radio.
KFI AM 640 is the John Cobell Show. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and run every day from 1 to 4 and then after 4 o'clock. Whatever you missed, you go to the iHeart app. John Cobell Show on demand is the podcast version. Let's get right into this. We talked about this yesterday with Carl DeMaio, who's now on a settlement at the San Diego area. Much of the country wants the legalization part. This summer, the legal CBS, 62% of America wants mass deportation. That's the way things are going now because everybody is fed up with 4 years of a wide open border and 10 million illegal aliens. And not to mention, actually, this is the whole point of it, all the gang members and the criminals and the terrorists and all sorts of people that you don't want in this country. Well, somehow San Diego County is standing by itself and it's actually increasing the protections for illegal aliens. They've pretty much declared themselves a super sanctuary city and will not cooperate with ICE seemingly in any way, including with some dangerous criminal aliens. We're going to talk to Jim Desmond now. He's a San Diego County supervisor and the only supervisor who voted against this particular policy. Jim, how are you? I'm all right, Joe. This is, I'm at a language to describe the idiocy and insanity that's going on with the San Diego County Board of Supervisors. I mean, what the hell? First of all, you're talking about criminals. Yeah, I know. Explain the protection now that the criminals are getting from the San Diego County Board of Supervisors. Okay, previously we were able to, law enforcement was able to tell ICE, hey, we got this person in jail here. We when they're about to get let out of jail, and they could directly contact ICE and let them know that there's people here, and then hopefully deport them. But now what they've done is just another layer saying, well, they have to get a federal warrant from the state judge. Our law enforcement can let ICE know about any individuals. Basically, they're cutting off our direct contact that we have with ICE. Maybe they feel they're a judge, pandering, but the relationship with our law enforcement working together as opposed to, okay, here's another barrier, here's another layer of bureaucracy. Let's not do this. Let's get the damn people out. And as opposed to charging people, then you continue having, and this affects accused criminals, convicted criminals, what categories? People that are already in jail. Those are the ones that are specified. And as far as the sheriff being able to contact ICE and let ICE know that they got somebody here because of these crimes, these probably are people who've already been convicted. They've already been tried. They've already been jailed. And so it's not like they're just being accused still because, they had a trial and found guilty, and now they're serving their time. And if they are urgent, law enforcement has the opportunity to call ICE directly and say, hey, we got this person here, we know that you're they want to come in and we're going to take them and deport them, or they're about to be let out of jail. We had that opportunity before, but now we have the judge working for it. And I don't know how that even works. Somebody's already in jail and have a warrant to be able to tell ICE that they're there. It just I understand that they're warranted in order to arrest somebody or gather evidence, and they're already convicted, they're in jail. Why do you need a warrant to make a phone call to ICE so ICE can pick them up whenever it's time and deport them because they are here in the country? I don't understand the need. There is no need for a warrant. Illegal alien criminals. That's it. And yet the people who are against this are saying, oh, if we can have families, I'm a criminal. We have a family with the criminal. It's a way to pick the family. We're not doing that. So the other stuff that you do in this community is going to get out. They're just going to go right back into this community and put it crime again. So I think that the communities that are trying to attack security are going to be hurt because of these people getting out of jail. There's no logic to this. This is the woke religion. These are religious fanatics who have a board of supervisors. That's outdated. Throughout the country, you hear about somebody being killed, somebody being raped, somebody being killed. That's if they've been requested because of a sanctuary city or a sanctuary area because they have been trusted to let it go. And that's what we're facing in San Diego County. So this affects the San Diego County jail system. Okay, but it's regardless of the crime, correct? I mean, there's no limit to any limitations. If they're being held, no, I mean, if they're being held on bail for violent crimes, they're not just in jail seriously. I think virtually everybody would want these guys to be deported eventually if they've been convicted of crimes or they've been accused of serious crimes. Most people here would be happy to advocate. They mean well, but they're trying to get they mean well. Do they mean well? I don't think they mean well. I think they actually want to destabilize our civilization. Because there's no justification for this. This is insane and destructive. You're going to disrupt family life. You're going to stop kids from return crime. Stop it. People are being they got like a lot of person, young single men. They're like the guy who raped that girl in Athens, Georgia. They're young, single male gang members. I mean, even if it's Trinidad, or it's Maricel Matrusha, or it's some Mexican drug cartel, all those guys get a break too. No, they're lunatics. They're crazy people. I don't know how you do it. Soundtrack on everywhere. Open the free iHeartRadio app to take Coast 103.5 with you on the go. Tap the Holiday banner or just search Holiday. Plus, you'll see stations playing Christmas country, jazz, pop, rock, R&B, and more. Tons of playlists and even holiday podcasts. Let us handle the music. You've got enough to do. Open the iHeart app now. Records, milestones, firsts, class, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? What's happening, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West, and let's take a look back on this day in sports history, December 13th. We'll start off today in 1983. Detroit beats Denver 186-184 in triple overtime in the highest scoring game in NBA history. Isaiah Thomas scores 47. John Long adds 41 for the Pistons. Denver's Kiki Vandeweghe had 51 points. Today in 1996, Roger Clemens signs a 3-year, $24.75 million contract with the Toronto Blue Jays. Clemens signing with Toronto was a surprise to many around the baseball landscape, as he declined offers from big teams like the Yankees. Clemens was a big success on the corner, winning back-to-back Cy Young awards in 1997 and 1998. And today in 2010, Vikings quarterback Brett Favre is sidelined by a throwing shoulder injury damage for him to overcome, ending one of the greatest individual streaks in all of sports. Favre had made 297 consecutive starts over his 19 seasons. Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio, did you know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know, you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets you listen to one of your favorite AM/FM stations locally and nationwide for free, but
passionate about music as you, working round the clock to hand curate playlists perfect for any mood or activity. We know the right soundtrack can help us set the mood, change your mood, or enhance any activity. And that's why we have thousands of playlists tuned to fit any situation. The best part, you can listen to all your playlists for free. Tap the playlist tab in the iHeartRadio app and explore playlists to help you get in the zone while working out, chill when it's time to wind down. Playlists for partying, sleeping, cooking, gaming, or road tripping. Playlists curated with the best hits from every decade of influence. Biggest hits from every genre. Tap the playlist tab and discover all the playlists available to you free from iHeartRadio. Number one for music, radio, and podcasting. All in one app. Keep the holiday soundtrack on everywhere. Open the free iHeartRadio app to take Coast 103.5 with you on the go. Tap the holiday banner or just search holiday. Plus, you'll see stations playing Christmas country, jazz, pop, rock, R&B, and more. Tons of playlists and even holiday podcasts. Let us handle the music. You've got enough to do. Open the iHeart app now. You are not going to believe these final numbers. The KFI Pasta-thon was not only a huge success, but better still, see to it that the needy kids get the food they deserve from KRS Club. $1,223,270. Yeah! Pasta and sauce that's fully timeless. Big fat thank you to you because you guys really opened up your hearts and your pocketbooks to everyone at KFI and KRS Club, Smart and Vital, Wendy's, and all the volunteers. We thank you. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you. Big congratulations. Thank you very much. KFI, AM 640, your stimulating talk. Show getting in live, AM 640 live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Oh, by the way, I wanted to get, I was going to get this, let's see, the name of all the board supervisors. It was 3-1 votes. Jim Desmond, who was the lone dissenter, to 3-1 votes in Diego County, that illegal alien criminals now have special protections. It's on a super sanctuary county where they will not cooperate with ICE, even if the illegal alien is in jail, convicted of crimes, or accused of crimes. Even if they're violent crimes, even if the illegal alien raped your wife or daughter, this board of supervisors will not cooperate with ICE. It is said in the resolution, well, the ICE will get a judge first. That's basically the message. We're not helping. You want to get an illegal alien to make this kidnapper? Go talk to a judge. And there's 5 members here. One of them, Jim Desmond, voted against this nonsense. I'm trying to get the names of them. I have names. 3 out of these 4 supported protecting the criminals. Nora Vargas, I know for sure, she's the chairwoman, she's quoted the story. And then 2 out of these 3, Joel Emerson, Tara Lawson Ritter, and Monica Montgomery Smith. 2 of those 3. And I'm going to get them to vote me out of that. Because these people, this is crazy. Their judgment is insane and dangerous. I'm just looking at their smug, stupid faces online here. And I don't know how people this dangerous end up in charge when they make a call to ICE when you have a convicted felon, an accused felon who's committed a violent crime, and you talk to them to arrange deportation. I know there's very few people in San Diego want this to happen. I know most Democratic, Republican, independent voters don't want policy like this. We're talking about actual criminals who are illegal, actual gang members. You listen to the end of Desmond's second. Gang members are protected too.
Nicaragua, Venezuela, Marisol Trusher from El Salvador, all the Mexican drug cartels, too numerous to mention. They all have special protections. They don't even have an LA County or San Francisco. So we'll stay on top of that stuff. Now, let's completely switch and go to New Jersey. I can't get enough of this. So the drones, they're flying around New Jersey and they're flying around other states. And let me tell you right now, and I've seen some of the videos, these are not men and women that hysterical people are confusing with drones. That's what John Kirby, who's the mouthpiece and spokesman for Biden. And he swapped the whole issue off yesterday, making it sound like we're all crazy. Don't trust what you see with your eyes. Don't trust what you see with your eyes. That is the message. Just like they did to us when our kids were running out here in Los Angeles. I don't know why I'm supposed to do this share. They might constantly debunking audience. Well, some other politicians have had enough of it. I'm going to play a clip from a New Jersey State Assemblyman named Ryan Bergen. He's directly addressing John Kirby, Biden's spokesman. And Bergen, you only hear this in New Jersey. This is one of the few things I miss about the East Coast. The directness, like this, you don't hear California politicians talk about this, right? I mean, again, Newsom, Arsenio, Biden, and guys. Here's a real New Jersey guy. He was on Fox News yesterday, and Kirby was saying, don't go, everybody's confused. These are manned airplanes that you're seeing in the sky. Here's Brian John Kirby at the White House said this about the Trump administration. Upon review of available imagery, it appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft being operated lawfully. So what he's basically saying there is using rocket druids and looking for what do you say? That guy's an idiot. I can tell you right now, because Colonel is told the members of the state legislature that one of his helicopters was hovering above a 6-foot wide drone, and he landed that helicopter because he felt unsafe for his pilots. I am a former Apache helicopter pilot and a member of the New Jersey State Legislature, and I've seen these things in my own community. That guy, his name was on here a couple minutes ago. He's a fool. He's going to say there's no issue. John Kirby is an idiot and a fool. He works for Biden. What are you going to do? There's nobody buying this nonsense because there's two huge contradictions. They insist that it's a danger, but they don't know what it is, and they don't know where it's from. But they know it's not dangerous. Now these, if you see the video, these drones, they're moving in patterns that planes don't move. They're information. They move together, and they scramble in a way that normal aircraft is not capable of scrambling. And everybody's fed up because you have people all over New Jersey, and this is also in other states on the East Coast, Connecticut. And people are saying, we can see them coming in off the ocean. Now, it is a top secret experiment. Just say, first of all, just tell the truth. We're paying for this anyway. Those are our drones. We paid for the drones. Just say, hey, we're testing something. And tell you what it is. We're testing something. It's not any enemy aircraft, and no one's going to get hurt. I already showed you guys from New Jersey County Sheriff. Tell viewers, please don't go out and shoot these things down because that's going to be next. Friday night, especially in rural areas, somebody's going to get all wound up and get their gun and start blasting the drone out of the sky. And then it's going to, fall out of school or a hospital or something. So they're inciting brain. They're inciting some kind of tragedy. Just tell us the truth. We all know, all adults know that the military and the CIA and the Defense Department, everything they know is secret, right? Working at secret weapons, secret aircraft, and they're not testing them out and whatever they're doing. Just say it. You got an experiment going on. Don't worry about it. Oh, that's top secret. No, that's stop it. That top secret, you can see where they're on. And besides, everybody knows that all kinds of nutty stuff goes on. Maybe it's a failed experiment. Maybe, maybe it's a bad idea. Whatever. Don't tell us. I've got a little reaction. There's a U.S. senator from Connecticut. There's a retired Air Force colonel, and they're making very loud, pointed demands. I'll tell you about that when we come back. Deborah Mark Live, the KFI 24-hour news.
Hackers claim they've got medical records of 17 million patients in PIH health hospitals across Southern California, including confidential personal and medical information. Hospitals in Downey, Whittier, and LA have having problems with messages or reviewing schedules. Hackers have allegedly threatened to publish patient info online. The hospital system doesn't make a deal. The news is brought to you by Service Champions. The U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee has placed an employee on administrative leave following a report that one of its coaches was accused of sexually abusing a young athlete, causing her to try to end her life. Officials sent an email to the U.S. biathlon national team saying it wanted to commend the athletes who came forward with what they called concerning allegations of abuse. The email did not name the employee, but did say officials are doing an internal investigation. Prosecutors in Texas say they will prosecute the death penalty for two illegal immigrants from Venezuela who was willing to control a girl. Harris County PA Kim Hogg says the family supports the move.
We base these decisions on the strength of the evidence and the gruesomeness of this crime.
Two men were indicted in September on capital murder charges in connection with the death of Jocelyn Gay-Ray. Court papers say the men kidnapped the girl in June, caused her death by applying pressure to her neck. The two were also accused of sexually assaulting her and leaving her body under a bridge. Ukraine says Russia has fired 93 missiles and almost 200 drones in its latest aerial attack. Ukraine's president says it was one of the heaviest bombardments of the country's energy sector since Russia's full-scale invasion almost 3 years ago. It says Ukrainian defense has shot down 81 missiles, including 11 that were intercepted by F-16 warplanes provided by Western allies this year. Solomon weather from KFI cloudy tomorrow. Give a slight chance of rain. High 60s for beaches in Lindosty and Metro LA. Mid 60s to around 70 in the valleys. The IE mid 50s to low 60s in the high desert. Right now it's 63 in San Juan Capistrano and Stanton. We have a crash on the 60 in Roland Heights.
So the 60 East February to Fairway Drive. It's Rolo Friends and Morgan, the Con Lane, and stuff with Wilmington Road. When Rocky had 210 94 Myrtle Avenue trying to clear that accident from the Carnival Lane. It's pretty heavy from the 134 and over 134 East and Forest Lawn. I still have reported some metal break in the two left lanes. In Burbank, 5 South Benedict Olive Avenue. Then the crash clearing from the Carnival Lane is heavy from Burbank Boulevard. And in Sepulveda Planets, 405 northbound after Getty Center Drive. Witness one lingering in the second lane from your left. It's going to be a slow one from Manchester. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report inside Jenny Hartman.
Your official holiday music station, Coast 103.5. Play Christmas music now, plus the LNK Morning Show. Coast 103.5. Listen anywhere on the free iHeartRadio app.
I'm Stephen Arnold, getting lost in a city you always wanted to visit. What up, man? See you later. Restaurant. You see, getting back to what was best starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. All the good stuff. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Secretly has released its mid-season plans for the big summer veteran series along with some movies. Season 11 of Penn and Teller Plus is being Friday, January 24th for All-American. Celebrating old Jason Hood show on the network kicks off the 7th season on Wednesday, January 29th. Before settling at Monday at 8, 7 Central on February 3rd. Canadian Police Drama Wild Cards returns Wednesday, February 5th, followed 2 weeks later by the very comic drama Good Cop, Bad Cop on February 19th.
Free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. This is Scott. You love working with me. I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people. She was excited about her new job. Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest networking community on the planet." This new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur. His real name was Adam Nunn, and he had a brand new startup called. I remember thinking, all right, I'm about to be on a ride. Why is this? He said that they were elevating consciousness of people on the planet. About a $47 million startup. A lot of talk about culture, spiritual awakening, empowerment. And quite frankly, we saw some of the answers in it. It was just too good to be true. One of my colleagues turned to me and said, "Oh, my physical." Around the music business wars, we crash. Listening right now. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio. Home, on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. On the road again? Can't drive 55? Try to catch the ride 30? No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants to complete your commuting and road tripping experience by integrating the world's largest navigation app. Now, while you navigate turn by turn in Waze, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts from iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon on the Waze navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content from iHeartRadio everywhere you want to listen, including in the car, Waze, on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there. Oh, you like listening to boring stuff? You know, listen to KFI at 640. I love KFI. I love listening to that. Most stimulating topic.
Here is a story from the New York Post that just broke a little while ago. A drone just crashed into a homeowner's backyard in New Jersey. Really? A drone fell out of the sky and crashed, and now it's in the town of in First County, and the town's mayor drove to the scene to see it for himself. Now, they said it was a hobby or a toy type of drone, not a large commercial or military grade drone. The drones that people find some claim are the size of SUVs. This was not that. We think that one police chief said it may have started as a surveillance drone at Pickett Arsenal base. But once it exploded online, it became a copycat situation, and all kinds of people are sending drones up into the sky. Which is possible, and if that's the reason, just say so. The U.S. Army has an armament research, development, and engineering center at Pickett Arsenal. And it's one of 6
drones, which have also been seen in New York and Connecticut as well. So play this clip. This is the age of don't believe what you see with your eyes. What is the big news this year? Joe Biden was physically decaying in front of us. No, he's sharp as a tack. He runs circles around people who are 3 years younger. It's absolutely fine. And Kamala Harris told us all, and Gavin Newsom told us, even after the debate. No, it's fine. She's got a little cold there, that's all. No, it's not advanced stages of dementia or Alzheimer's. No. Yes, and all the people who see breaking into homes in your neighborhood and breaking into all the drugstores and convenience stores. No. That's not really happening. Don't trust your eyes. Crime is down. Shoplifting theft is down. Yeah, I know everything at CVS is locked up, but I mean, it just became the most. I've never seen so many blatant lying by so many people in office and amplified by so many idiots in the media. Here's what calls me about reporters. There could be a nuclear missile passing right by our studio window here in Berkeley. And we can all look out the window and say, hey, that looks like a nuclear missile. Let's go online and see. Look at that. That missile matches exactly the photographs of what nuclear missile should be. And then the government says, no, there's no truth to this story. We're going to debunk it. We are pushing back on it. No, absolutely. And the media will say, oh, I'm sorry, it's not a nuclear missile because the government said it's not. And then next thing you know, there's a muskrat push by Clinton. They just lie to me and says, oh, I've seen that so many times. Oh, well, that's not true because the government shot down that story. The government pushed back the story, they debunked the story, they did all these times. And everybody lies all the time. Everybody in government lies all the time. But we know they lie. And it's not working anymore. What the media used to do is they see something with their own eyes and they'll say, hey, I think it looks like a squadron of drones up there. And then we find out where they came from. Who knows what? But don't just say, well, no, they're not really there because the government says that there aren't any drones. Some senators, some U.S. senators, remember, Biden is still the president here. We have 4 Democrats, Chuck Schumer and Kirsten Gillibrand from New York, Cory Booker, and the Senate-elect Andy Kim from New Jersey. So you have 4 Democratic senators who have written a letter to the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and the FAA demanding that something be explained here. And then you have the Connecticut Senator, Richard Blumenthal, said that these drones should be shot down if necessary. The U.S. must act more aggressively against these drones. We should be doing some very smart intelligence analysis and take them out of the skies, especially if they're flying over airports or military bases. They should be shot down because they're flying over sensitive areas. It's absolutely unacceptable. Everybody is saying exactly what should be said, but you know that nothing's being done. Nothing's being done. We're told that we're not really seeing these things. We're seeing it not. Those are just regular helicopters and unmanned planes, small planes, people flying. They keep trying. It doesn't work anymore. How could it possibly work? The last 5 years, all the crap and lies, fucking, all the fake hoaxes about Trump with Joe Biden basically taken out of that debate, with the crime through the roof and all the guns earthquake this year. It's rebellion against all the lying. It's going to get worse. This block was better. We're coming out. And then at 3 o'clock, we're going to get all this stuff. It's going to be reporting on the drug situation. Mark is live again by 24 News.
Coming up at the top of the hour, a billboard in San Bernardino County support the guy charged in connection with the killing of United Healthcare CEO in New York. South 911 KFI Cloudy tomorrow. We've got a slight chance of rain, 50s to around 70. This report brought to you by Metropolitan Water District. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We have a stall on 405 in the school pass. Center John, we've got that stall on the left lane, West LA, 405 southbound before you get to San Juan Boulevard. You've got cars in the two middle lanes are going to be blocked. In Sun Valley, if you're northbound before Sheldon Street, a new accident has the second lane from your left taken out. In Pasadena, 210 eastbound of Roseby, a stalled semi partially blocking the right lane. And in Berlin Heights, 60 eastbound before you get to Fairway Drive. And rollover accident still blocking the carpool lane. We Southern California's most accurate traffic report. Signed Jenny Hartman. Your official holiday music station, Coast 103.5. Playing Christmas music now. Plus the other Coast 103.5. Listen anywhere on the free iHeartRadio app.
All the good stuff in Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Cast the millennial heavyweights in Minnesota for an upcoming rom-com. Grace Moretz, Anthony Ramos, Manny Jacinto, Isabel May, Louis Stage, and the reporter on Court for Love Language, which is filming in Chicago. Moretz is known for hosting gas films and Anchors too. Ramos is coming off the Summer Hit Twisters. Jacinto is in a good place in Top Gun Maverick. May and Barnes Yellowstone spin-offs 1883 and 1923. Kate Shot's name on the White Horse in Fargo. One appeared in several American Horror Story seasons and the Star Wars sequel trilogy. Film and production is likely that Love Language will be years later in 2025. Alright, that's what's poppin' at Camps iHeartRadio.
Biden administration is accused of selling unused pieces of border wall in Arizona for pennies on the dollar. That's Representative Patrick wants them. He said the panels that are purchased will be used from administration making extendable in Texas. The Justice Department is accusing 14 North Koreans of using false identities to get IT jobs in the U.S. and send money back to young help. The indictment says it employed at least $80 million between 2017 and 2023. They're accused of hiding their roots by using the ID of citizens and paying Americans to go to job interviews or attend remotely and make sure you have a hundreds of musicians are calling on major record labels to drop their lawsuits against the Internet Archive. NBC News legal analyst Angela Sanabella says those labels claim that free public streaming of rare work by nonprofit criminals to copyright infringement, and they will order $620 million in damages. It's very tricky that any judge will order in a case like this, especially because they're here to know what use for profit is. Here, they're commercial. Off of this document, Amanda Palmer, lead singer of Preston Wells, is among the musicians calling for the lawsuit to be dropped. He loves the idea of an organization that's created to protect the longevity of the music that we make the songs we write, and the major labels are never going to have to make them for a minute. With the strike over, Boeing is planning a $1 billion expansion to increase production of the 787 Dreamliner wide-body jets. The expansion will happen at the South Carolina facility. About 500 jobs should be created over the next 5 years. The plan is to make 10 787s a month with consumer business on market.
Taylor Swift was the big winner in this year's Billboard Music Awards. Swift won 2 awards at Thursday night's presentation in Las Vegas, including for Top Artist, Top Female Artist, Top Hot 100 Songwriter, and Top Radio Songs Artist. Last night's fall brings her career to more than 4 awards to 49, which is more than any other artist in the show's history. Jude Law was a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. At Thursday's ceremony, unveiling a star on the Hollywood Boulevard sidewalk, Law gave credit to many people he's collaborated with over his 3-decade career.
It's the talent that I grew up watching. All those films is both sublime and ridiculous.
British actor is known for his roles in the holiday Sherlock Holmes and the TV series Star Wars. The three men are accusing music mogul Sean Diddy Combs of sexual assault. Three lawsuits filed anonymously in New York State Supreme Court allege victims accusing Sean Diddy Combs of serving them spiked drinks that caused them to lose consciousness before he allegedly raped or sexually assaulted them. Incidents all allegedly occurred between 2019 and 2022 at two Manhattan hotels in Combs' Kansas estate. The victim, Combs, who has been denied bail 3 times, remains jailed in Brooklyn ahead of his sex trafficking trial expected in May of next year. Jennifer Rosen, NBC Radio, New York. That's entertainment news.
You can now buy a car on Amazon. The online shopping giant has launched Amazon Autos, starting with Hyundai. Get your car customized options and see the exact price with no haggling. Plus, early buyers get a $2,300 Amazon gift card. More tech news, tips, and your questions this weekend on Rich on Tech. With Rich DeMiro tomorrow morning at 11 on KFI AM 640. Everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. The mayor of New York City, Eric Adams, has been giving some passionate public speeches saying he's not putting up with illegal alien criminals running amok in New York City anymore, and he's throwing a lot in with Trump and Tom Coleman, Trump supporters, and he's going to provide full cooperation to get rid of the criminals, the gang members. You're right. And that's a speech that we have not heard from Karen Bass. Apparently, Eric Adams is in New York City, hell-bent on protecting New York residents. And he'll do anything he has to do to cooperate with ICE and Homeland Security to get the illegal alien criminals, gang members, terrorists out of New York. Nothing from Karen Bass, wherever she's coming. Tom Coleman was on Fox News, and he discussed meeting with Eric Adams about this cooperation. Play cut one.
Reaction Trump's incoming orders on Tom Coleman. Not exactly the guy that I would think would have an alliance with. How do you go today? Anybody by the name of Gavin Bruce ever contacted me? Okay, would you meet with them?
So, Eric Adams is setting up a fight with Tom Coleman. And then the Illinois governor, J.B. Pritzker, wants to talk with Tom Coleman.
Here's a clip. This is a guy he's an officer with get right here. He's a military officer in Venezuela. High ranking. And he says, Trend Aragua used by the Venezuelan government to inflict crime in the United States of America. His name is rothschild. And he said, to mention Maduro, that's the socialist Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro. He says Maduro is behind much of the growth of Trend Aragua, its rapid expansion. And he's shifting out these criminal gang members to other countries in Latin America. And then he shipped them to the United States to destabilize these countries. And he thinks it's eventually going to lead to more socialist-friendly governments. What this guy, Jose Gustavo Morocha, says, it's state-sponsored. The real boss of Trend Aragua is in Caracas, Venezuela, and it's the Maduro regime. They created Trend Aragua, and they use it as a blackmail tool for any situation. Because you wonder why you have Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass and the San Diego County Board of Supervisors want to cooperate with a Venezuelan dictator in helping his mission to spread violent chaos. That's what Maduro wants to do. He wants to spread violent chaos in other countries through his criminal gangs that he has nurtured. And now he's taking down the U.S. And what did we do? Seattle, Joe Biden, and they got Kamala Harris. They let Maduro's goons in the country. They stormed over the border by the thousands, and now they're living amongst us. They've taken root in many cities, raping and killing women along the way. And now that they're entrenched in the cities, nobody knows what to do. You're going to have the only way to do this is get the federal government and ICE to root these out by force. So that's what Trump and Tom Homan are going to do. And here again, this is finally realized that we can't have 250,000 illegal aliens here. Many of them criminals. We got to get them. We can't live like this. And who's protecting them? The protectors of these violent gang members. Gavin Newsom. Karen Bass. County Supervisors. Why? What do they want to do? It's going to be an interesting year, but this city, this state is going to be a haven for all public criminals. Because in the end, we'll be the only state offering sanctuary. If New York isn't anymore, and maybe Illinois isn't anymore. We're going to take a walk from Alex Stone and talk more about the drones in New Jersey. They're more exciting than day by 24-hour newsroom.
It's hard to track everything that's going on. Luckily, that's a little hobby of ours. KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Miami. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hackers hit hospitals September 1 live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Hackers say they've got their hands on 17 million patient records from local hospitals. TIH held Solid's computer and phone systems go down on this first disrupting operations at Good Samaritan Hospital in LA. Now that and many hospitals, doctors' offices, urgent care centers, and a hospice agency. The LA Daily News says a group of hackers has since issued a typed letter threatening to publish 17 million patient records if the hospital system doesn't make a deal. The hospital says it's working with the FBI. Michael Wells, KFI. One state assembly says Feathers Bay lawmakers should be investigated for an alleged bribery scheme involving cannabis. Assemblyman Bill Staley says he's faced his ethics complaint on a federal indictment. Safety says he wants the person involved to be publicly identified and punished. The LA Times suggests the individual in Swell Park Center, Susan Rubio. Her office says she has no reason to believe that she would be included in any criminal allegations. A makeshift billboard in Wilton is supporting the alleged killer of the United Healthcare CEO in New York. KFI's Daniel Martindale says Luigi Mangione also has a lot of support on social media. Mangione is receiving other forms of support. Crowdfunding campaign has raised more than $50,000 for his legal defense fund. He has seen more than $1,500 to date. The unpainted billboard has a pink background with black letters that reads "Free Luigi Mangione is a hero." Mangione may waive extradition according to Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Indications are that the defendant may waive, but that waiver is not complete until the court proceeding, which my understanding from court officials in Pennsylvania cannot happen until Tuesday. Bragg spoke today at a news conference on public safety. Mangione faces second-degree murder charges for the fatal shooting at the healthcare executive outside of Manhattan Hotel December 4th. Shortly after his arrest, 5 days later in Pennsylvania, Mangione's lawyer had indicated he was fighting for his permission. An ex-FBI informant charged with making up corruption allegations against President Biden and his son has agreed to plead guilty to 4 felony charges in LA. Political reports Alexander Smirnov has admitted to lying that he took part in meetings with executives of the Ukrainian energy company Burisma in 2015 or 2016, but escaped to pay $10 million to Joe and Hunter Biden, according to a plea agreement in federal court in LA. Smirnov agreed to plead guilty to 1 count of obstruction of justice and 3 tax evasion charges. His deal was with special counsel David Weiss, who also brought criminal cases against Hunter Biden for tax crimes and buying a gun while on drugs. Mark Bronner, KFI News. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has made an unannounced visit to Iraq, urging countries in the Middle East to support a peaceful political transition in Syria. The opportunity that now is before us, for the Syrian people, to move out from under the shackles of Assad to a different, better future. The outgoing Biden administration is concerned a power vacuum in Syria could make tensions in the region worse and create conditions for ISIS to regain territory and influence. We're going to go to the 405 next. If I'm ever in an accident, my first call, I'll go to Sweet James. I'm going to get him on the case right away, him and his team. That's you want to understand. Because Sweet James, those attorney sandwiches are good there for most. One of my listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance company offered him $60,000. Maybe you think that's a decent amount of money. But with Sweet James protecting him, they were awarded, no kidding, $745,000. $745,000, not 60. They cannot guarantee the outcome of the case, but whether it's a car crash, a motorcycle accident, or trucking accident, the attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in the pursuit of justice. They pay nothing until they win. So if you or a loved one is hurt in an accident, you call Sweet James in the country, $9 million for a free consultation. It's an easy number to remember. Don't wait. Wait to convert your case. Call the firm that wins the most. Call Sweet James. 800-9-million, 800-9-million, 800-9-000-000, sweetjames.com. Southland weather for KFI. Cloudy tomorrow, with a slight chance of rain. High 60s for the beaches in the Lido Sea, Metro and LA. Mid-60s to around 70 in the valleys and the high heat. Mid-50s to low 60s in the high desert. Right now,
think that's because we see something, don't worry about it. They got an intelligence bulletin given to us by the New Jersey Division of Fire Safety, and they're telling firefighters that if they respond to a crash control, do not approach it. And they are saying get into full personal protective equipment and breathing apparatus. So the request hazmat was the bomb squad. Be aware that electronic devices and two-way radios may malfunction in the immediate area. It kind of sounds like they're treating this like a UFO coming down or a bomb, but it doesn't seem to be evidence of what it is. Maybe this is part of the hysteria where they're doing what they should be doing, but to some extent, we might be looked at the farm. And this is allegedly been going on for weeks. They say, look, we've got a secret program protect. It's top secret military. Well, why do they just say that? They're getting all what it is. If they figured out that that's what it is, or if they don't know. But there are calls now to shoot them down. There are lawmakers saying, please shoot them down. There's no indication of what people are saying within the end of this. Maybe not connected, probably not connected at all, but we can get this today. Audio from last Saturday night over Oregon when Alaska Airlines, along with United Airlines, and then a medevac reported in seeing unidentified lights out of a orange group that was going around, and in some cases, several of them, toward the ocean, zipping at incredible speed back toward the aircraft, and there was nothing on radar. And this is the audio flight agency, the Horizon Air, the regional carrier for Alaska, reported it. They said it was actually getting close enough to set off their, or at least appear on their anti-collision system, and another pilot said, like a red circle-shaped object that we just heard from the medevac pilots, and they say that it was just soaring all over the place, and other pilots said maybe it's Starlink satellites of light bouncing off those, and these pilots are saying no, that because the way this is moving, Starlink satellites don't jump around, and this is coming to come right at them, and it's simply really fast. So it got filed with the FAA's unidentified aerial phenomena, or what it was. Something there is a run to another aircraft in some way. It sounds like someone is actively controlling the actions. But for what? We don't know. And these pilots don't know. They say that it was weird. The Alaska Airlines pilots said that they had seen this in the same area flying over Oregon before, but this was the first time when they were radioing in the aircraft control. Saying they had seen it before, but then United radioed in and medevac radioed in saying that. And then the medevac pilots tried to get video of it. It's real scratchy on their cell phone. They're getting a better system than their helicopter to do it. And you can see kind of this red dot bouncing around. But they said it seemed like it was moving incredibly quickly, and then it was kind of come toward them, and then they go away, but they couldn't know what it was. I can't believe we don't have some kind of aircraft, some kind of radar system to maybe they do. Yeah, maybe they do, and all they're doing is lying and trying to confuse us and pat us on the head. Sounds we're imagining them, so we should go take a nap. And it just turns out the aliens next week is going to be like a news reading. Don't stay on top of that. That's right. Stay by your deck. Maybe an alien parking lot live on the campfire. Good night. We'll be live on this line. So let's turn up the line next week. All right, Alex, thank you. Alex Stone, ABC News. The state senator in New Jersey, John Brandon, and he says, I have to be concerned the size of these drones are reported as big as an SUV. These are sophisticated drones, and the state government has no answers, and Homeland Security and the federal government today has no answers. And he would not be surprised if a foreign adversary were behind him. There's one representative, Jeff Lee of New Jersey, who says Iran is behind him. He's the one who said Iran has a mothership because they've seen as many as 50 drones from the Atlantic Ocean, according to one law enforcement officer. Another Assemblywoman in New Jersey, Dawn Fantasia, said that enters Iran there is plausible, citing a lot of tensions. Here's some other news stories. Recently, in October, Wall Street Journal reported that unidentified 20-foot-long drones traveling more than 100 miles an hour reached Langley Air Force Base, the airspace In October 2023, 5 were spotted over the Energy Department's Nevada National Security Stop site near Las Vegas. Similar sightings have been reported at U.S. military bases across the United Kingdom. And one former Trump official says he thinks it's China. It was China over Mike, which is in Virginia, probably China in Europe. I guarantee it's China over New Jersey. And he thinks this is after the Chinese tried that experiment, since Biden didn't shoot it down, and they were able to hover over various military and intelligence sites and scoop up whatever data they could. They're testing to see how far they can go. Well, they've been doing this for 4 weeks, it seems. And the whole world knows. And nothing's done. No, you're crazy. You're crazy. Joe Biden is sharp as ever. Crime is actually down in Los Angeles, and there are not drones in the sky. Don't believe your eyes. Everything is fine. We come back, Deborah Martin, first ever student of the year. Now we come back, we got first round voice live coming in. That's exciting.
It's always exciting to hear from them.
It's a guilt game when you have 8 spaceships flying in the sky, drones. It adds something to life, doesn't it? I spend all afternoon looking out the window.
At least you don't have to lie to. Remember, I had a drone coming right up to my bedroom.
Oh, yeah. Now you got some pervert watching. Trying to track me from bedroom. That Mark Live becomes on 24-hour news.
Coming up at 5 for the hour, the DMVs is recalling anti-Semitic license plates. South End weather for KFI cloudy tomorrow. Slight chance for rain, highs 50s to around 70. This report brought to you by Metropolitan Water District. We're going to PCH in Huntington Beach.
Outside of Pacific Coast Highway, the right-hand lane was closed for repairs to the beach and 17th Street. Technology test negative. Expect 11-hour delays. Smell rubber so on Highway 1. Also, heading to Beach Boulevard, North Melbourne Beach Boulevard, some drywall debris scattered in the 2 right-hand lanes, one transfer. And staying in Orange County, East 91 before Bear Canyon, and next to on the next lane, pickup truck clearing the right. Southern California's spectacular traffic report inside my cars.
Headed down the West Country, and our trip started here on Anthony Flag. This is mine. I know it's surprisingly easy. Down the Margaret President, maybe country, listen to Escape from Zakistan. America's #1 podcast network, iHeart, and free iHeart app. Search Escape from ZAQ to start listening.
iHeartRadio brings you New to View, Streaming Edition.
Purpose on the Watch. Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Tuesday, the docu-series debut of Aaron Rodgers. As well as the stand-up special, Ronnie Chang, 12 to 8. Next Wednesday on Netflix, the premiere of the documentary, The Stepping Stones, as well as the third season finale of 12 to 8. Mary, Move On. Next Thursday, the series finale of the Netflix animated series, The Dragon Prince, and the 6th season premiere of the Netflix romantic TV drama series, Virgin River. Next Friday on Netflix, the original military film, The 6 Triple Eight, starring Kerry Washington. Next Tuesday, exclusively on Disney Plus, the premiere of the special Simpsons episode titled Oh Come On All We Wait. Next Thursday on Max, the debut of the game show Fast Friends, the 3rd and final season of the mystery drama as well as the Max stand-up special, Rose Montevideo, on and on and on. Next Friday on the stand-up special, Ironically, Human Magic. Next Friday over on Max, the streaming premiere of the Clint Eastwood movie, Juror No. 2. Next Sunday on Disney Plus, the 3rd season review of What If. Next Tuesday on Peacock, the documentary Puff, Making a Monster. Next Wednesday on Apple TV Plus, the premiere of the docu-series The Secret Lives of Animals. Next Thursday on Amazon Prime Video, the premiere of the competition reality show Beast Games, hosted by YouTube, Mr. Beast. Next Thursday over on Peacock, the debut of the new comedy series Blade, starring Stephanie Shu.
And that's New to View on iHeartRadio. Happy to do.
It's time for you.
16th, the Grammy-winning country quartet helps smile and enjoy, hosting Little Night Out Christmas at the Opry, with additional performers including Sheryl Crow, Kelsey Ballerini, Josh Groban, Dan and Shay, and the Hormone Act. It all starts at 8 Central on NBC. Wednesday the 18th, the hottest acts take the stage for our annual iHeartRadio Jingle Ball. Don't miss the memorable performances everyone will be talking about at 8, 7 Central on ABC. Thursday night the 19th, it's another special Ghost-Miss as Ghost celebrates the season with a special hour-long episode at 8, 7 Central on CBS. On Friday the 20th, join your favorite stars for the 102nd annual National Christmas Tree Lighting, followed by the musical special Josh Groban and Friends Go Home for the Holidays, with performers including Jennifer Hudson, James Bay, and Tori Kelly. The pair starts at 8, 7 Central on CBS. Sunday the 22nd, Princess Ford Coppola, The Grateful Dead, Bonnie Raitt, Arturo Sandoval, and the Apollo Theater are among the honorees at the annual Kennedy Center Honors. A celebration of performing arts starts at 8:30, 7:30 Central on CBS. Also on Sunday the 22nd, the Griswolds stay home for the holidays, but mayhem still finds them in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation at 9, 8 Central on AMC. I'm Lex Hohen, and that's your TV tip-off on iHeartRadio.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You can follow us on social media and John Cook Radio. John Cook Radio, like I said, spend the weekend listening to all the shows we did this week on the iHeart app. John Cook Show on demand. That's the podcast version. All right, every week, we had the last week. It's why did we have stage? You were not here. Oh, that's right. I wasn't here. Oh, sure. So we've got plenty of voice line calls to play for you. 877 voice 86 if you want to get on extra 877 voice 86. Let's go. Hey, John, thanks for calling the voice line. I'm so excited to hear from you. About time. We've got hundreds and hundreds of drinks that we sell a day, so I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we were all sold out of all the drinks that we have, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's just people in their holiday stuff and wanting to fly their drones early. They already know what those drones are flying over the stadium. Every vehicle for Christmas Day. Reserving for Chile on American Airlines jet. New York had returned to the Bardia. So we reserved one of the drones. So we're going to have 40 drones until some tragic like that West happens. Bring down the jet right. You can't tell me that nobody in New Jersey owns a rifle or a shotgun to take down this drone. I'm proud of you. Congratulations, you completed the mission. Now John admits that most of the food is junk. Streets for us. In our case, the best thing addicted. Great job, Deborah. Here's why people are celebrating. They know that we as Americans have been being played for years by this for-profit middleman system where these so-called insurance companies stand between us and medical professionals who not only just steal money on its way to the healthcare professional. These people don't provide any care. They exist to deny and overregulate it. I'm sure that healthcare executioner will be stationary in the prison will have bags of love letters from Chuck Ruby coming to him. If you're a parent
Was the song about the health care?
Dying. Yeah. Just like your listeners. You got some followers too. Turn it interesting to me. That sounds like great.
Why did I raise them?
You know, the only option here is to have the government run the healthcare system. If we don't have private health insurance, then, you know, a lot of people say we're the only developed nation in the world that doesn't have public health insurance system that the government runs. The government has, which is true. We are the only developed nation. The other nations are terror stations. The thing is, in this country, so few people trust the government. So it's impossible to convince people to turn over, let's say, the payment systems to the government. I mean, most people are not going to go along with this. I mean, most people don't trust the DMV. Most people don't even want to go to City Hall to try to get a permit if they're adding an addition to their house. They find the government to be incredibly corrupt and incredibly inept. And they're right. The government on all levels is corrupt and inept. Just look around because you're too wise. So nobody really wants to trust the government with the healthcare system in America. Maybe in other countries, they trust their governments. But not here. That's not our culture. It's not what we believe. And the other half of this is, the tax rates in European countries like Italy and France, for example, the tax rates, because they have nationalized healthcare, are far higher on the middle class. On the wealthy too. But somebody said that about the people. I saw the other day that there are 801 billionaires. 801 billionaires. Their total net worth is about $6 trillion. So you can confiscate all the wealth of the 800 billionaires. That doesn't even run the government for a full year. The government spends more than $6 trillion a year. So after you capture all the wealth of the 800 billionaires, now what do you do? Year two, you have to dramatically raise the taxes on the middle class and the working class. And in Europe, they accept it. And in Europe, they trust the government. But people are not going to accept. I mean, here in California, they come up with state-run health care every few years. They pass a bill. And we would have to double our taxes. Because you have to double the size of government and then some. And who wants to have their taxes doubled? And they have to do so. And the Democratic legislature run the system. Nobody. So we're at the mercy of private health care. And which nobody trusts We're coming up for the voice line. At the end of the hour, never mark live. We can't find 24-hour news.
The DMV is taking swift action to recall a set of license plates that marked the October 7th Moscow on Israel plates read LOL October 7th vehicle that has them was seen at the intersection of Jefferson Boulevard and Smoking Boulevard in Culver City. The watchdog Stop Anti-Semitism asked the DMV to recall the plates. A consulting firm is agreed to pay $650 to settle a federal investigation into its work for opioids manufacturer Purdue Pharma. Court papers filed in Virginia today say McKinsey and Company has entered into a deferred prosecution agreement to resolve criminal charges, which include allegations that conspired with Purdue Pharma to help misbrand prescription drugs. A former McKinsey senior partner has agreed to plead guilty to obstruction of justice. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is in a hospital in Europe. The aide say she was amongst the for the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Bulge, when she was hurt. ABC's Stephen Fordyce's details of the injury were not released.
Result of Pelosi being taken to the hospital for evaluation. Aide say she's receiving excellent treatment from doctors. Have skipped the rest of the events around the anniversary of the battle.
Pelosi's opposition continues to work while in the hospital. Former President Carter will not attend Donald Trump's inauguration.
On Friday, a spokesperson for the Carter Center said his current health issues will prevent him from being there, but he would attend if he could. The 39th president of the United States, who is now 100 years old, has been in hospice care for nearly 2 years and was diagnosed with cancer in 2015. The offices of George W. Bush and Barack Obama had to announce whether they will be at the inauguration on January 20th. I'm Brian Sharp.
Ford Gunners will soon have to pay more to stream TV. ABC's Andrew Dimberts' YouTube TV is raising its price in January to $83 per month, and it's not the only site costing more.
July, Peacock increased its premium subscription by $20 to $80 a year. In October, Disney, ABC's parent company, raised prices for Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus. As for Netflix users, one Wall Street analyst predicts a robust price hike coming into the year.
YouTube says it's raising its prices because content costs are going up. Sunlight weather for KFI cloudy tomorrow. We have a slight chance of rain, high 60s for beaches in Mendoza, Metro LA, mid 60s to around 70 in the valleys, the IE mid 50s to low 60s in the high desert. Right now, 60 in Laguna Woods and Rancho Santa Margarita. Going to a crash on the 405 in North Hills. Your official holiday music station. Coast 103.5. Music now. The Elegant Morning Show. Coast 103.5. Listen anywhere on the free iHeartRadio app.
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Reunion Voices is no longer being yelled at. Tarzan Dancing also back up around 2025. My magazine has put out the list of the top 70 acts in music. AC/DC's Angus and album the outside list of my Alex Van Halen, Beach Boys, Brian Gus, Carl Wilson, the Unrelated Wilson, are at number 4 and Green Day Days, League Sliding in 5th. Oasis breaks at number 6. AG's Trio, Mary Morris, Robin Gibb takes 7. Maria's Challenge Top 4, Hip Creek, Water Revival, Black Rose, Simmons Robinson, Jackson 5 round out the top 10. Alright, that's what's poppin'. Camps, radio. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. McIntyre's Candy's Place was still becoming longer after NBC ordered 5 additional episodes. Despite airing what's known as Friday Night Death Slot, the sitcoms performed well. They doubled the time periods overall, making the 49 viewership and set to be the strongest comedy launch in Sunday streamer Peacock. Probably not coincidentally, much of the team for a sitcom reboot. The co-star Kristen Cameron are involved in the new show. Candy's Place airs Fridays at 8, 7 Central on NBC. Alright, and what's poppin'? Camps, radio.
Lingering system over a green to the minute.
in Southeast today with colder air mixing in over parts of the Northeast, possibly bringing some light rain. Those range from the low 40s in the Northeast to the mid 60s in the Southeast. Weakness from the Midwest rain could bring scattered light snow or rain showers, especially near the Great Lakes. Temperatures in DC still cool with highs in the upper 20s to mid 40s. There's a mix of sun and clouds dominating the southern plains and the Gulf Coast. Warmer than average highs in the 60s and 70s across Texas and Louisiana. The North Plains states can expect breezy, cold conditions. The mostly cloudy skies today, temperatures in the 20s and 30s. Snowfall will taper off in the higher elevations of the Rockies today, bringing drier conditions in the western Rockies. Highs will reach in the teens in the mountainous regions and the 50s in Valley. A new Pacific system will roll into the west coast, bringing rain and higher elevation snow to the Pacific Northwest and Northern California. The California will remain mostly dry with high temperatures in the 60s and 70s. That's your national forecast. I'm Tammy for NEO.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken contends its imperative that efforts continue to prevent a resurgence of ISIS in Syria following the fall of President Bashar al-Assad. He says he discussed the matter with his Turkish counterpart today in Ankara. At a news conference following the meeting, Blinken added that both countries share broad agreement on what they'd like to see in Syria's interim government, including efforts to protect the rights of women and to reject alliances with extremist groups. Fulton County, Georgia's DA is still refusing to hand over findings in the Georgia elections interference case involving Donald Trump. Bonnie Clement sent a letter to the U.S. House Judiciary Committee Chair Jim Jordan yesterday, saying turning over that evidence would compromise the case. This isn't the first time that this has happened. That's politics. I'm Brad. Judge Show can find me at 6:40 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm going to go around the waistline and kind of final segment of the show. Conway will be here at 4 o'clock. Here's another story from long ago. And something has its final chapter. You remember the Duke lacrosse players, the 3 Duke University players who were accused by a stripper of raping her at a team party back in 2006. And you had this corrupt district attorney who publicly believed her story. And they were charged with rape, sexual assault, and kidnapping. And the stripper, she called herself Crystal Mather. Crystal Mather. She was black. She was one of the 2 local black women in the team that hired to work strippers for the party. And Crystal played and prayed about her. And I'm not going to mention the guy's names because it got enough trouble in life. Now, 17 years later, it's like this is the last thing they needed. Although she did come out and confess to lying. And be found not guilty. They were prosecuted by this corrupt district attorney called his name was Mike Nyford. And he went on media spree and he got 7 interviews, finding that the rape indicated a deep racial motivation because of some of the things that were done. He said, I'd like to think somebody does not put that on and they have the decency to call and say, what am I doing for covering up a bunch of hooligans? It never happened. The rape never happened. She entirely made it up. So the jury was there to think that their lives obviously were abandoned for several years. Today, by the way, later on, she ends up going to prison for stabbing her boyfriend. I'll get to that in a second. But Icon had claimed they had DNA evidence that would prove that the 3 Duke lacrosse players did it. But the DNA evidence showed that they had nothing to do allegedly. Today, Bristol publicly admitted that she made up the entire rape story. Listen to this.
I testified falsely against them by saying that they raped me when they didn't. That was wrong. And I between trust of love of faith believed in it. And made up a story that wasn't true because I believe most of the validation from people and not with God. And that was wrong to me. God, they can forgive me.
I wanted validation from people and not from God. I mean, that's just nonsense. It's gibberish. Eventually, she was convicted of first-degree murder in March of 2011. Set a fire at the Torchner home with her 3 children inside. And then the following year, she killed her boyfriend. So she's been in prison for murder. After she set a fire that burned her home with her kids inside. After she laid out the false rape charges. One mental patient did a whole lot of damage. And you may be saying, well, is she going to get convicted for lying? No, statute of limitations expired after 2 years. And this is why during Me Too, everyone was wrong. It says, and while you can be sympathetic, everybody, people make stuff up. And then the people, the guys who actually do the rapes, of course, they lie, and then they have defense attorneys to amplify their lie. Reality doesn't really exist anymore. Of course, one of these stories here, people are solid kids. The stripper is, it's a nice story. It's not a problem. There's nothing worse. There's nothing, and the thing is, and I heard the attorney talk about this today, she's damaged a lot of women too, because a lot of women get sexually attacked and nobody believes them. Because a story like the Duke Cross situation sticks in everyone's mind. And so there's a reluctance to believe anyone. And, there's always a reluctance to believe a guy who denies things. That's why the DNA is so important. Even if the driver doesn't, like somebody in the scene, like with these PDX stories, you don't know what's consensual and what's not, unless you're inside the room. But the key, if you're a young guy, do not end up in a room with anybody that you don't know really well that you can trust. Everybody should tell their sons that. Do not end up in a room with somebody you don't know. Because often, women who sleep around like that are crazy. And they might regret sleeping with you the next day. And then they can say anything. And then you have a culture strippers are crazy too. You're dealing with species being formed so mentally imbalanced that they wouldn't be standing on a table taking their clothes off. So, do that again with people you know well.
I mean, I'm sure there are some strippers strong, not really. I'm just trying to make some extra money to pay for college.
You're in a very forgiving mood today. Strippers or anybody who paid for college.
I said some.
And not the drug addict.
I said some. You can't say all.
Maybe 5. Coming up, we'll get another round of the voice line. Never more 5 to KFI 24-hour news.
Coming up at the top of the hour, more people are going home in Malibu. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, that places will actually, we're going to come
Coast 103.5 on the free iHeartRadio app, or just search Hama Indians or listen podcasts. iHeartRadio, free for sounding so good. All the good stuff. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Evan's third season premiere retraced the careers for a fourth round. The Detective Powers will on the top cross for Prime Video. Season 2 being the platform's top release in 2023. The news also comes shortly after spin-off of Grant Stenn's fan favorite character Francis was announced. Ellen Richardson stars in the title role with Anthony Michael Hall, Sonia Cassidy, and Ryan T among the regular cast. Season 3 of Return and Francis will be spin-off will likely hit Prime Video later in 2025. Alright, that's what's poppin'. Camps Radio. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Latest Watch Call crossover now is a date. Bringing together NBC's select shows, Charles Edge, Wildfire, Charles PD. It's the first three-wave end of its kind since 2019. Previous crossovers have included Law and Order SVU, Chicago Justice, and even CBS's FBI. Sharon Holland, this edition revolves around a gas explosion that threatens the lives of dozens of people trapped underground. The upcoming Watch Call crossover airs in its entirety January 29th on NBC. Fine. That's what's poppin'. Camps Radio. Let's listen here. 160. It's like at least 6 minutes.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I'm not saying it's okay to walk away, but this is Tony. Yeah, he's back. Turns out, there's a really good at it. Robbed 30 banks in about a year. Just easy to catch the guy. We're always just behind him, you know? What really moved me about Tony's story was why he started robbing banks in the first place. Because Tony was a family man. He was great. Here's a guy for miles. Then, Tony was playing roller hockey with his work buddies. Took a nasty fall and hurt his back. I literally couldn't even get out of bed. So his family doctor wrote him a prescription. And it was like a miracle. Pretty Pharma's powerful painkiller seemed to work like magic. Until it took over his life. Lost God, his story, by the way. I knew how to accept the responsibility for that. The crimes I ended up committing and stuff, the real boiling point was my addiction to oxycodone.
You need to figure out a way to stop like this is what you're doing.
Introducing Hooked, a story about a man, a pill, and a bank robbery spree for the animals. Hosted by me, Josh Dean. How does a person even allow for something like this to happen? For these people to walk away millionaires with so many lives in the story.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Coming to your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Alexa for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you on your Alexa smart speakers, Alexa-enabled Fire TV, or anywhere you use Alexa as your smart assistant. Your favorite AM/FM stations, artist radio stations, and podcasts, all from iHeartRadio, and all you have to do is ask Alexa, play the Stuff You Should Know podcast on iHeartRadio. Make sure you open up your Alexa app and sync up your iHeartRadio account so you can pick up podcasts where you left off. Listening in the app on your smart speakers. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Amazon Echo, Dot, Show, and any device that uses Alexa. iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there.
Make your money move in the right direction. Money will up away Sundays at 8 find out. Round two. Thanks for calling the Voice Line. I'm so excited to hear from you. It's about time. Just got back from a trip to the Big Island of Hawaii. Spent $3.99 a gallon for gas at Costco just after the additional transportation costs. So, this week, California being in the case. I started driving in 1993. $8 a gallon. But like, yeah, getting the focus on, and you know, when you look worse, I start thinking you were just a capitalist history. Want to keep your day job and do something else. Two words. What I hate, what I love. I hate the word woke. Yeah. And love the word drunk. I want to know why I cannot take the poetry money and build some reservoirs in the state. We're going to need those in the future. You know, we've got a priority. You can hop a flight for $49 on any low-budget aircraft to get up to the Bay Area. Poetry is stupid. I can't wait. Daddy just got out and slap your dog. There's fire California. That guy, man. Nails that guy just crossed about the fire. See the report the other day, and just like always, you know, it's like a 15-second report on the news if it's going to grow up, and then it disappears. 1 out of 4 shelter beds go empty every night. $218 million lost. $218 million lost. A quarter of the shelter beds are empty. How hard is it? You got one job. You got homeless people off the streets. We got a bed for you. And if they don't go, you arrest them. That's the only way to do it. I read today that the new mayor of San Francisco, and Lori, he's his name, right? That's the best they can do with the drug addicts. We're going to offer them help, and if they don't accept the help, they can arrest them. That's the only way to get those fentanyl addicts off the streets. I mean, they've got thousands of these zombies standing around San Francisco, and the idiot mayor up there, London Green, let them stand and rot and die. And yet Hillary's saying, no, we may arrest these people. And that's how we're going to get them. With the same drone sightings all over the country. Can this really be happening without our government's knowledge? I don't think so. Let the public know. And now, otherwise, shoot them down. That's what they ought to be doing. Shooting the drones down. Still alive. Nowadays, you know, it's easy to shoot them down. Remember during one of the Lakers, post riots when they won the national championship, and I think it's LAPD or some law enforcement agency flying a drone around Staples Center. It was called Staples Center back then, and the guy just threw a jacket at it and took it down. So they're easy to take down. Yeah. Very simple thing you do with a sports gun. The stupidest story I've ever seen, but I don't understand. The drones have been flying around forever. Why all of a sudden it's a big deal? There's swarms of drones like in formation, and they're darting around. But there are enough goofy kids in this country that they're doing that kind of crap. It's some kind of critical mass that everybody's seeing all the time. I can't put up. You know what? I don't have room for any more stories. You know, I for this year. I filled up with all. We got so many other major things going on. We got the fire. We had the election this year. We've got the huge fires over the summer. We had the rain and the snow last year. Biden resigning and Harris and that's right. I need a couple weeks off. That's a good idea. Alex Michelson's coming on today. I don't know why, but it comes on with us. Alex Stone as well. Alex Stone is Rick. He's coming on because it seems like every day there's more of these drones and he has the information. I don't. He's got it. So we'll talk to him about it. And then also, pre-charge in this Woodland Hills doctor. Remember when that Woodland Hills doctor got killed? The ex-wife was like, I'm going to miss him. He didn't deserve this or anything. She's involved, evidently, of course. Yeah. One of the great doctors, and always look to a family member first. Always look at the wife or the husband. I don't know. Man, that's some kind of bond where you get, so pissed off at your ex, you gotta try to kill them. That's been the rest of her life in jail. Yeah, if she's convicted, can't happen to anyone. That's all right. Always sleep with one eye open. That's right, big dog. Who do you think's more likely to knock your wife knock you off or you knock your wife off? Her knocking you off. Yeah, I guess I'm the same way. I always like to look through my food to see if there's anything in there. Just smell it. You can smell it. I don't know what cyanide smells like, but there's something funky going on in the workshop. But they do research it. Can you imagine you coming home every day? I know myself. Yeah. All right, Conway's now on. Slide the game by 24 news. KUST HD2 Los Angeles, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Not one, not two, but three or two. Revealing he says 5 people are living in X and arrested over the murder of a local doctor. Joel Wynn is accused of being arrested by the LAPD's fugitive unit. The department faces the same charge. He was arrested in Texas. Dr. Hamid Yashorje was shot dead outside his home as he walked to his car in Logan. Ex-wife was also arrested in connection with the doctor's killing. Investigators say it was a murder for hire. Rosita has also been arrested accused of driving the shooter to and from the scene of the crime. Michael Marks, KMI News. Weaker winds have helped firefighters try to stop the 4,000-acre wildfire in Malibu. LA County Fire Section Chief Joe Smith says it's now surrounding. We have this русскоговорящих. Steep, rugged topography. There's areas that are going to be very challenging for us due to the topography, the heavy fuel load. Most people have been allowed to return to their homes. The Pacific Coast Highway has been reopened in the area. Around 20 homes or other buildings have been destroyed or damaged since the fire began late Monday night. Bird strike has forced an American Airlines flight out of New York to make an emergency landing. The bird flew to the engine of the plane just after it took off from LaGuardia Airport last night. Passengers say they saw flames and an explosion when the bird hit. The pilot was able to land the plane safely at JFK Airport. Turned out in New York are suing Sean Combs for sexual assault. Some says they lost
lawsuits were filed anonymously. Alleged victims accusing shoppers of serving them strange drinks that caused them to lose consciousness before he allegedly raped or sexually assaulted them.
Crimes allegedly happened between 2019 and 2022 in two hotels in Manhattan and Colts' Mont's Estate. This is a jail awaiting trial for alleged sex trafficking and other crimes. Some online shopping sites have taken down listings for merch supporting a Luigi Mangione, who's accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson.
Jerry's mugshots have been circulated by police. They posted on t-shirts, cups, even Christmas ornaments. All available for purchase online.
Patterson says GoFundMe has removed campaigns to raise money for Mangione's legal fees because they violate rules against fundraisers linked to violent crimes. Fundraiser on another site will raise $76,000 for Mangione's defense. Finally, baseball triple play is happening in the IE.
2025 marks the final season for the Dodgers, Rangers, the Quakes, and the Angels at the 166ers in San Bernardino. 2026, the Quakes will move to Ontario to play in the Ontario Sports Empire Complex, which is still under construction. They will also undergo a name change, which has not been decided, while the Modesto Nuts from Central California head to San Bernardino San Manuel Stadium. Meanwhile, the 66ers will relocate to the Quakes Stadium. On Thursday, Diamond Baseball Holdings, who owns all three teams, made the announcement of the future changes. Andrew Caravella, KFI News.
South London, KFI, by the Friday out there, getting through the night, lows around 47. Clearing tomorrow, so the clouds going to hang. There's a slight chance of rain beginning in the late afternoon. That's close to 60 in the beaches tomorrow. We'll go upper 60s, Metro LA, Orange County. Up 70 in the Midland Empire. Mid-60s in the valleys, mid-60s in the highlands. Sunny in the mid, warmer on Sunday, and more warmth coming each day next week. Going Windward 62, Irvine 63, Torrance 63, Burbank 60 degrees. The KFI Financial Report does bad week this week. The Dow finished down today 86, NASDAQ was up 24, S&P was 11. There's a white fire in orange.
Good job. Well done. Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
He's got. Good see, bro. Good see.
This guy's
So he's got this place called John Reeves in the bathroom.
That's a new tour date to let you know about. I'll be in East Lansing. I'll be in Toledo, Ohio, Rama, Ontario, into Canada, Pittsburgh, PA, Eugene, Oregon, Kennewick, Washington, Seattle, Washington, Victoria, BC, into Canada, College Station, Texas, Belton, Texas, San Antonio, Durant, Amarillo, Oxford, Mississippi, Fayetteville, Arkansas, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, and Tallahassee, Florida, Rosemont, Illinois, Winnipeg, and Calgary in Canada. Get all your tickets at theovon.com/TOUR. Thank you so much for your support. And thank you to the fella in Montana that gave me this jacket. Got some Indian artifacts on the back. And I just want to say thank you. I really like this jacket. We've also got some new merch, some new gang tees in pepper and ivory. And we've got a new gang hat that you get. Check those out and more at theovonstore.com. Happy holidays to everyone. Today's guest is an entrepreneur and a philanthropist. He worked at IBM, he worked at Bank of America, but most people know him as the founder of Craigslist, a site that has given so many unique experiences to the world. We're so happy to get to spend time today with Craigslist's own Craig Newmark. I just want to let you know, we're just excited you're here, and we don't have any. This isn't like a docu podcast. We're not trying to do anything uncomfortable. Obviously, you've got a very unique life. and we just want to. I think we're curious about it.
But 2 episodes ago, you had Rob Martin.
Yeah.
And I learned one big thing I'm thinking about what he had said. So I prepared you to mention that. He made me realize something, which I won't be able to do anything about, but at least understanding this.
Oh, about anger.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he's I think Ryan Martin was really interesting as a professor in Green Bay because I think anger is something that's kind of enveloped in people a lot these days. You know, I find it a lot in myself, and you almost get obviously it's kind of embarrassing. You know, it's a weird feeling that it can lead to a lot of negativity, it can lead to dangerous activities, but also you get embarrassed of it. You know, it kind of just takes you over.
In my case, it's tied in with some traumatic stress. And my deal is I open a company and nobody is punished. I learned that a person who's basically honest will never be able to successfully deal with a person who lies for everything. That's very frustrating because I have to keep it in. And someday somebody may be able to do it to deal with it. Maybe it's an help for me. Someday, some situations may turn into some real drama, possibly criminal affairs. But I'm the kind of guy who people for years have been telling me that some areas I just don't have the skills, and I contribute by not talking.
So do you feel like you're kind of a quiet guy sometimes?
Generally quiet, generally restrained, except for reasons of comedy. I know that this funny as I think I am. And yet I tell my film documentaries that I would like for them to tolerate my sense of humor, but not encourage me. And so far that's worked out well. Particularly last night, the viralrabbi. I did briefly hang out.
What was it last night? Just speaking for our listeners now.
Last night, there was a fundraiser for the viralrabbi Foundation. They run a network called Got Your Six.
Got Your Six?
Got Your Six. For the military six. Yeah. And about 350 organizations who are actually getting up. And many philanthropic organizations are challenged when it comes to actually helping the community. But these guys are need a lot of money to do that. And that's everything. And this was both a comedy concert and a music concert. The guys, I think it was Mark Rowan was there? Yeah. And
we're both from New Orleans.
Starting from here, there's Jim Gaffigan, Jerry Seinfeld, and Jon Stewart on the comedy side, which was great for me.
Yeah.
And then on the music side, Miller Jones, and then there's this guy, Springsteen.
Yeah.
So I'd spoken to him before, and I told him that as a Miller, I understood that he was very popular, but that I don't know his music. And he reacted quite satisfactorily. His jaw dropped. His wife, this was a few years ago, his wife got the joke immediately. The better part of the joke was he was being liberal. I really am a liberal. I'm the kind of guy in the late 60s in high school. I wear a plastic pocket protector, pick podcasts, tape together, no social skills.
So you really, you kind of embody that nerd vibe. People were like, you saw a nerd and you were like, I'm going to be able to, I'll be there.
I had to,
what is you right here?
We found the core of old photos.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I found that from those are the thick podcasts.
Oh, yeah.
Take together. Now, see, I could simulate in a fake, normal human social behavior, but it is a simulation. I have to work hard on it all the time. And after a while, I will start getting cranky. But the nerve to say it visually right around when I was around. So I do take credit.
Well, we're glad to have human beings, notorious humans